party. It was the very, very first game on the Xbox. Bill Gates says it's his favourite Xbox game and all this kind of stuff. And Fusion Frenzy actually hit the shelves a week before the Xbox hit the shelves. It was actually in the shops without the Xbox.
Despite their success with Fusion Frenzy, Blitz made no money on the project, having spent the entire budget during development. So when it came to negotiate terms for a sequel, and they asked for a bigger check, they couldn't see eye to eye with Xbox. Microsoft would go on to hire a different studio to make Fusion Frenzy 2, but months later, they'd reach out to Blitz about another project that had come their way.
And that's how we were first contacted. It's like, look, we saw what you did with Fusion Frenzy. We like what you did with Fusion Frenzy. Fusion Frenzy 2's gone a different direction now to a different developer. But another opportunity's come in. It's like, how would you guys like to do a few games, quite small, as a promotion piece with Burger King? And we go, let's hear what the gig is. And they said, well, they want to drive people in multiple weeks in. And as you're aware, normally the fast food stores give out the little dolls to do with kind of the latest Disney movie or whatever. And they said, but we want to basically drive them into the stores to sort of get Xbox games, and we can produce the discs very, very cheaply because we make them ourselves, and these discs are quite cheap, so we can put them in. So that's the slot we've got, and we've booked it in for this period. Are you up for doing 3 games? So we said yes. We had the dev team who'd just been let down by somebody else, by their other division. So we sort of basically moved those people across and put those people onto it.
There was one big kickoff meeting. So it was in New York. It had quite a few people. It had 3 or 4 people from Microsoft. It had 3 or 4 people from our side. I can't quite remember. There were 2 different agencies, and there was a Burger King representative. And at this point, we'd kind of already agreed that it was probably going to be us. It was very, very interesting. The Burger King and the representative in the agency did a very good presentation on what the brand of Burger King was about, and the whole kind of offbeat, quirky, some point of like this creepy, somewhat sinister King character. Yeah, so we had a good kind of brainstorm there about the kind of games they wanted, something a little bit quirky, but also not particularly risky on the kind of gameplay point of view. It was absolutely agreed that the games could not slip and had to be done within, like, I think it was 10 months from being in that meeting room. But also dual format was then kind of etched in stone as that's the thing we want to do. I think we did a good job of reining in scope, because obviously with that little time, 2 formats, 10 months and 3 games, we did manage to bring them back down into, like, you just want slices of fun. You don't want to try and have like Pocket Bike Racer with 15 levels. 3 or 5 is fine. We can keep that more contained and just have sort of better slices of experience, and that's all you kind of want from like a $3.99 game. You're not expecting 40 hours of gameplay really. Jolyon Webb was the art manager. Without him on the other side, I think I was probably much more focused really on just getting the games, but he did a brilliant job, and again, he's also very, very experienced, so he knew and he had confidence to kind of deliver works in progress and how to talk that through with them.
Both Xbox and the agency handling Burger King were hands-on from start to finish. Microsoft assigned a dedicated producer to the project, while the agency had 2 of theirs working full-time on it. They had conference calls often, initially twice a week, and then eventually daily. Somewhat by accident, due to the Fusion Frenzy sequel being taken off their plate, the team at Blitz working on these games was comprised of some of their most experienced developers. This was key to getting the work done right first time around. To get this project out the door on time, they split the development pipeline in half. Gameplay and tech for the 3 games was established without graphics, while the graphics pipeline went through an immediate approval process all on its own. In this way, they could get 3 games worth of art assets signed off by Burger King without holding up development, and then they could implement these graphics before the games went out the door.
Right from the start, we said, look, what we're going to do is we're going to make the games all kind of like in blocked out meshes, no real graphics, and you're going to trust us that these games are going to be okay. And separately, we're going to have the art approval pipeline, because there's so many stakeholders here that really care about all of this. You're going to want to spend a lot of time getting the King character right and his look and feel and all the graphics. So we went down that path with all 3 games, and that was, yeah, that worked fantastically. If they hadn't have gone with that, I don't think the games would have come out, because we needed to just focus on getting the games done, getting the graphics slowly approved, and then just mash it together with like not much time left at all in the schedule.
Getting 3 games out the door was an insane task given the timeline, and even if these 3 games weren't full-length games, they still required bespoke art, tech and gameplay, and they had to be fun. But Blitz had another trick up their sleeve. You see, one of the games was not entirely made by Blitz. They actually ghost outsourced it to a different studio in the UK, a studio responsible for making one of the most infamous and violent driving games of the 90s. A studio that the folks at Blitz were eager to finally be able to give credit to.
Pocket Bike was a bit of a different path. We already knew we were going to make like basically a Mario Kart style game. It's going to be an arcadey racer game, a few levels, power slides, that kind of thing, nothing too simulation based. We had started thinking about using our own engine, Blitz Tech, but also just with the kind of the UK networking, Andrew Oliver was good friends with Patrick Buckland from Stainless Games down at the Isle of Wight. So we actually ended up using them to ghostwrite and ghost develop the Pocket Bike Racer game for us. So I actually had quite a few trips with my technical manager or art manager down to the Isle of Wight to meet Patrick and his crazy team as they basically had it. So it's a kind of like an evolution of the Carmageddon engine that they were using. It was a little bit too perfect for us. We had to do a bit of work with their physics guy to kind of remove some of the simulation bit and put more of like a power slide aspect in there. I think they'd orchestrated like a gossip thing about whether Brooke Burke was in a relationship with the king, and they'd done like a paparazzi style photo somewhere where the king and her were spotted together. So that was already one of the list of characters that we should be adding to it. So yes, we had Brooke Burke in there as well. Obviously the king had to be there, Brooke Burke had to be there, the chicken had to be there. But then I think we were given a bit of choice.
There was also a level called Bacon Cheddar Ranch, which takes place on a ranch. Was that something? Do you remember anything about that?
Vaguely. That came from another surreal, twisted advert that they'd done in the States.
Okay.
I can't remember the details of it, but yeah, we basically that style came just from the advert there.
It's in a weird way. You actually had like a lot of like lore to pull from. Like
yeah,
you wouldn't have thought, but I guess presumably that helped quite a lot that they had sort of established a lot of these characters and worlds. You didn't have to ideate too much, because I imagine that's where some of the friction could have come.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they had, as you say, so much kind of background for us to use, and then we once we had these kind of great presentations, so we got it and we understood what we were doing and the kind of more counterculture kind of approach, then yes, it got a lot easier to kind of create the assets and the kind of gameplay that they were looking for. There was a sumo game in Fusion Frenzy with the rollerball cage type things. So I think it started with Life Round on that, but then they wanted the characters in there and quite visible, so then it was Dodgems. So then I think, yes, we kind of fell into the, right, we've got 2 games with kind of essentially racing, but very different styles of gameplay.
Oh, funny. So it ended up being Dodgems because Dodgems don't have a roof.
I think that was the reason why we ended up with Dodgems, yeah. Yeah, we made that the same way as Fusion Frenzy, like a one-page design that then you could just do variants of quite easily and polish it. So it's probably the most graphically sort of resplendent one. We had a lot more time there to do things with the shaders and try and do some 360 specific bits, as well as like make it work on the Xbox One, the original Xbox. And again, it was another one of like, just trust us, we've done this kind of game before. So that they could trust us that we were going to do a game and then give them the kind of again, that slice of quality that they needed and that they were looking for. So yeah, we didn't have to write much at all to kind of get sign off.
Pocket Bike Racer and Big Bumpin' had their fans, but if the Burger King project is a boy band, then the next game was the act that successfully went solo, the Justin Timberlake or George Michael of the bunch, a game with a premise so bizarre that even today, it defies genre. But before we dive into the design of this oddball cult hero, I want you to meet somebody, a man who has taken his love for this game to levels that most of us would never even thought of, let alone achieve.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Leroy Patterson. I'm a reality show idiot, and I am the senior video editor for Giphy, and I love fast food games like, Pepsi Man. It's great. The McDonald's Happy Pack. It's awesome. Pocket Bike Racer is a good one, but this is not the Burger King game we are here for. Let me show you what you're looking for. Welcome to the sneak pit. So back in 2006, Burger King released 3 games. I bought one of each, it was great, and that was the end of the story until 2016. I found 50 copies at a dollar store, and I thought this would be the funniest gift to give to people. A 10-year-old game about the Sneak King, love it. Burger King, love it, it's great. It's got the perfect terrible gift written all over it. So I bought 50 of them, put them on my shelf for a few months later for Christmas, and I realized I really like the way they look on my shelf. I think I'm gonna keep them and I'm gonna keep collecting them. So you'd find them for $1 at GameStop, you'd find them for $1 everywhere else. And so over a few years, I had 200 copies. Once COVID hit, I was dying to like go out and make YouTube content. I lived off of people collecting video games and going to, yard sales or going to whatever. And I was like, I want to do that, but I want to only find games. I only want to find Sneak King. That's it. That's funny to me. It's a funny niche. Let's do it. And during the second episode, we bought 1,000 copies. And it just kept getting worse from there. So now we've got over 4,000 copies and a bunch of rare stuff I'll show you today. And it's been a wild journey, and as long as it remains funny, it's gonna keep going. So the Burger King games, there's 3 of them that were released. There's Big Bumpin', Pocket Bike Racer, and the best one of the bunch, Sneak King. You would buy a value meal, and then for an extra, I think it was $10, you'd get a copy of the game, whichever one you wanted. And then, so what they did was they sold them for about 6 months, I believe, and then it was gone. And they ended up in bins all over the world, in different warehouses, different whatever, and people would buy thousands of copies hoping to flip them, and they would just sit in their garage for years. And so that's where I come in. Buying them in bulk from private collectors who they think they're getting a deal, they're buying them probably for $200 for 1,000 games, and they think they're gonna make all this money, and no one wants this game except for me. Nobody. So if you have a copy at home, hold it tight, because one day I will come knocking on your door, and I will be leaving with your copy. So through my journeys of collecting Sneak King, I've come across some rare memorabilia, some rare pieces to add to the Museum of Sneak King. For instance, I got 2 copies graded. We got a 9.6 and 9.4 by Wata. I could probably sell these for 20 bucks, maybe. Depends on the market. The market always changes. So we got those. We've got like packing slips. These were sent in the boxes to all the different Burger Kings around the world. I also have the boxes that they would ship the games in to the store. Everyone that I buy in bulk has come in a box like this. Saved one just for, for the memories, because I'm sentimental. I found this thing on eBay. It's a weird, it was probably made by that warehouse in Fresno where they're like, we need to get rid of these somehow. And we also have a bunch of DVD cleaner kits. Let's just pack them all together. So yeah, it's such a weird little collection. And I see these like maybe 3 times a year on eBay. The piece to end all pieces. I've never seen this in the wild. I've never seen it on eBay. And I look every single day. This is the only one I know of that's currently in existence. There might be more, I'm sure there are. Never seen them, I never heard about this. We bought a box of 1,000 Sneak Kings. While going through, we're pulling out all the copies of Sneak Kings. There's a couple Pocket Bike Racers, a couple Big Bumpin', mostly Sneak King. And then I pulled this out, and it blew my mind. This is the BK Xbox video game collection. This was sent to Burger King stores before the release of the games to hype it up, to let people know, like, hey, so there's fake screenshots on the back there.
Oh, man.
That's not what the games look like at all. Those are just, concept shots. And then on the inside, it's not even a game. There's no demo. It's a promotional DVD that just kind of shows off, hey, here's what it is. And the instruction manual goes over the highlights of each game, how the sales figures are supposed to be and how it's supposed to amp up sales and why they should do it. It's got a letter to the franchisees saying like, hey, this is a good deal, we should do this. And then the order form so that you can order however many copies you want for your store. Like I said, I've never seen this in the wild. I don't know if how many copies are out there. Not a clue. I'll show you my favorite copy. It's this one right here. So my wife thinks this is dumb as hell. Luckily, she's always supported my really dumb things. She's at least never gotten in the way and never, she hates that it takes up so much space in the garage, and I completely understand and respect that. On the flip side though, she was the first one to find 1,000 of them for sale on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace. So she may not like it, but she supports it. and that makes for a great wife.
I won't take full credit for that. In fact, I'll take zero credit for that. This was an advertising agency concept. And they said, well, the king is the most important character and therefore people want to control him. And we were like, yeah, okay, see your logic. But then what's the objective? And I mean, this is kind of in the wake of Grand Theft Auto as well. Grand Theft Auto 3 being the biggest thing at the time. We kind of felt that we understood why they wanted to control the king. We understand that they wanted screenshots that looked a little bit Grand Theft Auto-ish. It's also supposed to be silly. And these games were kind of free or very, very cheap. So does it matter the game's not that deep? Does it matter that it's a bit silly?
From memory, I think they did want something that was not fun when there was no art in there. Just running around as like in an empty graphic world, up to something, and then just doing a little golf swing, and then sometimes you can have good gameplay, great. You just put graphics on top and you're sorted. Other times you've got not very good gameplay, but when you polish it with graphics and sound, it can come in his weird flourish to deliver the hamburgers and stuff like that. And we thought, oh, yeah, this is probably going to watch it. So no, that's not right. That's not how the king walks. That's not how he turns. And then they realised it's king's head.
And of course, when it turned up and you open up this crate and then you got this mass running around the office, just messing around, especially as we're working on Sneaker King, so people would
running around the office with the king's head on. Then the agency guy arrived and he said, oh, it's the head mocap area and down in Oxford. And because it's so heavy and it goes around there, so it's all kind of had to turn like that, and then all the motion capture kind of worked properly, and it actually looked like the king, and they were happy then. But yeah, we had to have the head sent over.
So, the Steve Bannon thing. I spent more time trying to figure this out than I'd like to admit. And I'm not sure suggests that the former Trump advisor and convicted criminal either invested in or was on the board of a company. It's just plain made up. And as twisty as this tale is, we're about to hit another bump in the road. An element of these games' production that we haven't talked about yet, but makes them some of the rarest pieces of optical media in the history of games.
Working store and you say Xbox, what do you actually mean in 2000? Most of the people going into store, the majority of people are going to have the original Xbox, but we don't want to promote the original Xbox when we do our any extra money and we're not giving you any extra time and you just have to make it work. But also you have another problem, and this is the problem that most customers don't realise, is that look at the disc Xbox and it just works. So they had to do some clever mastering their end because we had to provide them two separate masters and then their end to basically identify. They can't update the old Xboxes, but they could update the new. I need to read these tracks, not those tracks.
I can't remember all the details, but my technical manager was Eniko, so he had to do a fair bit of this head scratching. One thing to our advantage was we were using our own BlitzTech engine, which, like many other engines, it could deploy to Xbox, the original, and it could deploy to 360. So we could essentially write once and the game would work on both, and then we could do some bespoke code to make the 360 version look a bit better with shaders and materials and that kind of thing. So that side was okay. As we started testing a dual boot disk, it turned out, as you say, this had never been done before, and the TCRs, the technical checklist requirements for Microsoft, didn't actually work. So there was a whole bit of a bit of a mad rush at the end where the QA team and Microsoft are having to try and rework what the requirements were, because we kept failing certification on things that just could not pass. The kind of SDK didn't match what needed to be done on the certification compliance side. So it's got a bit messy right at the end there, trying to get them to actually, get it to pass.
Yes, these are the only dual format discs, I believe. I'm not aware of any others, and most people don't even know that they were special dual format, and most people never even thought about it. And back in those days, like a lot of people just said, it's for my Xbox, and plugged it in, and they didn't even think about it. Which actually, from a marketing point of view, is cool. It's exactly what they wanted. It's the people didn't worry about it. They let the developers have all that hassle.
Legacy is a funny thing. Creative people often have very little say in what they are remembered for, and often the project you loved dearly and put the most effort into is not that thing. Sometimes it's a Burger King game where the guy sneaks around and does a little dance. Why is it that we remember games like this? Is it because they were good? The best designed games we've ever played? Probably not. Maybe it's just because they made us laugh, or because they were so different and unique that we couldn't help but remember them. If there's one thing about these games that stands out from talking to the people behind them, is that there was very little luck or happenstance behind them getting made. These were smartly planned and executed games, where clear communication between developer and client was established throughout. So now when I look at these games, I don't just see the funny dance or the head or the burger driving a bike. I also see the work of some talented and dedicated developers who were somehow able to design and create 3 entirely different games that ran natively on 2 different generations of consoles in under 8 months. And regardless of what the games were about, that's certainly something they can be proud of.
I'm so proud that these games live on in people's psyche and out now. I mean, we've done many games, and some of them, they come out and they kind of fade away, but some of them, Dizzy's an obvious one, Glover is another one that keeps coming out, Fusion Frenzy, people talk about a lot, and of course, when I say the Burger King games, actually there's only one that's really the really standout one, and that's the one that people have just for, well, as you say, almost 20 years now. People are still talking about this one, and makes me proud, really, and amused at the same time, especially when it's such a crazy game.
I think the legacy is very weird, to be honest. Quite often if I meet people and I'll say I've been doing game development all my life, and they'll say, oh, what kind of things? And I can say like, we did the first ever Xbox game, Fusion Frenzy. It beat Halo, and they go, oh, nice. Or I'll talk about doing Bad Boys or this other game or this one, and then I say, oh, when we did the Burger King games, and that's when I go, oh, you did the Burger King games, and it's far more higher profile than anything else I've done, which is that is strange. I kind of look back on it a lot more fondly now. It was a bit kind of cringe to start with, as to, this is my legacy, is this going to be the one? That's pretty crazy. Now I've got kids and they think it's quite cool in a weird way, and they love the fact that I can't remember his name, the pro wrestler that's trying to buy every single copy of Sneak King. Have you seen him?
Yeah, I find that on Reddit and on Twitter and any other social media. Anytime someone shows off their collection where they have way too many copies of one game, people are like, uh-oh, someone's gunning for the Sneak King guy, and I get tagged in it all the time, and I think it's so funny that out of all the dumb things that I've done in my life and all the weird times I've been on TV, in my underwear, headbutting thumbtacks or whatever, the thing that I get called out for the most is having just way too many copies of the game Sneak King. And if that's how I'm remembered, if I ever die in this world, I think that's a valid, noble thing to be remembered for. Just the fact that I made someone laugh once is enough for me. It justifies storing all this and all that. If I could get a good laugh, get a couple of points on Reddit, it doesn't matter. It's about the story, it's about the laughter, it's about the humor, and that's what life is about. It's not about becoming super successful or famous. It's about finding things that make you laugh and rushing toward them and holding on to them dearly, because we have so little time on this world. And if you're not doing stuff that produces laughter for yourself and others, then what are you doing?
In 1999, the children's network Nickelodeon was changed forever with the premiere of a new cartoon series named SpongeBob SquarePants. Nickelodeon had developed many popular TV shows in its 20-year existence, but it had never had a hit like SpongeBob. The show debuted to high ratings, with an audience comparable to Nickelodeon's biggest series at the time, Rugrats. But SpongeBob found massive success in an area that other Nickelodeon shows hadn't: merchandising. The company had purposefully shied away from extending the brand too far from the network itself. While Nickelodeon had turned some of its properties into toys, feature films, and video games, they feared that too much merchandising would contradict the brand's goal of appealing to young audiences. Nickelodeon was supposed to appear as a network run by kids, for kids, and the executives believed that children could tell when they were being advertised to, thus interfering with the channel's primary objective. On top of this, a general distaste for the Walt Disney Company and its practices had solidified Nickelodeon's motivation to limit size and avoid feeling corporate. All of this was thrown out the window after SpongeBob premiered. The potential profit from merchandising the show's characters and setting was too large to ignore, and the title character would turn into Nickelodeon's unofficial mascot, its own Mickey Mouse, within just a few years. It appeared as though Nickelodeon was cashing in, but they were still concerned with expanding outside of their comfort zone and tarnishing their brand. In lieu of building its own stores like Disney, a type of project that was deemed too risky, Nickelodeon instead licensed its properties to anyone that wanted them. If you could slap a SpongeBob sticker on it, then Nickelodeon would sign a document that legally allowed you to slap a SpongeBob sticker on it. And since they were already beginning to look like their main competitor, why not act like them too? And what's more Disney than rushing into a huge, difficult project fueled by temporary success? Welcome to the Nick Hotel. Going up? On October 9, 2003, Nickelodeon announced that they had formed a partnership with the hotel chain Holiday Inn for the purpose of transforming its Orlando resort, the Holiday Inn Family Suites Resort, into the first ever Nickelodeon hotel. The property was less than 5 years old, having just opened in the summer of 1999. The resort was Holiday Inn's first all-suite hotel, featuring 800 suites, 2 pools, water playgrounds, a restaurant, and a food court. The hotel was located just east of the Walt Disney World Resort, and transportation was provided to all 4 Disney parks. Nickelodeon had originally considered constructing a new resort themselves, but decided against this due to their constant fear of failure. Orlando was of course the perfect location for the resort's pilot test. It had a huge tourist population of families and young children, and the company had 2 attractions at Universal Studios Florida, Nickelodeon Studios and the newly opened Jimmy Neutron's Nicktoon Blast. The Holiday Inn was located closer to Walt Disney World than it was to Universal Studios, but Nickelodeon would take what they could get. During the announcement, Nickelodeon revealed that they had plans to build 4 more resorts throughout the country. The transformation of the Holiday Inn Family Suites Resort was to be completed in early 2005, and the renovation would cost an estimated $20 million. Nickelodeon began advertising the resort leading up to its release, and parents began to book their stays at the new hotel.
Did you hear? Nickelodeon has built a hotel just for you. Opening this Memorial Day, the brand new Nickelodeon Family Suites by Holiday Inn in Orlando, Florida. You get your own bedroom. Sweet! 2 humongous pools with slides and flumes, a giant arcade, character breakfasts, and live Nick entertainment. Parents can book reservations by logging on to www.nickhotel.com or call 1-866-GO-TO-NICK.
On March 9, 2005, the Nickelodeon Family Suites Holiday Inn, commonly referred to as the Nick Hotel, opened its doors. Guests would walk up to the bright orange resort, with characters peeking through the window of the main entrance. This led to the lobby and check-in desk. There were 4 room layouts that guests could choose from. The first was a 1-bedroom suite designed for 1 to 2 people. This included a king-sized bed, full kitchen, and a dishwasher. The second was a 2-bedroom kids suite. This included a private parents' room, a living area, a bathroom, and a themed kids' room. The kids' room would either feature a bunk bed or 2 twin beds, and the rooms were themed to different Nickelodeon properties, such as SpongeBob, The Fairly OddParents, Jimmy Neutron, Dora the Explorer, Rugrats, Danny Phantom, and more. Guests could request a specific character room and would be assigned to it if available. The kids' rooms also featured a television, and some came with a PlayStation 2. Guests could rent games from the hotel for $5 or bring their own. There was also a CD player and an activity table in most of the suites. Unlike the parents' room, there was no door separating the kids' room from the living area. This was due to a county law restricting doors on kids' suites for safety reasons. The parents' room was unthemed and featured 2 side tables, a closet, a 25-inch TV, and a makeup desk. The main living area featured a pull-out couch, a rocking chair, a dining table, and a 25-inch TV. The third suite layout was a 3-bedroom kid suite. This came with 2 private parent rooms, both with king-sized beds, a themed kids' room with a bunk bed and pull-out cot, a full kitchen, a full dining room, and 2 bathrooms. The fourth and final layout was Nick Hotel's honeymoon suite, called the Nick at Night Suite.
Oh yeah.
This included a heart-shaped whirlpool, mood lighting, scented bath lotion, an extra-large shower,
Shower for 2, baby.
and only 1 private bedroom.
Leave those kids at home.
For some reason, these rooms didn't last very long, and it seems that they were discontinued within a few years of the hotel's opening. All suites had the option of a wake-up call from a Nickelodeon character, and simple room service was available. The suites opened from the outside, resulting in the kids' suites having no windows. 14 6-story buildings housed the suites. The main structure comprised of 9 buildings, enclosing the lagoon pool, and the other 5 buildings in GOB, which was a space for special events such as conferences, birthday parties, and Starver and douse guests with water. And at certain times of the day, the water would be colored green to some kiddie area, a spa, and a less elaborate water park. This was supposed to be the more relaxing area than the often crowded lagoon pool. In between the 2 hotel structures would be a building, moving seats, bubbles, and water effects. This would show a SpongeBob 4D film. Best was a game show that tested how well families knew each other, while Nick Live was a show in which families would compete against other families in physical challenges and trivia, with the winner getting slimed. A smaller scale version of this show called Nick Live Poolside would be performed by the Lagoon Pool, with a small dunk tank dedicated to the show. The Nick Hotel also had a wide array of dining options. The mall had its own food court, with restaurants rotating in and out from time to time. Restaurants included A&W, Pizza Hut Express, Antonio's Pizzeria, and Starbucks. There was a buffet open for breakfast and lunch, an adult bar named the Nick at Night Lounge, and the hotel's signature restaurant, the Nicktoons Cafe. This reservation-only character dining restaurant served a breakfast and dinner buffet. The main appeal of the Nicktoons Cafe was of course the character meet and greets.
And now a brief tangent on Nickelodeon character costumes.
The Nick Hotel allowed guests to meet many of their favorite Nickelodeon characters. There were meet and greets set up throughout the hotel, Studio Nick character shows such as SpongeBob Live, and dance parties in the pool area. The art of turning a 2-dimensional cartoon into a 3-dimensional walk-around costume is underappreciated. If done correctly, it can bring a beloved character to life. If done incorrectly, it is creepy. Today, Disney's walk-around characters rarely come off as unsettling. This is because of the talented actors that portray them, the brilliant artists that design them, and years of trial and error. Nickelodeon did not have the benefit of the latter. All of the Nick Hotel character costumes seem to be designed in such a way that the characters appear as though they are always smiling for a picture. However, this only works if they are staring directly at the camera, which they almost never are. On the other hand, Disney's costumes are designed to be multi-purposed. For instance, when Mickey is smiling for a picture, he will tilt his head up slightly. By design, he appears to be smiling more from this angle. When he tilts his head back down, he is still smiling, but it is more neutral, as opposed to relentless and terrifying. Also, most Disney costumes are designed for some amount of neck movement. This gives the characters more life, as they don't appear as walking sculptures. Many of Nickelodeon's costumes featured heads that were too large to move. This resulted in a surplus of premium-grade nightmare fuel. Made worse if the children actually did have a nightmare, they would turn on their bed light to reveal the character staring at them while they sleep. In short, every character at the Nick Hotel looked like they were on drugs at all times. Characters appearing at the resort included SpongeBob, Squidward, Sandy, Patrick, Mr. Krabs, Dora, Boots, Diego, Blue, Danny Phantom, Aang, Cosmo, Wanda, Jimmy Neutron, Angelica, the Power Rangers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Millie and Geo of Team Umizoomi, Ming Ming Duck Ling, Fanboy and Chum Chum, Chase and Marshall, the Paw Patrol dogs, Pablo, the Bubble Guppies, and Little Bill. The costume designs improved over time, but they were still not optimal for character shows.
But Squidward, today is the day that we honor the greatest sandwich in the 7 seas, the Krabby Patty.
Behind the mall, there was a man-made lake. While it was not accessible to guests, various statues of Nickelodeon characters were placed on it. The hotel also had Christmas festivities named the Let It Snow Celebration. The resort was decorated in bright Christmas lights, and it offered hot chocolate and s'mores around fire pits. Many of the walk-around characters were dressed in seasonal costumes, and there was a special Studio Nick character show called Celebrate Nickmas. So, how much did it cost? The renovation to create the resort ended up costing around $25 million, and a total of 777 suites were available to book. Prices fluctuated throughout the year. A 2-bedroom kid suite cost between $135 and $275 a night, while a 3-bedroom kid suite cost between $300 and $600 a night. The buffet was around $10 for adults, $8 for kids, and free for anyone under 12. The Nicktoons Cafe character dining cost $17 for an adult and $10 for kids. An all-access wristband in later years would allow guests access to the 4D experience and other activities in the mall area. This cost around $20. So if you did the math, a family of 4 spending 2 nights and a full day at the hotel would cost over $750 during peak season. While this was expensive, the Nick Hotel operated as a resort, with enough activities and attractions to keep guests on property during their stay. This was different than Disney, as more often than not, Walt Disney World Resort hotel guests will be purchasing tickets to one or more of the property's theme parks. On April 30th, 2005, just over a month after the Nick Hotel opened its doors, Nickelodeon Studios at Universal Studios Florida closed. A time capsule had been buried outside of the studio in 1992. Kids voted on what they wanted to be placed in the capsule, and items such as a Back to the Future VHS, an MC Hammer CD, and a Nintendo Game Boy were buried. The capsule was to remain for 50 years, to be opened in 2042. After Nickelodeon Studios closed, the time capsule was moved to the Nick Hotel where it was reburied and displayed for guests. The Nickelodeon Hotel continued to operate normally for over a decade, adding new entertainment options and shows periodically. In May of 2012, Double Dare Live, a new game show at Studio Nick based off of the hit TV show, debuted. In 2014, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Summer of the Shell began. Some rooms were rethemed to the heroes, and a laser maze based off of the TV show was added to the mall. In 2015, the Nick Hotel celebrated its 10th anniversary, but just a month after the celebration ended, the Nick Hotel would receive some devastating news. On January 29, 2016, Nickelodeon announced that the Nickelodeon Family Suites would be rebranded back into a Holiday Inn. The news, while sad for many, was not necessarily shocking. There were a few signs that the Nick Hotel might not be around for much longer. For one, Nickelodeon had a severely reduced presence at Universal Studios Florida, since Nickelodeon Studios had closed in 2005 and Jimmy Neutron's Nicktoon Blast had closed in 2011. While walk-around characters still appeared at the park, there was no attraction dedicated to Nickelodeon. This made marketing the resort and the park together slightly more difficult, and more than anything, it was an indication that an era of Nickelodeon was over. By 2016, the original branding was dated, as all of the shows, except SpongeBob and the Fairly OddParents, had ended. Another issue was that the concept for the resort was flawed from the beginning. The Nick Hotel operated like an all-inclusive resort, similar to those found in tropical destinations. The problem was that the Nick Hotel was in the middle of Orlando. This made guests feel claustrophobic, as the resort was not sitting next to an ocean. They also wanted to go experience Orlando's many attractions. But for the price of the Nick Hotel, guests needed to stay on property to get their money's worth. However, these were all minor issues. The biggest reason for the debranding was Nickelodeon's new partnership with Charisma Hotels. This was created to build Nickelodeon resorts throughout the world. The company had never gone through with the plans for expansion with Holiday Inn, most likely due to the Nick Hotel not being a massive success. The resort was popular, but it was clear that the Holiday Inn concept wouldn't work outside of Orlando. The first Nickelodeon resort with Charisma Hotels would open in Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic later in 2016. The new resort would have many attractions similar to the Nick Hotel, but it had a more elegant and subtle design and was located on a beach. The Punta Cana resort was met with glowing reviews, and another resort is set to open in Riviera Maya, Mexico in 2019. Since Nickelodeon was focusing on a more luxurious resort brand, they decided to end their licensing contract with Holiday Inn. There was also one more reason for the closure. The hotel was not in great shape.
The Nickelodeon Hotel, 10 years later. These images may be disturbing.
By 2016, the Nick Hotel desperately needed a renovation. This meant either updating all of the Nickelodeon characters and properties, or removing them completely. The timing just happened to be perfect to end the contract. The resort was to receive a $30 million renovation along with the debranding. It was set to reopen on April 17, 2016. However, construction delays pushed the project back nearly 2 months, having been announced in January that it was to close. This put the Nick Hotel in a state of limbo for 5 months, and the hotel stayed open for most of the transformation. During this time, certain activities were discontinued, buildings were being repainted, and logos were being removed. The time capsule was once again dug up and moved to the Nickelodeon studios in Burbank. Less people were staying at the hotel during this time, and the resort felt abandoned. Many of the themed kid suites remained, despite the rest of the hotel being given a blue paint job and replacing all Nickelodeon logos with Holiday Inn. Many of the TVs and appliances had not been replaced since the hotel opened. The mall area was almost completely silent, with many of the attractions and restaurants being renovated or removed. Finally, on June 1, 2016, the resort reopened as the Holiday Inn Orlando Suites. The hotel still hosts family game shows, the food court reopened with some new restaurants, the water bucket is now dyed dark blue at certain times, the 4D theater now shows some generic movie, the laser maze is now themed to Batman, and the gift shop now sells both Nickelodeon and Disney merchandise. The prices have also dropped significantly, now typically below $100 a night for a room with a kid suite. The Nick Hotel was an interesting experiment to say the least, because it didn't not work. Attendance was consistent, it wasn't completely neglected by either company, and it avoided what would have probably been a disastrous expansion. At the same time, it wasn't perfect. The design was cheesy, the activities were immature, and there was little to nothing for parents. Plus, Holiday Inn, known more for having economical prices rather than luxurious facilities, was probably not the best choice for the partnership. Nickelodeon made the right decision in partnering with Charisma Hotels, and it is possible that many new Nickelodeon resorts will open in the future. While these new resorts best the Nickelodeon family suites in almost every category, it is still disappointing to see such an elaborate entertainment experience disappear. Seeing the debranded hotel, a skeleton of what it once was, is devastating to those that stayed there and the many more that wanted to. While it might be gone, the Nick Hotel leaves behind a decade of memories of Nickelodeon fans having the best day ever.
You probably know what this is. It's a health bar, an energy meter, or life gauge. Whatever you call it, they're everywhere. An essential part of video games and their language of design. It's a simple, elementary thing, but they haven't been around forever. Back in the golden era of arcade games, things were a bit simpler. Either you were alive or dead. There was no in-between. If you touch a ghost in Pac-Man or an alien laser in Space Invaders, that was it. Life lost, maybe game over. However, by the mid-1980s, things became more forgiving. In beat-em-ups like Final Fight and the earlier Renegade, you could take a few punches, indicated by the now familiar health bar at the top of the screen. It's an easy way to convey player health. Bar charts aren't exactly uncommon, nor are they particularly hard to implement, even on basic hardware. One of the earliest examples is probably Nintendo's 1983 arcade game Punch-Out!, which has a similar configuration to later fighting games like Street Fighter II. It's more of a stamina bar than a vitality one, but it works as you'd expect. When it's empty, it's a knockout. But as we go further back, the very concept of health starts to change, and we begin to see what would be more accurately described as energy bars. Instead of just losing health when you get hit, these examples continuously decayed, acting more as a timer. And given the popularity of spaceships and jetpacks, they were sometimes labelled as fuel or air supplies, such as in Manic Miner or Lunar Jetman. 1979's Astro Fighter, Data East's first release, is the earliest example I could find. I'm not sure if Fuel exactly fits the definition of a health bar, but they are part of the same lineage and stretch back to the earliest days of the arcade, just a year after Space Invaders. So the humble health bar has an origin, and only really became common from 1984 or so. What's most interesting is that during these early years, before the bar was codified as an absolute standard, there were some alternatives. Sometimes, health was displayed as a numerical value, such as in Gauntlet or Rogue. This method of tracking hit points can be traced to pen and paper games like D&D. Another style from the transitional era is two-stage health, the most famous example being Mario and Super Mushrooms, where you can power up and survive a hit without dying. Ghosts and Goblins does something similar. Take a hit and you lose your armor. Take another in this state of undress and you're dead. Sometimes health meters would emulate an electrocardiogram, such as in Nodes of Yesod, where its heartbeat indicator decreases in vigor as you sustain damage. This style isn't common, but has been surprisingly persistent. It turns up in later titles such as Shadow of the Beast, System Shock, and quite notably in Resident Evil. There's another particular type of health meter that's a little unusual and kind of rare, but it's definitely my favorite. I call it the Chickenometer. Now, essentially, it's just a fancy health bar, but instead of being a boring rectangle, instead it's a visual representation of your vitality. The first game to feature one is Attic Attack by Ultimate Play the Game, the studio later known as Rare. Your health is represented by the image of a roast chicken, slowly decaying with time or when you take hits. With each portion lost, it reveals the bones which constitute the chicken. Flesh slowly replenished until eventually you lose a life and the chicken resets. It is, quite frankly, vulgar. A bar would have sufficed, but instead we get this colossal indicator that dominates the screen and no doubt takes up plenty of RAM. I think they did it for two main reasons. The first is the restricted size of the playfield. In order to keep screen updates snappy, the action only occupies a portion of the screen, giving the HUD plenty of space to fill with vital info. Secondly, I think Ultimate was showing off. Attic Attack released in 1983, when even basic health bars weren't particularly common. So having this ornate piece of poultry on screen demonstrates that you don't have to forego fancy graphics in a game full of fast action. Essentially, proof that you can both have your chicken and eat it. Anyway, Attic Attack turned out to be a bestseller. Deservedly so, as it was a great game. And, as game conventions were still quite malleable, a few imitated this rather idiosyncratic feature. Pyjamarama has a pint of milk that represents your snooze power. Wake up by depleting it and you lose a life. Agent X has a particularly ornate HUD. With each life lost, you take another step closer to the grave, and the President's brain slowly switches from thinking peace to war instead. Suivo's world has a reactive face that starts off happy and gradually becomes increasingly worried, before becoming a skull. Starpause can best be described as Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner, but in space, and it features an authentic chickenometer in all its glory. It was a creative time. Games were often made by individuals. There was little editorial oversight, and we had some truly weird games as a result. Some became classics, many more have been entirely forgotten. On rare occasions, video games can even influence television, and this was the case with a British children's show from 1987 called Nightmare. It was simplified D&D filmed with a blue screen, but the health indicator they used is effectively a chickenometer variant, featuring a face that slowly decays. First, the armor peels away, then flesh fragments, revealing a skull as the player's condition became more and more perilous. In the final moments, all that remained were a pair of eyeballs. It was grotesque. It was brilliant. By the end of the 1980s, these 16-bit machines were just starting to gain traction, and residual 8-bit influence meant the Chickenometer made the transition to the likes of the Amiga. Ubisoft's 1989 title, Sir Fred, depicts player health as a few apples in the lower part of the screen. Each represents a life, and is eaten to the core when you take damage. 1989's Batman movie tie-in has a portrait in the center of the HUD, which represents your health. And as you're damaged, Batman is slowly replaced by the Joker. RoboCop 2 is similar, featuring a drinks can that gets progressively crushed. Sadly, by the time of Street Fighter 2, almost everyone was familiar with conventional health bars, and screen real estate was far too precious to waste on anything so frivolous. But there was one exception. 3D and pseudo 3D games of the era had to strike a balance between frame rate and viewable area. So often, the action would be confined to a small portion of the screen. With the release of Dungeon Master in 1987, role-playing games had started to make the transition to a first-person perspective. However, seeing the world through your character's eyes means you lose some sense of characterization. So with games like Eye of the Beholder, the logical addition of character portraits became the standard for dungeon crawling. These were used to indicate character status, to an extent at least. If a member of your party dies, they're replaced by a skull. There was another, more action-focused RPG series that made the transition to a first-person perspective around this time. It was called Catacomb. It was essentially a Gauntlet clone for the PC, with a similar-looking sequel called The Catacomb. The third in the series would be called Catacomb 3D, and like the other RPGs that made a similar leap, the HUD would feature a character portrait. A portrait that slowly transitions to a skull as you take hits. It's a chickenometer. I mean, it's not a chicken, but the idea remains the same. So, what's the big deal? Well, Catacomb 3D was developed by a company called id Software. Shortly after, they would bring out a game called Wolfenstein 3D. The character portrait remained, except this time it was animated, with the portrait becoming increasingly bloodied as you took damage. The same feature endured in Doom, Quake 2. Doom Guy is the chickenometer's long-lost cousin. It could have plumped for a health bar. It would have been the sensible choice, but they didn't. Instead, they drew 8 different poses for 5 different stages of health, plus a couple of extras, and placed it center stage. Why? Because it was cool. There's more to it than that, though. I think the reason I like these odd examples is because they defy convention. And when we see clone after clone, it's nice to have something that dares to be different. Conventions exist for a reason, and there's a danger that breaking them leads only to gimmickry. But what innovation came without a touch of bravery? So here's to the chickenometer, a neat evolutionary offshoot, a rejection of convention, and quite frankly, a bit of an oddball. Thanks for watching, and until next time, farewell.
Hello there, traveller. Please, come, sit down, rest your weary legs, grab a marshmallow. I've got a story to tell.
Today we take a look at the design of Outer Wilds, an award-winning critical hit which has been slowly building a cult following since its release in May of 2019.
This is really a game that's best played without knowing anything about it. So at a certain point, we're going to hit pause and let those of you who have yet to experience Outer Wilds an opportunity to get off. But before we get to that stage, it's probably about time we talked about the unique origins of this game.
Outer Wilds was designed by a small studio in Los Angeles called Mobius Digital Games, but years before, it started out as a student project. Alex Beecham was completing his master's thesis at the University of Southern California. His thesis project would be a game that attempted to break new design ground, while pulling in several disparate ideas from some old student prototypes.
We wanted to make a game where you're exploring a world as it changes over time in like really dramatic ways, just to get away from the idea that game environments are these static things. It works well with space exploration, of course. I wanted to make something where you fly a spaceship around, and to get to that feeling of it's super, it's dangerous. You really shouldn't be in space. Really wanted to do Newtonian flight mechanics, where you're like just drifting with your ship and the planets are hurtling around the sun. And then the other part of the really core part of the thesis was the idea that make a game where the only reason for players to explore is to sort of satiate their own curiosity. It is inspired by this part in The Wind Waker where there's this like photographer and he has an art gallery. And you can talk to him about the paintings he's put up on the wall, and they're all actual photos taken from real locations in the game. And it's cool, because you see a photo and you're like, wow, I wonder what this weird statue is. And he will like tell you where he took the photo. And so if you're curious, you can go check it out. But the game isn't telling you to do that. Outer Wilds in some ways was a response to Skyward Sword, because I'm a huge Zelda fan, and Skyward Sword is emblematic of just all of the things that I just pain me to see the Zelda series doing. And it goes with the space exploration theme, where we wanted to make a space exploration game where the reason you're exploring space is to learn about the world and to gain knowledge and not like to conquer planets. Our ideal version of real-world space exploration, more in the vein of 2001 Apollo 13. The things we learned at USC was like the value of playtesting. The fact that no matter what you do, you're going to put it in front of somebody and it's going to break immediately. I went there along with Loan Verneau, who was the other designer on Outer Wilds. We were in the same class together. Our favorite classes, I know, for us were the ones that kind of let you do it, like you do a project like thesis prep. You kind of go off and do something maybe on a prompt, but then you all get together and you sort of talk about and critique each other's projects. We had a class at the USC, the Masters, Interactive Media Masters program. It was called World Building. I don't even remember what the assignment prompt, we just had to like build a thing, build a world or whatever. And it's just like, I wonder if I can like make a spaceship that flies in Unity was sort of, and I got it working. It's just like a little like physics box. You walk inside of it and walk around, go to a cockpit and like lift off and fly around just like a terrain height map. What would spherical planets like Mario Galaxy style, but maybe a bit bigger in first person be like? And I made a planet that was bombarded by meteors and broke apart, and a bunch of asteroids with mushrooms on them and a lighthouse in the fog with these big anglerfish. And then in the thesis prep, we had this prompt called do something with the uncertainty principle. And that led to this prototype of there's the cabin and all these trees, and they would move when you looked away and just sort of shift around. And then there was this other project where you flew a bunch of these little model rockets and then had to get into a big rocket. And the idea was that once you've played, even though it's all virtual, once you've played with like the small version of it, the real version feels dangerous. And so that was like just a one-off thing. There was one you threw a probe and had a video. So just like all these different ideas that sort of just got duct taped together. And then the final one I think that really mattered was, this was because the point of this class was to sort of figure out what we wanted to do with our thesis. And I just pretty much couldn't let that spaceship from the previous class go, even though it was sort of like silly. It's just like, we're supposed to be doing stuff that like kind of pushes the medium or whatever. And I'm just like, I just want to play with the spaceship. But one of my colleagues, Simon Wiscombe, was like, you should make an emotional prototype, because I was struggling with sort of like, what is this going to be? And so instead of doing all this mechanical stuff, I made this quick prototype where you roast a marshmallow over a fire, and then you're on a little planet and the sun explodes. And you just sort of sit there, and it's like a fireworks show. It was like very rough, but it was still like kind of pretty. And then, you know, all the planets went out one by one, and then finally it hits you. At the end of thesis, we had the solar system, we had the planets conceptually as they are now. Some of them changed somewhat, but that's more or less the version that was at IGF in 2015.
And the award for excellence in design goes to Outer Wilds.
So when we started Outer Wilds, we just wanted to make something where the only point of exploring was to learn more about the world, and there would be no objectives, there would be no missions, and we just weren't sure people would be into it. So thank you for being curious to explore this janky world we created. And a big thanks to the USC Games program, the Laguna College of Art and Design, and Atlantic University College. Clearly could not have done it without any of them.
I remember sitting at GDC, because I was at GDC at IGF that year, and I saw Outer Wilds winning the Excellent in Design Award, and I was just like, this game doesn't look very good. I'm like, what's up with this weird student project winning all these awards? I could make better art than that. And so then when I heard about the job, I was like, I could make better art than that. I guess I'll play the alpha build that's free on the internet. And then it was 4 in the morning, and I was trying to get to the center of Dark Bramble, and I was like, okay, I have to work on this game. And then 2 weeks later, I moved here and worked on it.
All right, the 2015 Seamus McNally Grand Prize goes to Outer Wilds.
Thank you so much. This is insane, and I'm just tremendously grateful that for the team and for all of their hard work, all of our crazy players and people who traded stories on the internet. Thank you for exploring and just everything. Thank you.
Usually a story like this would end when somebody won an award, but the timeline of Outer Wilds doesn't exactly follow a straight path. Winning the IGF did change everything for Alex. Suddenly he found himself at the helm of a game that a bunch of people wanted to fund and publish. But we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, so let's rewind.
After he'd left school, Alex went to work on Project Spark in Seattle, but had returned to LA to work at a new studio founded by his former classmate Loan and a surprising benefactor. Actor and producer Masaoka was interested in starting a video game studio. Before his breakthrough role in Heroes, he had worked at ILM, creating visual effects for movies, including the Star Wars prequels. He had approached the head of the department at USC about hiring one of their students. Loan was recommended, and the two founded Mobius.
I think he's always been a very creative person, and video games were always a big part of his life. I know he was a huge World of Warcraft player. He cares very much about the team itself and our work culture and the way we collaborate and that sort of stuff. So it's been really great.
In the early days, Mobius worked on mobile games like Terra Chroma and Beacon 38, and after a few months in Seattle, Alex moved back to join the team. His side project, Outer Wilds, wasn't part of the Mobius portfolio, but after his success at IGF, it had made sense for the entire team to focus on it. Alex signed a deal with Massey to bring it in-house. They hired Wesley as art director and attempted to secure more funding by being the first game to launch a FIG campaign. The original idea was to give them an extra year to polish this version of the game and to get it out the door, but this loop didn't exactly go according to plan. During this year, they were approached by Annapurna about publishing the game, but Annapurna didn't want a flipped student project. They wanted the best possible version of Outer Wilds. So after a year of work, most of the art had to be redone, but this extra time also allowed much of the more interesting elements of story and world building to be added to the game.
Early on, there was the idea for the structure of the game was that we were going to have these 4 major secret locations. They were each going to answer a major question about the world. That we were going to try to get players curious about, and then everything else in the world was going to point to those. And each curiosity, I think, was going to have about 3 sort of connecting clues. The idea was the clues would point to each other and also point to the curiosity and have the clues. And that structure's sort of still there, but we added a bunch of other clues pointing to clues, pointing to, it got more complicated.
Friends, we've reached a fork in the road. If you have yet to play Outer Wilds, then this is your opportunity to get off.
Hit subscribe, smash that like button, close your browser, and boot up your favorite video game machine. We're going to try and skirt around solutions and some of those bigger reveals, but as a general rule, we're entering the spoiler dimension here, so you've been warned.
Ready? All right. Let's meet the planets.
I do remember it was early in thesis year. I wish I had a picture of it, but I just remember like there was a whiteboard and I just like started drawing just ideas on the whiteboard and then just circling like 5 or 6 of them. And one was the Hourglass Twins. One was just like a bunch of thorns stuck together. And Brittle Hollow was sort of from that world building assignment, like meteors hitting a planet that breaks apart. One was a gas giant, but just like conceptually, not like the way it is in the game. Oh, and then a comet, just because we're like, elliptical orbits are cool. It'll look cool on the map. Let's throw a comet in. Maybe if it gets near the sun, we can do something with heat.
The joke we always make about Outer Wilds is it's the game you're not supposed to make. Because like the way you do nice lighting in games is by static objects that don't move. Everything in Outer Wilds is always moving. The way you like make games is on a grid in Maya. Everything in Outer Wilds is on a sphere. Any like thing you expect out of game development, we just kind of had to throw away and figure it out. And so each planet had like its own weird problems to solve, where it's like, you know, we think we figured out how to make the terrain on Timber Hearth, and you go to the Hourglass Twins and it just doesn't work at all.
When Wesley applied for the job at Mobius, he had a few things going for him. He had worked on a number of large projects, including EverQuest, Microsoft Flight, and HoloLens. But before he worked in game development, Wesley spent his youth growing up in the Santa Cruz Mountains, on a campground surrounded by redwoods. So when it came to creating striking visuals for each of the planets, he knew exactly where to pull inspiration from.
Early on, we decided to reference national parks. Timber Hearth is a combination of Yellowstone and Sequoia National Park, and a little bit of Mount Rainier too, because on the surface you kind of have like the alpine trees. Brittle Hollow, we looked at like Greenland and Iceland, like the basalt rock stuff, which at the time there was like no games that did that, and then every game that's come out in the last 10 years has had that environment in it. Giant's Deep is probably the least based on an actual park. It's sort of loosely inspired by like the Santa Cruz like beach cliffs where I grew up.
And then our friend.
Each of them was a unique design challenge. The clock is ticking here, folks, but I still think we have enough time to take a trip around the solar system.
The first one we did after the Fig campaign was Timber Hearth. We worked on the village, which shouldn't have been the first thing that we did because it's one of the most complex areas, and like we would keep coming back around to it every time we would improve the art style. It's like, all right, how can we make the village better again? We need to like fix all these things because, you know, playtests would show that people weren't finding the right tutorials.
Cosmos, really early on, they were like kind of antagonistic about the idea of going into space. Everyone else is like, don't do it. Like, oh, this is having the opposite effect. And so Kelsey and I talked and came up with the idea of, okay, you're the newest astronaut in the space program, your village
gives you the launch code, and he's also the only mandatory conversation in the entire game. Ended up with instead was we reversed it. You as a player, what do you want to do next? It's a selection. We gave them a few ideas too, right? It's like if they didn't know what to do, we still gave like, yeah, there are some things you could be interested in.
Sky. But we're like, how are we going to get islands? Like, why? Like, how are we going to get that to work physics-wise? Also, like, just conceptually. And we're like, well, maybe there are 2 layers of fluids of different densities. It's like, well, one could just be water. Oh, it's an ocean planet. And then we're going to toss them up with tornadoes because we can do that.
My favorite planet is Giant's Deep. Just because I love storms. Like I was really into tornado movies when I was a kid and that kind of stuff. So getting to make these giant tornadoes was a lot of fun for me.
We have the fluid system, which is like pretty simple, but it's a student project. You just sort of take the things you have and just reuse them over and over again. And so we use the fluid system for the geysers, for the sand funnel on Hourglass Twins, for the water on Giant's Deep, for the tornadoes on Giant's Deep. It's just us reusing like the same idea. We're just gonna like take a force and fling something. To sort of lean into the idea that it's just all these pieces moving around and you're just caught in the storm.
Yeah, Dark Bramble is sort of a weird case. The challenges there were very different. The biggest challenge was just the scale of Dark Bramble. Because when you fly in, like, it's covered in fog, so you can't tell, but those environments, like, they're just huge in comparison to anywhere else in the solar system.
It was largely motivated that we wanted at least one of the planets to be a zero-G environment. And obviously there was something very large that we had to hide inside Dark Bramble. The planets in the game are like not that big. And we just embrace the idea of these sort of dimensional pockets that you fly through because it works really well with the lights.
Dark Bramble has ice around it. And it's like, all right, easy, just make some ice. Well, it needs to look specifically like Dark Bramble ice, so when you see it on a different planet, you'd be like, hey, that's some stuff from Dark Bramble. I can't just make it look like ice, because I used the ice-looking ice over here on like, on the Comet or on Brittle Hollow or stuff like that. So it's like, okay, how can I make this ice still look like ice, but look different from this other ice?
A binary planet seemed cool, and just the idea that something could transfer from one to the other over, because we're just looking for ways that we can change things over time, ideally in a way that is like easy for us. And I remember originally it was like, oh, it could be like water flowing between the two. And then sand just couldn't resist the idea that of you getting closed into these space, you know, just knowing you're like, oh my God, I'm trapped and I'm going to die a horrible death. Just, it was too good to pass up. In the final release, the tech and the art teams did some really cool stuff to make it look more complicated than a sphere getting bigger and a sphere getting smaller, but that's like all it is.
You know, we think we figured out how to make the terrain on Timber Hearth, and you go to the Hourglass Twins and it just doesn't work at all. And so we had to come up with a different strategy there. And so each planet had that. And for the Hourglass Twins, it was that it's full of caves. And so, as I mentioned before, you have two different curvatures at the different heights of a planet. And for the Ember Twin, you have caves that slope from one of those to the other. So not only do you have two different curvatures, but you have a ramp that has to match one curvature at the top of the ramp and a different curvature at the bottom of the ramp. And then, you know, you got to put all the props in there and make it feel good to move on. So it's just like a compoundingly difficult thing to do.
We didn't have it in the alpha, but we had the idea for it melting. And then Lowen was the one who did the first pass on it. And then at some point, I went and did a pass on the surface and came up with the idea, because the Comet wasn't that fun to navigate, just moving around on it, because there's not that much there. And it's like, well, what if the ice, if you can just like slide on the ice? Like, is that too goofy? Like, is that tonally dissonant with what you learn in the Comet?
The hardest planet we often referred to as the final boss for the art team was Brittle Hollow, because it's the biggest planet because it has both an outside and an inside surface. It's one of the biggest planets just in terms of diameter, and then it's one of the most complex in terms of level design and pathing and, you know, all these different things that need to go there, like 2 giant Nomai cities. It was like the hardest for every discipline of the game, design, tech, art, like for everyone it was the final boss.
Brittle Hollow was originally like had a molten core. There was no black hole. And the pieces, I believe the pieces, like when they got hit, they were going to get jettisoned away from the planet. And at some point, it's just like, this doesn't actually make any sense. Like, why are they drifting away from gravity? Like, okay, can we make them fall in? How would we, like, where are they going to go? They're just going to like, okay, there's a black hole and it spits them out over here. I remember prototyping a version of that and then like changing my mind and being like, no, this is too much. It's like too crazy and weird, and like it's not as colorful because like the black hole's all dark. Let's just like go back to the molten core and we'll add geysers that like from the core that heat water, and the geysers shoot these pieces of the crust off into space. And then at some point it was just like, nope, the black hole thing was cool. Let's go back to that. And then weirdly the geysers ended up on Timber Hearth, and the idea of pieces getting thrown into space ended up on Giant's Deep.
It was like hard to tune the pieces falling at the right time because it's a simulation. They have hit points and they get hit by meteors and they fall, and it's not scripted in the sense of like it happens in a specific pattern. It took a long time for design to like lock it, and then art had to go in and, you know, just fill it out. And there's just so many rocks on that planet, just thousands and thousands of rocks. And we put all those there by hand. It's not like procedural. So we make sure that you can see in the right places and that it feels good to walk on and all of that. And then with that planet, you also have to make sure that like in between the crevices, you know, you can't fall through in some places, but you can fall through in others where you're supposed to. Pretty much any challenge that you can have, we did have there. And there's all the normal Outer Wilds problems of you have curved surfaces with different curvature based on where you are on the planet, which is not something that a lot of games have to deal with.
It was supposed to be a bit overwhelming at first, right? Because you arrive in a city and it adds to the whole feeling of wonder when you arrive in a new place and it's like, oh my God, there is so much. Each district is like one main piece of content. the first thing you would find when entering the district. Like another one of the districts, you arrive and there's a big waterfall that sort of like frames 3 white, we call them Nomai whiteboards, but there's only one of them has text on it. So you're like, okay, I probably need to find the other 2 somewhere, right? So the first thing players see or the first thing player experience should give them a question. And then like the natural impulse is like if the player has a question in their mind, hopefully by then they go, okay, let me answer that question.
Mobius had made an entire solar system for the player to explore, but this solar system didn't have any explicit objectives, mission markers, or fast travel. So how did they let the player know where to go? And more importantly, how did they let players know when they had accidentally found something important?
We didn't want players to go look behind every tree and every rock and in every nook and cranny. So what he made sure of was that detail would always only be where content was. So like if you look at Timberhearth, you have like vast expanse of grass on the surface, and it's just grass, nothing there. And then each of the actual craters with content have incredible visual density of detail.
It was like a challenge of like trying to stick as close to the gray box as possible, because like every time it's like, oh, I'll put like a nice little tree over here, or like a pot, or like some sort of thing, and then like the designers would look at it and be like, oh, like actually there's like this very specific like viewpoint. You need to be able to see this clue that's like across this chasm. So if you put too much stuff though, you block the view, and it's like, oh god.
Lighting as well sometimes, just like if you keep everything relatively dark or like same tones, and then put a bright blue or something light there, and it's like immediately you notice that. Audio as well, like there's the traveling music when you're traveling around, and then there's music when you're in places with content. So like if you enter a Nomai Ruin, suddenly piano starts coming in and you hear the music coming in. And so it's all this little subtle clue. If you don't have that instinct, there's something here, there's not something here. Because of the way we structured the game, it is very easy to hide things. We wanted certain paths to be the first path you use, just from a narrative perspective. It was a nicer way to find that place. But then we wanted quick shortcuts to get to back to these places. And we're all worried about how would we hide these, and like had all these, and it's like, no, it's because we trained the players to not look behind any nook and cranny. We learned a lot of things in relationship to player, the way people perceive things and the way, players naturally go about it. Some of it was frustrating, like the natural impulse to see text as lore was definitely something we had to fight against. The natural impulse that most players have to need a goal. Hopefully more and more games do away with that, and so I'm hoping that slowly it'll be easier actually to do the sort of things we did in Outer Wilds, as people get more like willing to set their own goals and get a bit more proactive in trying to read things as a way to progress.
Outer Wilds is such a complex design challenge that it's easy to forget the technical complexity of the project. While Alex and Lohan led the design team, the game's engineering was led by another duo. Technical artist Logan Verhoef had graduated CS Games at US Santa Cruz and was a year behind Alex and Lohan at USC, while software engineer Jeffrey Yu had graduated USC as an aerospace engineer with a minor in computer science.
So technical art is writing shaders that run on the GPUs. So like, as well as setting up particle systems and setting up lighting and that sort of thing. So I did a bunch of math that makes the singularities look like they do. I did a bunch of math that made our lighting work the way it does. A lot of tools work. Half the gameplay code
other than the designers, it's just the two of us doing all the code. So
yeah.
This is Timber Hearth. This is what it actually looks like in our scene. Here's like the moon over here.
So how do you like work on this, considering it's like a sphere? Like how do you get in? And
I mean, if you just learn how to sort of work like that. So we're actually looking straight up right now, but you just because flying around still works the same.
Right.
You just learn to sort of work in this weird way. Sometimes people like work like this or something or that. Anytime I'm working on the underside of a planet, I have to do this sort of kick flip here. And now right and left is reversed.
Oh no.
But I remember that I'm in this mode, so I'm just automatically like, okay.
Each planet is a rigid body, like a physically simulated like object moving through space affected by forces. And so is everything else, like everything in the game is. You know, if we were a different game, we could get away with saying like, you know what, we'll just fudge it. We'll just like, you know, fake it when you're on this planet and it'll look right. But because Outer Wilds is a game about simulation and about truth in systems, that was top of my list for things I didn't want to do. Was fake anything. That is one of those things where we try to just like tighten it. We reduce the number of colliders on the planet. We reduce the complexity of them while still having it be a surface you can walk around on. So like if this coffee cup were a physics object, you know, the rendering mesh has all this detail and curvature and all this in it. Physics could probably just be like a 8-sided cylinder, and you know, that's enough. You can fly around, hit the wall, bounce off, roll around.
Maybe even make it just, you know, a 4-sided one.
Yeah, if you don't need it to roll, 4-sided, if the player's just walking into it. So going in and finding places to cut back here and trim a little bit there is good. A lot of people wonder like, hey, are they like faking all the caves inside planets?
Is the zero-G cave, it's literally zero-G because it's in the middle of the planet?
Yes, yeah, because you're no longer being attracted to like the sum of all the mass. Now you're there and all the mass is around you. And so it's all pulling on you equally in each direction. So this is actually physically correct. If you leave a planet, we do a bunch of stuff to optimize it while you're not there. We switch to like a super low res version of the planet, you know, handmade by like Lara or someone else.
Colliders.
Yeah, turn off a bunch of the collision so we aren't updating all this collision math while there's nothing there to collide with. We suspend a bunch of scripts and a bunch of objects. The issue is that if you leave your ship on a planet and you go somewhere else, it still needs to collide with stuff.
We need colliders there. So
and furthermore, for this philosophy of like the truth in the system, if there's a geyser going off and it should be hitting that ship, it needs to keep hitting that ship. If the sand level is rising and it's like trapped underneath something, it needs to respond to that.
Right.
That means we have to keep all the collision and scripts running when the ship is left on a planet. When you leave a probe on a planet, you need to be able to take snapshots of it from across the solar system, which means all the rendering, all the visuals need to be turned on.
And if you have it right next to the geyser has to go off.
The worst thing you can possibly do in that game is have the scout, yourself, and the ship all on different planets. And if you really want to go hard, I put the Nomai shuttle on a 4th. But like, don't do that. It's because we have to render at least some of what's going on. Like if you leave your ship on Brittle Hollow and a piece breaks, your ship needs to go through the black hole and get spit out the white hole. If you leave it on Ash Twin, we need your ship to get sucked up by the sand funnel, even if you're halfway across, you got teleported to Giant's Deep or something. And that was really important to us. We tried really, really hard, and the tech team kind of worked really hard to make sure we didn't lose the sense that this is a world that doesn't revolve around you. Because that was one of the main design pillars. It's like not a player, it's not supposed to feel like a player-centric game. The world doesn't stop simulating just because you're elsewhere, right?
At one point we thought about making this an achievement, but then thought better of it.
Oh, no, we didn't think better of it. Annapurna got miffed at us because one of our suggested achievements was called Critical Performance Hit. and it was leave your ship on one planet and your probe on another and go to a third. And they were like, you cannot have an achievement be the player crashing their PlayStation or Xbox. Like, no, absolutely. Are you insane? And we're like, yes,
we're
but
purposely making people get
good
frame
point.
drops.
Yeah, it's like, don't encourage people to do this. And we're like, okay, that you're right, but not as fun.
Like everything in this world is moving, right? I guess the sun is maybe the only object that's not technically
Technically
moving?
it is too, because the way we, with video games, you gotta keep the camera near the center of the world's coordinate space.
Okay.
Or you start running into floating point error and everything starts kind of jittering. And so we have to keep the player near the mathematical origin of the world. And the way we do that in this game, a lot of games sort of, like you reach a threshold and they like reload the next zone, right? But because ours, everything's moving relative to each other, what I ended up doing back when it was a student project is just every time we apply a force to the player, we just apply an opposite force to every physics object in the world that's currently simulating. And it doesn't actually really do anything to performance because we're already doing that, right? We're already applying forces to every object because everything's moving. It's just another number on top of numbers. So when you jump in Outer Wilds, technically every planet's jumping out from under you, and you're more or less not moving. So it works, and we haven't changed it.
There's some like cosmic horror about that or something. Yeah. There's some like science, that's like, it makes me recoil a little bit hearing that.
I love it that because we're always like, oh yeah, and the player's not the center of the world, but technically you are. Like literally the center of the world at all times.
For the story, Alex turned to his lifelong collaborator, his sister Kelsey. As children, they made silly plays together and stop-motion mock-ups of the Star Wars films starring Beanie Babies. Kelsey had been writing her entire life and had often used a tangential form of note-taking which inspired the Nomai whiteboards. I was eager to talk to her about the wonderful personalization of the Nomai using these interplanetary telephone logs. But unfortunately she doesn't live in the same state as the studio, so we did the next best thing and aimed our scout across the country at North Carolina.
Some of them are like literally just meeting notes. It's like, here's what we decided, and someone else is like, oh yeah, by the way, so-and-so wants to do this other thing. So having kind of a rationale behind why these things are getting written down and explained, to me just kind of added a sense of logic to what was going on. Yeah, a little less difficult to explain things because they're talking to each other. They need, everyone to understand what's going on. For how much Outer Wilds is a very narrative-driven game, I actually really love very character-driven writing, and a lot of my writing is like that. It's very intensely about characters and about their evolutions, and I think that's kind of what the difference, I felt like that was what was going to be the difference between having an interesting story with interesting characters versus the more tropey ancient alien civilization who was here before us and is smarter than we are. What essentially the player is doing is they're tracing the same journey that the Nomai took, and then eventually, spoiler alert, toward the end of the game, you're finishing that journey. And to really feel like you were connecting with the Nomai, I don't think people really connect with like a civilization as a whole. So I think it necessarily had to be very character driven, which was terrifying because you don't see these characters. And also I had a very small chunk of text to work with. And most of it had to be dedicated toward quickly advancing a complex story, and then also getting across your clues. And then of course the clues work as, here's what's happened, here's kind of the next piece, here's where you should go to continue chronologically in the story, and then there's like a little piece that directs usually backward of like, here's where I'd go to check out where this piece came from if you want to trace it the opposite direction chronologically. And then it usually connects into other things depending on who the characters are in that particular, because I use certain characters are attached to certain plot lines. So that when that character is present, typically that's kind of the signifier that plot line is coming into play and intersecting with this other one.
How do we communicate this idea to players in a way that is like interesting narratively? Makes sense why the Nomai would even be talking about this. And is also like, telling you read it and you're like, okay, I get what this text is actually communicating. And we just did so many revisions of all of this and so many play tests.
This is how you used to read text in the game.
Oh wow!
Except it's not
Is
like
it busted? Oh,
probably. They were busted at one point, yeah.
Or you have to pull out your. No, you have to pull out your translator.
Oh my gosh, I coded this.
Oh wow.
It does that faster now.
That's yeah.
From a design perspective, a certain amount of minimalism was actually advantageous. Like, knowledge is the only reward. So you learning, things is the only thing you get. It's really hard to do because players see text as lore that is not necessarily actionable. We really had to set the example of never having lore-only text, which also applies to other things, to have lore-only pieces of level design or part of the environment. So through design, we actually had to be pretty minimalist because we had to make sure everything was actionable and everything was pointing to the thing it helped you to do.
So originally, the ship log we knew we were going to need because we didn't want people to have to take paper notes. We originally only had the solar system view, where it's sort of the planets in a row. We added the rumor mode with the lines, the detective board, like a year before launch, because we just had some playtests. People just weren't understanding the structure of the game, like how to go about investigating. Let's just show them how we think about it, and let's just put our design docs into the game, pretty much, is what we did. We needed ways to get people curious about things, and pointing your telescope at a distant planet and hearing a sound just seemed like a no. It's like, well, yeah, of course people are going to want to go check that out. You can go to NASA's website, and there are these recordings of sounds from Saturn where they sort of interpret data they've recorded. And there's just, we knew we wanted to have these travelers around the solar system on each planet, sort of as the trail guide, or the travel guides for each planet. And it's like, okay, they each play an instrument, and wouldn't it be cool if you could just pick up the music in sort of a whimsical fashion?
Back in the very beginning stages, we were talking about having the different travelers on different planets, and then I kind of crafted the concept with Alex of having them actually all playing the same tune, not having them play different songs. I was like, we should have them play together, so it's kind of grasp this approach where no matter where you're at, the world can be a smaller place through music, and you can be connected that way. Hopefully captivated that message by having them all apart, but really they're all in sync, in a certain way, through this tune that's really a premonition to the end of the game. Really, it was based on thinking about sitting around a campfire, and something that's simple and easy to play but memorable, so it kind of gets caught in your head. So I mean, really the main theme is only a couple bars long. It's about the joy of life and the journey and all the existential stuff that it gets involved towards the end of the game. And it's sort of this theme that starts off when you hear it first, it sounds kind of happy, but over time it becomes this melancholy and reflective piece. So that's kind of what I was aiming for, this bittersweet, nostalgic campfire tune. Really, I want it to be when music is playing, something important is happening. It's not just kind of, it's important for it to stand out when it needs to, and when there doesn't need to be music, there shouldn't be. And especially when you get into the desolation of space, I think it helps make it a little bit more fearful in areas where there's no music, because you really do feel like you're a little bit more alone, because all you're hearing is your breathing and stuff. That way people notice the music, and it actually is meaningful rather than always just being around. The second thing I ever wrote was the main title. So what I did was I went back and I recorded myself playing banjo with my 7 years ago self at the very end, just because I thought it would be cool to literally wrap the game up when you first play it. It's me playing at the beginning when we started, and then at the very end. It's multi-track banjo, and one of them is me from 7 years ago, and one of them is me from right before the game came out. It's May. Yeah, that's what I was I have to do it, I have to do it.
We talked to the team at Mobius about design for over 2 days, but as you know, time is precious, so we can't fit it all in the doc. So if you're interested in watching some bonus scenes, you can do so on our Patreon for the price of a few bags of marshmallows. Speaking of paywalls, Outer Wilds had what you might consider to be an untraditional launch. For PC, it would be an Epic Game Store exclusive, while on consoles, it would launch as part of Xbox Game Pass. We asked the development team about the reasons for both of these partnerships, and they said those decisions were made by Massey and their publisher, Annapurna.
The game launched in May of 2019 and has been slowly building positive word of mouth as the studio continues to tinker on it.
The Ash Twin project has gone through several redesigns as the final puzzle has stumped a number of players, while the game was brought to PlayStation 4 in October of 2019.
Yes, I would like to publicly apologize for the Ash Twin project puzzle. We are still working on that, actually. Yeah, we keep that was one where you just didn't have enough long form playtests. We did do long form playtests, and we knew that was an issue. It's not as easy as just going in and like just telling people the answer, because we don't want to invalidate all of the other clues. So we're trying some new stuff with our new patch, actually. That's coming out pretty soon. We'll see. We're watching people play, streamers online, still taking playtest notes.
We've been really happy, with Game Pass. It has really brought so many people that may not have played the game, and now that they have, they're just enthusiastic evangelists for us. So that has been a really great experience. Because it's a game that's so easy to spoil, you try to say as little as possible, which makes it hard to sell. So like a game that is in itself a mystery will definitely benefit from a subscription service like that, because it's like people are like, they won't buy a mystery, but they may try out a mystery and then be like, oh my god, you have to try this.
I remember one of my favorite moments when we first showed the game off at PAX East. Someone was playing on Brittle Hollow, and they like parked their ship, and they went down and explored for a while, and then they were looking over and they saw a piece falling, and then their ship just sort of like tumbled off the top of the fragment and like bounced off as it was falling into the black hole. And they're like, my ship! And they were like chasing after it as it's like falling into this black hole, and I was like, all right, we made a cool game. I spent a lot of time on it. Like several people on the team spent like basically a year of our lives working on that ship. And we had all these like grand ideas of like, oh, we want it to break apart, and we want all the like little gadgets to be actually useful. And like in the middle of development, when you're just like trying to ship the game, it's like, oh, there's no way, like it's just gonna be a box that moves around. Like, I guess we'll make it work. And then when we actually like managed to get like the damage in there, we managed to get the destructibility in there, and just the more little details we could add, it just really feels right. And seeing people fall in love with the ship and like have adventures where the gravity crystal breaks and they're floating around hurtling towards the sun and they're trying to repair things, and it's just so exciting for me every time I see something like that.
I mean, when you're a musician and a composer, you want to be listened to, and you want to be heard, and like have your voice like speak a story through your musical voice. And finally that has happened on a large scale where people are noticing my work. So it's like finally stuff is paying off after all this time. The community behind Outer Wilds is like really passionate about the music too, as well as the game. So that's been like incredible to have people reach out and like tell me how much the music means to them, or that they've been listening to it like nonstop. And I don't know, it's really like it feels really good.
All right, it's time we address the elephant in the room. There's probably a bunch of you who clicked on this video expecting us to be talking about something else. A different game set in space that came out in 2019 and was developed by a studio based in Los Angeles.
I think we were just in a class and a few of us were brainstorming. We were just tossing around ideas, words that felt good. I remember at one point we were like, cosmic wilderness. And then we're like, all right, well Wilds is shorter, that, and then Outer Wilds somehow, like, just, you kind of slot the words together eventually, and just like, Outer Wilds, yeah, all right. And it stuck.
Do you remember when you first saw that there was another game coming out that had a somewhat similar name?
I do, because it was almost exactly a year ago at the Game Awards.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Actually, no, we had seen it, they'd filed a patent, or like a copyright, we had seen The Outer Worlds. I remember looking at that being like, wow, I really hope they like hear about our game and don't do that. But the Game Awards, we saw that trailer, and it's just like, all right, cool. The Outer Worlds and Outer Wilds together in 2019. They obviously are a bigger studio than we are and have a bigger kind of reach, and I think ultimately it's probably good for us, because just people talk about it. They're like, wait, these aren't the same game? What is happening? Like,
have you ever met any of the folks from Obsidian? They're pretty close. They're in Irvine.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. You know, we've talked about that we should like do some sort of cross-promotional thing with them. Right. Just like, you know, just anything. Or like April Fools, we just actually switch our names. I think Logan mentioned that the other day. I was just like, oh, it'd be so good though.
Do like the Outer bundle.
Yeah, it's been a strong year for Outer games.
We've explored the origin of this game, the design of its planets, how the team guided players, the technical challenges, and the emotional core of the game. But Outer Wilds is more than a sum of its parts. It's the type of game that leaves you with a feeling that can't be explained. It has to be experienced.
And for the team at Mobius Digital, the years-long cycle from award-winning thesis project to full retail release has been an experience all on its own.
I think the nicest thing is, even though working on the project has been like super crazy, we haven't really had to like crunch, and we all work like reasonable hours. I think it's the fact that it's just like a nice chill atmosphere.
You know, we try to keep the work environment good and safe and make sure people don't overwork, but to some extent we did not as good of a work on that side for the leads. For me, Alex and Wesley, we both had to deal with a lot of stress, and so like, yeah, it was difficult, but to finally see the results, to hear from people. This dad who played the game with their, I think 9 or 10-year-old kid, and who told us that at the end the kid wanted to become an astronaut. I was just melting in my chair reading this, you know? It's that sort of stuff. It's just like, oh my God, okay, this was all worth it in the end, yeah.
When we released it and we started to get feedback back in, just seeing the people who understood what we were trying to do. It's like people like the game for the reasons why we made it, and like they got the story we were trying to tell. And I'm really proud that we told a story that could only, in a way that could only be told through video games. And because we tried really hard. We wanted to make something that couldn't have been made any other way. Yeah, that there's sort of this just connection with everyone who plays the game, and like we added something meaningful to the lives of the people who played it is just like really humbling, but like an incredible feeling.
Thanks for watching our video. Shout out to all these patrons who have paid for all these marshmallows, which I've been gorging on for most of the shoot. They're really delicious. They'd be a lot nicer if we actually had a fire here. But setting fires indoors is probably not a good idea. And California kind of frowns, you know, frowns on people setting fires outdoors for documentaries about video games. So we just did it in post, I guess. Thank you so much for supporting our work. If you'd like to become a patron and get access to bonus scenes from this documentary and a bunch of other things, then please go to patreon.com/noclip and help us fund even more documentaries in 2020. This whole video is of just me chewing on marshmallows for patrons. They pay for the good stuff. Oh my God.
We have, there's one that's so like where we like lock, where it's like there's an IGF build, but with like a lot of the planets locked off. Because we don't want people to spoil themselves for the whole game. Right. So like if you go too close to certain planets, it like blows up the sun.
Oh, that's funny.
It's like there's like a spoiler warning around the planet.
Right.
And then there's like the original one that we like took it down, but like you can find it. It's kind of fun.
Cool. We should definitely get some footage of
this is supposed to be the tower that you. Right. This is the tower of quantum knowledge. You have to wait for it to fall through.
Right. Yeah.
Because except there's like. Oh yeah, that's the original one, right? That's not yours.
Yeah, it has a weird spinny. It looks cool. Distortion. Oh, there goes a piece. Oh God. Whee! Well, it caught on one object, but it.
Oh right, because the physics actually.
Oh, you're gonna hit this thing?
Apparently.
Getting to the Southern Observatory used to be a lot easier.
The joy of a secret is twofold. Equal delight lies in both discovery and disclosure. Perhaps this explains the presence of hidden messages, in-jokes and secret references in media. often called Easter eggs in reference to the springtime pursuit of hunting hidden treats. So join me as we uncover the secret world of hidden eggs. Perhaps the best place to start our search is at the very beginning. And one of the earliest well-known video game Easter eggs is in Atari's Adventure from 1979. Collecting a hidden item and delivering it to a specific location would trigger a secret message. Created by Warren Robinett, the developer's name rendered in flashing text. Adventure's secret is certainly well known, but it isn't the very first. Video Whizball for the Fairchild Channel F had a similarly hidden name in 1978. And there might even be earlier secrets, yet left to uncover. In these early examples, spare space in the game was at a premium. With only a few bytes free in the memory budget, sneaking in some initials was really the only viable option. This was at a time when programmers were not credited for their work. Such thankless toil under companies like Atari would eventually spur the formation of third-party developers, Activision being the very first. Nowadays, space constraints are much more lax, and developers get to see their names in the game's credits. But in places where you'd expect to see names within a game's world, level designers will often insert the names of themselves or of co-workers, such as a certain Dr. Newell in Half-Life's Office Complex chapter. Sometimes it's more than just a developer's name or initials that are concealed. Faces are often slipped in, either hidden in plain sight or in a secret area. Photos of developers crop up in all sorts of places, from mundane faces in a crowd to the slightly unconventional caveman family seen in Halo 3, bearing the face of Bungie's creative art director, Marcus Leto. Another notable example is hidden in the ultimate level of Doom 2. With the help of no-clip cheats, it's possible to get inside the final boss, where you're greeted by the head of John Romero, impaled upon a spike. Cinema permeates pop culture, and video games are not immune to its influence. Movie tie-in games are an obvious example, but subtler references crop up in Easter egg form quite often. In Fallout New Vegas, the Wild Wasteland perk adds a suave-looking skeleton lodged inside a refrigerator, harking to a certain scene from the fourth Indiana Jones film. And in Dead Island, a hidden cabin is home to a cameo from Friday the 13th's Jason Voorhees. Television shows are another popular reference in games, and The Simpsons is a recurring choice. Duke Nukem 3D has a secret Sector 7G in a later level, and Black Ops 2 references the show in a more subtle fashion, with a sprinkling of a few pink donuts at a nuclear facility. For a time, references to Lost were popular too, with the mysterious island cropping up in games like Just Cause 2, with the infamous hatch hidden inland within a forest. Grand Theft Auto 5 is festooned with references to other media, but amongst them is another hidden Lost hatch, this time submerged under the sea. Such references reflect the state of pop culture, and as Lost sinks from recent memory, so will the number of references to it. Beyond cinema and television, it's not uncommon to see Easter eggs pay homage to other games, either through character cameo or the presence of a familiar prop. For instance, it's difficult to include a crowbar in a game without someone construing it as a Half-Life reference. In the opening scenes of BioShock, you're told to find a crowbar or something in an effort to arm yourself. Left 4 Dead 2's link to the Half-Life series is more direct. And Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl features an unfortunate scientist named Freeman, caught in the zone. Popular games tend to have nods in their direction more often, and recently Minecraft has cropped up in multiple places. From Skyrim's notched pickaxe found atop a mountain, to the hidden creeper cave in one area of Borderlands 2, and a wholesale rendition for humorous effect within the Stanley Parable. However, some in-game tributes are less than flattering. Some of the dialogue in Battlefield Bad Company 2 takes a couple of cheap shots at Modern Warfare 2, with snide reference to snowmobile races and Spec Ops soldiers with heartbeat sensors. The Witcher 2 is slightly more subtle, with a robed figure found dead in a haystack. a reference to the impossible eagle acrobatics of Altair in Assassin's Creed. Sometimes hidden content is more in-depth than just a message or subtle reference. In some cases, Easter eggs can comprise a substantial amount of content. From hidden characters such as Mortal Kombat's Reptile, to the schizophrenic scrolling in the hidden areas of Portal. Such secrets not only surprise the player, but extend the game as well. Doom 2 recognizes its roots with the inclusion of a secret Wolfenstein level, with Nazi opponents seeing a reprise in place of the regular Hellspawn. Whimsyshire is Diablo 3's secret level, following on from the cow level in Diablo 2. Indirectly poking some fun at those who complained that the game was too colourful in pre-release screenshots. Hidden content can even be more than just a level. On occasion, you might find an entirely separate game contained within another. LucasArts' Day of the Tentacle was a sequel to the earlier Maniac Mansion, and CD versions of the game allowed you to play the full 1987 original through use of an in-game computer. Call of Duty Black Ops is generous enough to feature 2. Break your bonds in the title screen and access the terminal to play either the classic text adventure Zork or Dead Ops Arcade, a top-down shooter in the vein of Smash TV. Some Easter eggs are just outright peculiar, and one recurring oddity seen in quite a number of games is the Dopefish, a dim-witted green buck-toothed fish that first appeared in Commander Keen 4. Since then, it's made a large number of cameo appearances, from the Quake series to Max Payne, Warcraft 3, Portal, Deus Ex Human Revolution, and Rage. Appearing in more games than most characters could ever dream of, the Dopefish lives. Another odd egg is contained within Grand Theft Auto 4's Statue of Happiness, a chained beating heart of the city, hidden behind a sign that insists no hidden content this way. Such strangeness isn't necessarily confined to this world either. Mass Effect has its own space oddity in the six-limbed shifty cow, who'll pilfer your credits while you're not looking. Surprisingly, not every Easter egg is entirely intentional. Bugs and glitches sometimes transcend their status to become hidden aspects of a game in their own right. Kill screens are one such example. Early arcade machines were designed to offer an ever-escalating challenge to the player, and as such don't have a well-defined end. In some cases, this meant that attaining a certain level could break the game, and reaching stage 256 in Pac-Man would result in a glitched playfield and a game over. Part glitch, part secret level is Super Mario Bros. Minus World, a particularly well-known bug that whisks Mario into an unwinnable underwater stage. Entered by pulling off a crafty jump through level geometry and into a warp pipe, the player is left to repeat the level endlessly until running out of either lives or time. Pokemon has a similarly famous bug. With a certain sequence of actions, you could catch a glitched Pokemon that resides outside the realm of the Pokédex, known only as Missing Number. Displayed as a corrupted block of pixelated data, this glitch might exist outside the game's intended bounds, but the secret Pokemon certainly found a place both in players' hearts and in gaming legend. Some hidden content is reserved for a smaller subset of players, and those playing on an illegally sourced copy of a game are often a target for an amended experience. There has long been a rivalry between games programmers and those who would defeat copy protection, and in older games there are often hidden notes left for those with the skills to find them. Often adversarial in tone, or an appeal to the cracker's sympathy. These messages are an interesting insight into the arms race behind copy protection. Some secret features are triggered in cases where a pirate copy is detected. From a simple acknowledgement of your actions, such as in Alan Wake where you gain an eye patch, or in other cases where your progress may come to a grinding halt. Mirror's Edge slows you down just prior to a critical jump. In Arkham Asylum, Batman's cape will no longer permit gliding. And in Serious Sam 3, an immortal scorpion will pester you relentlessly, as a reminder of your misbegotten game. So we've covered a wide variety of hidden content in games within this video. and yet have really only scratched the surface of the secrets such software has to offer. It seems as though game developers have quite the sense of humour, and few are immune to the delight to be had in concealing Easter eggs for players to find. There's no shortage of will to uncover such secrets either, and players have demonstrated a preparedness to go to incredible lengths to find Easter eggs, even if the only clue is rumour or hearsay. Even to this day, some remain convinced of the presence of the mysterious Thargoids in Frontier Elite 2. And more recently was the fruitless search for the mythical Megalodon in Battlefield 4. The collective effort of the internet is a potent force, and even the most obscure secrets are uncovered in record time today, fueled by a desire for e-celeb status and a thirst for hidden knowledge. No doubt, the joy of discovery is a powerful thing, and some of gaming's most memorable moments lie within its secrets. Of course, this video is not intended to be a comprehensive list of Easter eggs, so please let me know your own personal favourites in the comment section below. Otherwise, thank you very much for watching, and until next time, farewell.
In 1957, a 24-year-old Australian man named John Longhurst visited the newly opened Disneyland Park in Anaheim, California. A regular viewer of the Disneyland television show, Longhurst was interested not just with the park, but the man who made it. The trip to Disneyland did not disappoint. Longhurst recalled, quote, "It was something different to anything I'd ever seen. There was something romantic about it." This trip began what would become a lifelong obsession with both Disneyland and Walt Disney. Longhurst studied Walt Disney's life and philosophy. He learned the story of Walt's inspiration for Disneyland, in which Walt describes sitting on a bench at Griffith Park, watching his daughters on a carousel.
I felt that there should be something built where that the parents and the children could have fun together.
A few years after he returned to Australia from his first Disneyland trip, Longhurst took his own children to a local animal park. At one point during their visit, Longhurst's children became interested in a monkey exhibit. Shortly after arriving to see the monkeys, the animals began to urinate, and the stench was so potent that one of the kids became ill. In an attempt to turn the day around, Longhurst took the children to get a milkshake, only to be served by a woman who was constantly scratching herself while making the drinks. Longhurst quickly left with his children, and as he drove away, he had his own Walt Disney moment. He said to himself, quote, "Somebody's got to do something about this." After selling a profitable lawnmower business, Longhurst began to more seriously consider the prospect of building his own theme park. He set out to find a suitable site for the project, but after repeated failed attempts, Longhurst, in his own recollection of the events, spoke with God, asking, quote, "Lord, where am I going to get this site to build my park?" According to Longhurst, God responded, quote, 10 miles out on the Gold Coast. The area was perfect. Not only was it already a popular holiday destination, but there was land available. However, Longhurst was very selective about the land he needed for his park, requiring that the property have certain features for ideas he had. In 1974, Longhurst purchased 85 hectares, or 210 acres of land, 10 miles from the Gold Coast, per God's suggestion. Design and construction would take multiple years, with Longhurst spending over 2 years operating a bulldozer by himself to construct the park's layout. 7 years and around $13 million later, the project was finished, and on December 15, 1981, Longhurst's Dream Park, aptly titled Dream World, opened to the public. When guests entered the park, they were introduced to a world of wonder unlike they had ever seen, assuming they had not been to Disneyland. Dreamworld's entrance was marked by a building that appeared to be a large train station. Beyond this was a quaint main street, with buildings that resembled a turn-of-the-century American town. Guests could also find an area resembling an Old West town, with a grand river around which a paddle wheeler would travel. The park was described as Australia's answer to Disneyland, but it might be more fair to say that it was Australia's knockoff of Disneyland. This is exactly what Longhurst had hoped for, and even accounting for the similarities, the results were impressive. Dreamworld did have a few unique attractions, namely a state-of-the-art IMAX theater that dazzled guests, and even the elements that were directly lifted from Disneyland were given a unique Australian identity. Rather than Mickey and Minnie Mouse, Dreamworld had Kenny Koala and Belinda Brown. Rather than the Steamboat's river simply being the rivers of America, Dreamworld's river was named the Murrissippi River, a hybrid of North America's Mississippi River and Australia's Murray River. The river was flanked by Old West buildings on one side and Australian buildings on the other. This hybrid of Disneyland entertainment with Australian touches was a practice that would continue, and just a few months after opening, Dreamworld had another Disney attraction with an Australian twist. In 1982, a new area named Gumtree Gully debuted on the banks of the Murrissippi River. The area was home to Gumtree Gully Hall, where Dreamworld guests could find the Koala Country Jamboree. This was a direct ripoff of Disney's Country Bear Jamboree, but with koalas. This elaborate animatronic show saw many scenes of koalas singing both classic Australian and American songs. Just like the Country Bear Jamboree, the show had a host and multiple musical acts. Despite the koala focus of the attraction, many other animal musicians were featured. There is a number where a rabbit sings Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini. There is a number where an American bear shows up and sings a Confederate Army folk song. And there is even a number where a kangaroo sings an Australian lullaby, and in her pouch is a baby kangaroo who comes out and sings with her. The show also featured a beast known as the bunyip. The bunyip is an aquatic monster that originates from Aboriginal mythology. In the Koala Country Jamboree, though, the bunyip sings a love song and wears a big cowboy hat. All of the acts come back in the end to sing Peter Allen's I Still Call Australia Home, before the big finale, Tie Me Kangaroo Down Sport, which is the most Australian song of all time.
Tie me kangaroo down, sport, tie me kangaroo down. All together now.
The Koala Country Jamboree was well received by guests and would become a favorite among Dreamworld fans. As time went on, Dreamworld continued to grow and expand, receiving many standard off-the-shelf amusement rides and some signature attractions. By the late 1980s, Dreamworld was Australia's #1 tourist attraction. Despite Longhurst originally stating that he would like to own the park for the rest of his life, after consideration, he decided to sell the park to entrepreneur Bruce Jenkins and his company Dreamco. Longhurst believed Jenkins would continue developing his dream and provide the park with necessary cash flow. Unfortunately, this was not the case. After purchasing Dreamworld in 1989, Jenkins and Dreamco were immediately in a dire state, and the park was taken over by financial firm Ernst & Young. The new management was more successful, increasing visits by 51% to a total of 1.8 million visitors per year. The park would change hands twice more before the turn of the century. By the early 2000s, Dreamworld was still struggling with finances, but new attractions gave hope for the park's future. A variety of wildlife exhibits had been added, and in 2002, a partnership with Nickelodeon allowed the park's Kiddyland, Kennyland, to transition to Nickelodeon Central. In 2004, another Australian theme park, Wonderland Sydney, closed for good, and Dreamworld took the crown for the largest theme park in Australia. The success of Nickelodeon Central led Dreamworld to seek out more partnerships with recognizable properties, and in 2005, they were able to secure perhaps their most lucrative agreement yet. And just as Longhurst had done 3 decades prior, Dreamworld set out to make a Disney-caliber attraction with a distinct Australian twist. Lucky for them, there was already an Australian entertainment property that was taking the world by storm. The Wiggles are a children's music group that was founded in 1991. The group was started by Anthony Field, a member of the Australian pop band The Cockroaches. At the time, Field was studying early childhood education at Macquarie University in Sydney, alongside another Cockroaches collaborator, Greg Page, and a guitarist, Murray Cook. Together, the three combined their musical talent with their interest in early childhood development, intending to create an album of songs that could act as an educational tool. After recruiting another Cockroaches band member, keyboardist Jeff Fatt, the group formed The Wiggles. Over 2 years, the group wrote and recorded their first album, repurposing many Cockroaches songs into more child-friendly Wiggles numbers.
It's Wiggle time!
The band evolved slowly over the next few years, adding supporting characters such as Captain Feathersword, Henry the Octopus, Wags the Dog, and Dorothy the Dinosaur. The group also began wearing their iconic outfits, brightly colored skivvies. The Wiggles worked diligently, releasing more albums, performing live, and producing music videos and tapes. In 1994, the band released the album Yummy Yummy, featuring 2 massive hits for the group, Hot Potato,
Hot potato,
and Fruit Salad.
Fruit salad, yummy, yummy.
In 1995, they released the album Big Red Car, along with the accompanying video, Big Red Car. This was a notable moment in Wiggles lore, as it introduced the band's iconic vehicle, the titular Big Red Car. At first, the car was represented with a crude cardboard cutout, and the song featured on the album about the Big Red Car would not be the vehicle's more iconic number. In 1997, the Wiggles' first and only theatrical film, The Wiggles Movie, was released in theaters. This film featured the first three-dimensional iteration of the Big Red Car, which was built from a dune buggy. The following year, in 1998, the Wiggles released their 9th studio album, Toot Toot, which featured the hit track Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car.
Toot toot chugga chugga big red car. We'll travel near and we'll travel far.
This would be the car's iconic song, and it would take over the world. Around this time, the Wiggles began to expand into international markets, and found major success in the United States, initially touring with Barney Live before embarking on a tour of their own. This is when Wigglemania was at its peak. By 2005, the Wiggles had released 21 studio albums, filmed 3 television series, and toured all over the world. The group was struggling to meet the demand, and the number of performances were taking a toll on the health of the group, namely Anthony Field and Greg Page. This level of wiggling was simply not sustainable, but Wigglemania was showing no signs of stopping. The Wiggles made 45 million Australian dollars in 2004, or nearly 34 million US dollars. This made them the highest paid Australian entertainers, beating out Nicole Kidman and Russell Crowe. The Wiggles empire was an intoxicating gravy train, the kind that only comes from singing about potatoes and dancing with a giant octopus, and it was a machine that could not be stopped. In an effort to maintain their health and stay closer to home, the Wiggles considered cutting down on their live performances. To supplement the lack of live shows, the group began to explore other ventures. The first was a chain of Wiggly Play Centers in Sydney. These entertainment centers were similar to those operated by Chuck E. Cheese and Discovery Zone. The Wiggly Play Centers featured indoor playgrounds, bouncy houses, and event spaces to host birthday parties. The Wiggly Play Centers allowed Wiggles fans to interact with the group without the Wiggles themselves needing to be present. Shortly after opening, a similar concept was announced, but this venture would be far more ambitious than a play center. In May of 2005, the Wiggles announced that they had entered an agreement with Dreamworld Theme Park. Dreamworld CEO Greg Shaw told the press, quote, "We will be talking to them about how we can develop that opportunity. These discussions must have occurred fast, because just 2 months later, it was announced that a new Wiggles-themed area was coming to Dreamworld. The expansion would cost 7 million Australian dollars, or around 5.2 million US dollars. The new land would include shops, an activity center, a playground, an animal nursery, and a brand new ride, the first new dark ride to be built in Australia in nearly 2 decades. The new land would take the place of Gumtree Gully. By this point, the space was far past its prime. Gumtree Gully Hall and the Koala Country Jamboree had already been closed for 3 years. Any hope for the return of the show was dashed with the announcement of the new Wiggles Land, whose flagship dark ride would take the space formerly occupied by the Singing Koalas. The new dark ride would not be unique just for its wiggly theme, but also for its advanced technology. The planned attraction would be a trackless dark ride, a style of ride that was still being introduced to many theme parks in the mid-2000s. Since their inception, dark rides have sent guests along a rigid and often visible track. This track was limiting to both the attraction's range of movement and its immersive theming. Throughout the late 20th century, ride designers experimented with ways to overcome these obstacles. Disney's Omnimover system allowed ride cars to pivot and for the most part hid the ride path from view, but this system was still on a track. It would not be until October 1st, 1982 that the first trackless ride system would be introduced with Epcot Center's Universe of Energy. Large theater seats full of guests pass throughout the attraction in unison with each other, in a slow-moving dance, with no track perceivable to guests. However, this was not a true trackless ride system either, as a 1/8-inch guide wire was embedded into the attraction's floor, laying out the ride's path. The guide wire would transmit a radio signal to each vehicle, the strength of which would communicate the vehicle's position in relation to the track. This ride system was a technological marvel in 1982. Each vehicle needed its own computer, which would then communicate with the attraction's master computer. The vehicles would also need to have their own propulsion systems, and most challenging, their own power and charging systems. The Imagineer solution to the latter was to embed charging plates into the floor. which used a state-of-the-art inductive power coupling system to charge the ride cars at 2 points throughout their journey. While Universe of Energy was not technically a trackless dark ride by modern standards, it did introduce multiple innovations necessary for later systems to succeed. The guidewire system would be reused in 1989 for the Great Movie Ride, and again in 1994 for the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror, with the system improving with each iteration. These attractions were all well received, obscuring the ride path and creating a more surprising experience for guests. While these systems delivered the theming benefits of a trackless ride system, the true potential of free range of motion had yet to be achieved. This was until the year 2000, when Tokyo Disneyland received a new dark ride named Pooh's Honey Hunt. Pooh's Honey Hunt was a breathtaking attraction, with a rumored budget of $130 million. On top of innovative effects and elaborate environments, the attraction's most impressive element was its true trackless ride system. Rather than using guide wires, Pooh's Honey Hunt used a local positioning system in which a sensor array communicated with the ride cars and the attraction's main computer. Unlike with a guide wire, this allowed for the ride paths to be completely virtual. Disney made great use of this technology, sending cars on different paths at the same time and synchronizing movements, resulting in fun choreography. This trackless ride system would be implemented and innovated in more Disney parks throughout the world, with the notable additions of motion simulation in Ratatouille the Adventure and an elevator and drop shaft in Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. Other companies have developed their own trackless ride systems using local positioning, leading to a trackless ride renaissance in the theme park industry that is still ongoing. However, back in 2005 when the Wiggles ride was being developed, local positioning systems for trackless rides were both new and prohibitively expensive. So while it would be widely promoted as a trackless dark ride, the attraction would rely on a guidewire system developed by a little-known company named Simtech. Simtech was a New Zealand-based entertainment company founded by set designer Frank Marquette in 1984. Marquette primarily worked on films such as The Lord of the Rings and small entertainment projects such as mini golf courses. In 2001, the company formed a team to develop an automated wire-guided vehicle system, or AGV, for themed entertainment rides, as Marquette believed that this ride type was the future of the industry. By 2003, the company had developed their system, reportedly piquing the interest of both Disney Parks and Universal Studios. To prove their ability to develop a full-scale theme park attraction, Simtech built a proof-of-concept, standalone ride named the Emperor's Tomb. This shooting dark ride was built near the company's headquarters in Christchurch, New Zealand. The ride used the new AGV system and also showcased Simtech's ability to produce animatronics and detailed show scenes. It would not be long after debuting this proof of concept that Dreamworld would contract Simtech to design and construct the Wiggles dark ride. Simtech would provide the ride system, animatronics, and show scenes. Arvis, a sound technology company, was also contracted to provide a unique audio system to each ride car. This included a microphone, a push button, and a speaker system. According to Arvis, this was, quote, the world's first onboard karaoke system for an amusement ride vehicle, and that, quote, special microphones had to be developed so that there was no feedback from the speakers directly next to them. Gumtree Gully was transformed quickly, with the new Wiggles area ready to open after just 4 months of construction. The new land, named Wiggles World, had its opening ceremonies on September 13, 2005. With the Wiggles themselves appearing and taking a ride on the land's signature dark ride, the Big Red Car Ride. The ride and the land would officially open 4 days later, and on September 17, 2005, the children of Australia were welcomed inside a brand new Wiggly World. Guests entered Wiggles World under a whimsical arch featuring illustrations of all 4 Wiggles, Dorothy the Dinosaur, Henry the Octopus, Wags the Dog, and Captain Feathersword. Inside, families could visit the Fun Spot Activity Center for Wiggles-themed games, or visit the banks of the Mississippi River to play on the SS Feathersword playground. Throughout the land, guests could meet Henry the Octopus, Wags the Dog, Dorothy the Dinosaur, and even Captain Feathersword himself. The Gumtree Gully Farmyard Petting Zoo was rethemed to the Wiggles Farmyard Friends. The land also had a gift shop, marketed as the first Wiggles merchandise store, as well as a cafe with healthy foods, appropriately named Yummy Yummy. There was even a recreation of the exterior of the Wiggle House, which allowed guests to get up close and personal with Flora Door, the Wiggle House's sentient door. Wiggles World's main attraction was, of course, the Big Red Car. The exterior featured a prominent marquee beckoning guests into their Wiggles adventure. Guests entered the ride's short queue, with the boarding area just a few feet ahead. A television mounted to the wall displayed Wiggles videos as guests waited in line. Guests watched as their own big red car pulled into the loading station. The ride vehicle was perfectly themed, appearing identical to the Wiggles' iconic car, with the notable additions of room for 3 riders per row and the unique karaoke system. Guests waited patiently for the ride car to reach the loading area, which, depending on how many cars were operating on the track, could take a while. The ride had an advertised top speed of 2 kilometers per hour, or about 1.25 miles per hour. This is slow. For comparison, the Formula Rossa roller coaster at Ferrari World Abu Dhabi tops out at a speed of 240 kilometers per hour, or 149 miles per hour. That's over 100 times faster than the Big Red Car ride. Even compared to other dark rides, the Big Red Car ride was slow. For instance, the Haunted Mansion and similar Omnimovers move twice as fast, and newer trackless dark rides are even faster. Speed was not an advertised element of the Big Red Car ride, but it would definitely play a role in the energy and pacing of the attraction. Once the car arrived to the loading station, guests board the Big Red Car ride and buckle up. The doors to the first show scene open, and it is officially time to wiggle. As the Wiggles begin singing Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car, the ride vehicles slowly move into the Wiggles garden. Lights illuminate the space as the car turns to face a small TV mounted to the wall. The Wiggles appear on the screen, welcoming guests to the ride and suggesting that they use their microphones to sing along. They then inform riders that they will be entering the Wiggle House next.
Why don't we go into the house and we can sing some songs together?
Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car begins to play again as the vehicles slowly move their TV screen, this time featuring Just Anthony, who instructs riders to sing Hot Potato. As the song begins, the cabinets, refrigerator, and oven open and close to the music. Next up is the Wiggles Lounge Room. Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car plays again as the cars slowly move into the scene. On the wall, the doors to all of the Wiggles bedrooms can be seen, an iconic set to those familiar with Wiggles lore. After entering this room, the car turns to face a third TV screen. In this video, Jeff is sleeping and the Wiggles are attempting to wake him up. They ask that you use your microphone to shout, "Wake up, Jeff."
1, 2, 3.
Wake up, Jeff!
Thanks for waking me up, everyone!
This wakes Jeff up, and the Wiggles then sing, "Wake up, Jeff." The vehicles again play Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car as they move into the next room, Wag's kennel, down his slide. After singing the song, Wag slides down. Very slow creatures, including a fish playing a saxophone and a crab playing a guitar. The room is Murray suggests riders move their arms like Henry and sing, "Move your arms like Henry." In response, Henry rocks from side to side, not technically moving his arms at all, but Dorothy greets guests, and as the car begins to exit, riders encounter their 6th and final television screen. The Wiggles express how fun the ride has been, and remind guests to wave to the camera. After snapping a photo, guests return to the loading area very slowly. The Big Red Car ride at Dreamworld initially received a unique opportunity to drive in the Big Red Car and visit iconic Wiggles locations. The karaoke microphones added a unique interactive element, and the more elaborate show scenes toward the end were less than great. The attraction relied heavily on its television screens, some of which were sloppily mounted with visible wires. The walls of each room did not extend to the show building's ceiling, which detracted from the theming and looked a bit dark and unsettling. Another odd and often frightening aspect of the attraction was the lighting design and timings. There seemed to be a lack of consistent show scene lighting. As each ride through from the first few years of operation, first room, and enters the Wiggles kitchen, sometimes the lights are already on, sometimes the lights are off and turn on immediately, and sometimes the lights stay off in the kitchen until just before the video plays. This results in long stretches of guests entering a dark room with only the light of the other show scenes illuminating the space. The reverse of this problem, so guests can see a very darkly lit lounge room ahead of them as they ride through the kitchen scene. Sometimes guests will make it all the way into Dorothy's garden before the lights turn on. The other is found in many trackless dark rides. Both wire-guided and local positioning system dark rides have an issue with scene layouts that traditional dark rides do not. Because there's a possibility that a trackless dark ride car will divert from its intended path in a way that a track-to-dark ride cannot. Another downside of trackless dark rides is that the designers are encouraged to illuminate the floor. Big Red Car ride, as it opened, was not awful. But changes were coming sooner than celebrating the group's 15th birthday. The group also dedicated a new Wiggles World attraction, Dorothy's Rosie Teacup Ride. Fans flocked to Dreamworld to see the Wiggles return, but many longtime fans noticed that something was different. Greg Page, the Yellow Wiggle, was nowhere to be found. Instead, his understudy, Sam Moran, was performing as the Yellow Wiggle. Moran had been subbing for Page for years, but Page's absences had become more frequent, with compounding health issues cited as the reason. Rest of the Wiggles' 2006 tour, due to bouts of fainting that Page had been experiencing. Page's illness had still yet to be diagnosed, but he expressed his determination to join the...
Which basically means that when I stand up, my heart doesn't pump enough blood around my body. It means that I'll...
Car Rides marquee. The Wiggles also shot new footage for the Big Red Car Ride with Moran. These changes meant that the original Big Red Car Ride operated for less than 2 years before receiving this significant change. While the new footage used the same script as the original, even the slight adjustment in timing and delivery began to alter the original design intentions of the attraction. On top of this, effects were consistently breaking down, and maintenance seemed to struggle to keep the ride experience consistent. The door that opens in the first show scene, separating the loading area from the rest of the ride, did not work reliably, and other times it flew open abruptly. As aforementioned, the lighting was inconsistent, but at certain times, they were more obviously malfunctioning. And just a few years after opening, the Big Red Car Ride was experiencing the same issue that even the most expensive trackless dark rides struggle with: visible tire marks throughout the attraction. It was impressive that Dreamworld received a trackless dark ride with multiple show scenes and animatronics, but maintaining show quality was a huge challenge, and only a few years into the attraction's lifespan, the ride experience was already suffering. In December of 2006, Dreamworld opened a neighboring water park, Whitewater World, that featured an area dedicated to the Wiggles, Wiggle Bay, featuring 4 slides representing each Wiggle. In 2007, Wiggles World came to the United States thanks to a partnership with Six Flags.
We can't help but love you all when you make us so wiggly giggly.
Six Flags Great America, Six Flags Great Adventure, and Six Flags New England received Wiggles Worlds of their own, with many identical features to Dreamworld's, with similar furnishings and signage. One feature that was not identical, though, was the appearance of Floridor. Why is she looking at me like that? The Great Escape and Six Flags Fiesta Texas would also receive Wiggles Worlds in 2008 and 2009 respectively. Some of these lands had their own Big Red Car Rides, but these were outdoor driving tracks, not dark rides. As with Dreamworld, the Wiggles made appearances at the Six Flags Wiggles Worlds. However, while guests could meet Dorothy the Dinosaur, Henry the Octopus, Wags the Dog, and even Captain Feathersword, no actors ever filled in for the Wiggles at the park. Likely because if they did, children would be able to tell that they were not the real Wiggles. This went against the expectations of theme park guests, who are used to seeing and interacting with beloved characters. Most of the time, though, guests could not meet the Wiggles at Wiggles World, and without allowing local actors to portray the band, the only way to allow guests to interact with the Wiggles without the Wiggles themselves present would be to create mascot costumes of the 4 that park employees could wear. This really only works with animals and cartoon characters. A theme park would never create mascot costumes to represent 4 human men. The Six Flags Wiggles Worlds would only last until 2010, when Six Flags ended its licensing agreements with multiple intellectual properties, including the Wiggles. The Six Flags lands were all rethemed for the 2011 season. This left only one Wiggles World, the original in Dreamworld, and more changes were coming to both the land and the Wiggles themselves. In January 2012, the Wiggles announced that Greg Page would be returning to don the yellow skivvy once more, replacing his replacement, Sam Moran. This made headlines around the world. It had been 5 years since Page had performed with the group, and for many children, Moran was the Yellow Wiggle. Rumors circulated about the switch, speculating that Page's bad investments and financial troubles since leaving the group had necessitated his return, a claim that Page denied. Many speculated of bad blood between Moran and the rest of the group, which was all but confirmed over the course of the next couple of years. The band's manager, Paul Field, defended the decision, saying, quote, "If the Stones lost Mick Jagger due to illness and he came back a few years later, there wouldn't be a question." Page's return sparked controversy for the otherwise wholesome musical group. with parents especially not happy with the sudden change. The Wiggles assured fans that they would pay Moran royalties on all of the songs that he had written for the group, and the band had offered him full access to the Wiggles Hot Potato Studios. Moran would go on to have a successful solo career, creating his own show on Nick Jr. named Play Along with Sam. Shortly after the switch, the Wiggles again reshot footage for the Big Red Car Ride with Page, which either means they lost the original files with him, or the band was so obsessed with the Dark Ride's continuity that the difference in their age would have kept them up at night. They also updated the signage around Wiggles World a third time with Old Greg, which was illustrated slightly different than young Greg was years prior. The drama over Page's return to the band was short-lived and practically all for naught, as in May of 2012, just a few months after the switch, the Wiggles announced that Jeff, Murray, and Greg would be leaving the band. This was in large part due to exhaustion and various health issues that the three were experiencing, as apparently nothing makes one face their own mortality more than being a Wiggle. Anthony would be the only Wiggle to remain in the band, and three backup performers would be handed the iconic skivvies: Lachlan Gillespie, Simon Price, and the first female Wiggle, Emma Watkins. Later in 2012, Dreamworld added another Wiggles kiddie ride, the Big Red Boat Ride, with the Wiggles once again present to dedicate the attraction. The new group's first performance together was at Dreamworld in 2013. That same year, the signage was again updated and the Big Red Car Ride went under a fourth refurbishment, the most significant in its history. Not only was a fourth round of video shot to account for the new members, but the first room was changed entirely to Emma's room, with music equipment and wallpaper featuring her soon-to-be iconic yellow bow. These changes only worsened the ride's pacing, and technical issues continue to plague the experience. The door to the first room was left permanently open, leaving no barrier between the loading area and the rest of the ride. The cabinets in the kitchen scene continued to open and close long after the segment ended, and the ride cars were consistently too early or too late in arriving to the next show scene. Audio tracks consistently clashed, with Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car sometimes playing at the same time as the video, causing pure audio chaos. The lighting issues were as bad as ever, and somehow, almost impressively, the cars moved even slower throughout the ride. And every year the ride continued to operate, the experience only worsened. In less than a decade, the Big Red Car Ride had devolved into a truly awful ride experience. In 2015, Dreamworld announced that Wiggles World would be no more, but the Wiggles would not be going anywhere. The land would be rethemed to ABC Kids World to incorporate more properties from the Australian Broadcasting Company's popular children's franchises, including Play School, Giggle and Hoot, and those bananas that wear pajamas. Dorothy's Rosie Teacup Ride, the Big Red Boat Ride, and the Big Red Car Ride would remain and retain their Wiggles theming. The SS Feathersword would be rethemed to the Giggle and Hoot pirate ship, and the Fun Spot Activity Center would be rethemed to the ABC Kids World Fun Spot. Two new attractions, the Play School Art Room and the Bananas in Pajamas Fun Maze, would be added to the area as well. The iconic Wiggles Arch remained in the new land and was relocated closer to the Wiggle House. ABC Kids World added more relevance to the area, but the excitement surrounding the additions would be short-lived. On October 25, 2016, tragedy struck Dreamworld when the park's Thunder River Rapids ride malfunctioned, leading to a major accident between two rafts, resulting in the death of 4 riders. The incident became worldwide news, and an investigation was launched into the cause of the accident. In the following years, poor maintenance would be cited as a cause of the incident, and Dreamworld would pay out millions in fines and compensation to the victims' families. 3 years after the incident, in 2019, Dreamworld announced a $70 million expansion project, including the addition of a new triple launch coaster to replace the Thunder River Rapids ride. As part of the transformation, ABC Kids World would also receive a multi-million-dollar refurbishment. However, in March of 2020, Dreamworld closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, putting the expansion project on hold. In August of 2020, it was announced that the park would reopen in September. Before the park's reopening on September 16th, it was revealed that 2 Dreamworld rides would not reopen with the park. These were Flow Rider in the Ocean Parade section and the Big Red Car Ride in ABC Kids World. The attraction received no big send-off, no final rides, not even a true goodbye, which is a shame because the Wiggles have 4 different songs about saying goodbye. One of the ride cars was placed outside of the attraction for photos, and the loading area was boarded up. The pandemic delayed Dreamworld's expansion plans significantly. ABC Kids World continued to operate throughout 2020, 2021, and 2022, with the Big Red Car Ride sitting in the dark, closed off to guests. Dreamworld eventually announced a new renovation schedule. A children's area, named Kenny and Belinda's Dreamland, would open in 2023. The Kiddyland will replace Dreamworld's DreamWorks area and will feature many ABC Kids properties, including the Wiggles. The Wiggles will receive 2 new attractions, a Big Red Plane Spinner and a Big Red Boat Coaster, but no plans for a new Big Red Car Ride have been made. Once Kenny and Belinda's Dreamland fully opens, Dreamworld will finally close ABC Kids World to make room for a new area called Rivertown. Rivertown will be an homage to the original Rivertown area that Longhurst built for Dreamworld all the way back in 1981. And the land will feature a new family coaster, Jungle Rush. While the Wiggles will live on at Dreamworld, the sudden closure of the Big Red Car Ride was disappointing to Dreamworld and Wiggles fans that would have preferred to give the attraction a proper send-off. The ride was not the most impressive, and its deterioration over the years had left it in an abysmal state. Still, it had allowed children to take a trip in the Wiggles' Big Red Car, sing along to classic Wiggles songs, and visit iconic Wiggles locations, even if it did all of those things very slowly. The Wiggles have continued to evolve over the past few years, and the current band continues to spend time at Dreamworld. While the group is still popular, their presence in the park and the band itself might never again reach the prevalence they experienced at the time Wiggles World opened. For those lucky enough to experience the Wiggles home on the Gold Coast in its heyday, there was never a better time to wiggle.
They're waiting for you, Gordon, in the test chamber. Half-Life is a definitive first-person shooter that rubs shoulders with the greats like Doom and Quake. It's heralded as a shining beacon of the genre, with a seamless narrative and compelling world. But some might say its luster has tarnished with age. So, what did Half-Life do that no game had done before? What helped to define its lasting appeal? And why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties? PC gaming in the mid-90s was awash with a wave of first-person shooters. Ever since the release of Doom at the end of 1993, there were scores of derivative attempts to replicate its success. For every memorable Doom clone, there are 10 more forgettable ones. And while shooting pixelated enemies in a texture-matte maze is fun, without innovation, the genre was at risk of getting stale. By late 1996, 3D accelerator cards were starting to gain traction within the PC gaming market, with the introduction of 3DFX's Voodoo series of cards. Offloading scene rendering onto a dedicated GPU meant a huge jump in potential performance, far superior frame rates and resolution. It wouldn't be long before developers would take advantage. Valve Software were founded in 1996 by former Microsoft employees Gabe Newell and Mike Harrington. Their first project was to be a science fiction-themed first-person shooter, expanding on the horror themes in earlier FPS like Doom and Quake, with influence from other genres like Resident Evil and films such as Alien. Half-Life's working title was Quiver, inspired by Stephen King's novella The Mist, which featured a military base called Arrowhead, and would influence the game's plot. Quiver may also be an oblique reference to Quake, as Half-Life made use of a heavily modified version of the 1996 game's engine, as well as some components from Quake 2's id Tech 2 engine. First publicly shown in early 1997 at E3, Half-Life was planned to release later that year, but a priority of quality over expedience, Valve time, led to the game's eventual release in late 1998. It starts on a day like any other. You are placed into the shoes of a seemingly ordinary man. 27 years old, MIT graduate, Gordon Freeman. He is a silent protagonist, a man of action, not of words. And with the game's first-person perspective and lack of cutscenes, you don't see much of his face either. The original character model was much more distinctive. Ivan the space biker with a full beard and an intense stare. But the Gordon Freeman we know today is more reserved. It's only on the game box, main menu and loading screens that the final bespectacled visage of our protagonist appears. Quiet, unassuming, and he's late for work. The game opens with a tram ride, a 10-minute tour that serves to introduce the player to the world of Black Mesa. You're free to move around the carriage, but you're along for the ride. Meanwhile, an automated announcement system spools off safety announcements drenched with foreshadowing. It's an interesting way to introduce the game's world, and a distinctly different one to that seen in Doom or Quake. No longer are you placed into a maze-like level with a gun in search of an exit. Instead, your path spans the entire game. Half-Life is very linear, but it's all by design. On a rail, the story is already in motion. The events that follow are inevitable. It wouldn't be much of a game if everything went right. The Resonance Cascade event tears a rift across dimensions and ushers in an alien incursion. It marks the end of what should have been a routine scientific experiment and the beginning of a struggle to survive. And, in a way, it was all your fault. Maybe this never would have happened if you weren't running late. Maybe you were just following standard insertion procedure. Maybe Gordon Freeman isn't the hero of this story. Half-Life is not afraid to explore ambiguous morality. And while it's possible to waltz through, safe in the knowledge that you're the good guy, the game does sprinkle some seeds of doubt along the way. From the act of kickstarting a trans-dimensional cataclysm, or inadvertently sending scientists plunging to their doom, or slaughtering soldiers by the dozen, there's not much Gordon won't do in his desperate struggle to escape. Black Mesa is no stranger to questionable ethics. Slowly, the scope of the experimentation that took place at the top-secret facility is revealed. Weapons research, captive alien specimens, and even nuclear missiles. A hazardous work environment, then. Luckily, you are supplied with the equipment you need to endure it. The hazardous environment, or HEV suit, is the game's way of explaining Gordon's immense capability for survival. An incredible feat of engineering, it's capable of absorbing kinetic impact, radiation, biohazardous material, and yet limber enough to not hinder movement, nor to prevent passage through the smallest of spaces. Your suit is your Aegis, but what good is a shield without a sword? The game waits a while before granting you a weapon, but when you find your first offensive option, it is a particularly iconic one. A simple tool, forged by fire and flung into a position of importance. A symbol of defiance. The crowbar is the Half-Life series' flagship weapon, and it proves its worth throughout the game. From smashing crates clearing a path, or as a desperate defense against an oncoming enemy when all other hopes of salvation have run dry. But then, fate always was on Gordon's side. The same can't be said for the aliens you encounter. There are a variety of trans-dimensional visitors, and the majority aren't friendly. The parasitic headcrabs take influence from aliens' facehugger and turn their hosts into mindless zombies. The Vortigaunts are an enslaved race capable of shock tactics. The Grunts are half a ton of disgruntled alien. And there are bigger, even more noxious abominations that await in the darkest depths of Black Mesa. Aside from alien threats, there is a domestic force which stands in your way. The Hazardous Environment Combat Unit. Deployed to clean up and contain catastrophic events at any cost, their orders extend to silencing any civilian survivors. Naturally, this leads to some tension. One of Gordon's key weapons against these trained soldiers is the element of surprise, often taking to the maze-like ventilation ducts to evade and outmaneuver insurmountable odds. From confined space to cavernous complex, the walls of Black Mesa contain many secrets. But there's always a certain familiarity to be found in the human construction. Xen was different. The last portion of Half-Life is a divisive one. You are flung into a strange alien world as part of a desperate attempt to undo what was set in motion at the very start of the game. A truly alien landscape, with floating islands made of some unknown chitin, and a shift in focus to teleporter puzzles and long jump platforming. Paired with a jump in difficulty, the last few chapters are the most grueling, and are generally considered the weakest part of the game. Xen is indeed a strange and unfamiliar place to miss the G-Man's appearances. But once you notice him watching in the distance, he seems to turn up everywhere. His nature is a mystery. An agent of some unseen eldritch force, grander than any human mind could ever comprehend. A moment in FPS history, and a cherry atop the golden era of PC gaming. Gearbox Software were founded in 1999 and were contracted to work on porting Half-Life to other platforms and to produce expansion packs. The PC's first expansion was Opposing Force. Blue Shift was the second PC expansion, although it was originally intended to be part of an unreleased Dreamcast port, abandoned due to the platform's imminent demise. You play Barney Calhoun, one of the men to the Gold Source engine. Action Half-Life and Team Fortress Classic both have roots in Quake, with the latter's class-based team action eventually spawning a sequel. Day of Defeat blended objective-based multiplayer with the really popular Counter-Strike, which, in all its forms, has stayed near the top of most played lists for more than a decade. While multiplayer mods gave a few talented folk could do with the engine. Half-Life slings, considering how long a sequel took to arrive. Thankfully, Valve like to take their time with things. Certainly a departure from the original, and with perhaps too great a focus on the new engine's physics capabilities, Half-Life 2 is nonetheless kind of video game budgets. The argument for episodic content was becoming more compelling. Although, in hindsight, it seems Valve are not well suited to release. Was released in 2006, and Episode 2 a year later. Fortress 2, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and Dota 2. And, of course, Valve are also responsible for the most popular digital distribution platform on the PC, Steam. The trade of in-game items must be more lucrative than the one-time purchase of a single-player title. But still, some yearn to don the HEV suit once more. Long 12, after 8 years in development. Not quite the sequel we're looking for, but still, a good opportunity to revisit the original. Half-Life's impact post-release is unquantifiable. Countless games will have taken influence, whether directly or not. Instead, offering an unbroken experience from start to finish. Its seamless universe and complete lack of cutscenes marked the death of old-school FPS. A bifurcation of the genre into pure action multiplayer titles and more cinematic single-player games. No longer were level walls just containment for arena-style action. Instead, the scenery itself helped sell the story. From its claustrophobic vents to its massive, noisy industrial plants, Black Mesa is equal parts believable and incredible. The experiential narrative was the perfect vehicle for horror, with scripted events that could respond to the player or force them to flee. Later scary games would certainly take note. The tense atmosphere in games like Doom 3, Fear, and BioShock all have roots in the techniques first seen in Half-Life. It also opened the doors for other experience-led games. As you don Gordon's HEV suit in Half-Life, titles like Medal of Honor Allied Assault similarly thrust you into the boots of a soldier in a more believable and immersive way than ever before. Truly a turning point for cinematic video games. Its influence broad and memories fond. Half-Life is a classic. While today its graphics are dated and its innovations are taken for granted, it nevertheless marks a watershed in the way games could tell a story. From start to finish, it is a seamless and shining example of what every video game aspires to be. An experience. Thank you very much for watching, and until next time, farewell.
I was lucky enough to grow up playing PC games in the 90s, so I'm pretty familiar with the hype surrounding Black and White.
This was the first game from Lionhead Studios, the follow-up studio to Bullfrog, who made some of my favorite games of the 90s. But while many of these classics are still available to buy and play, the same can't be said for Black and White. When we started producing this episode, we'd figured we'd do an episode about a beloved God game, and I'd spend most of my time trying to hunt down Peter Molyneux.
As it turns out, Peter was pretty happy to talk about the game, but we had massive trouble trying to figure out how to play it.
Black and White isn't available to purchase online anywhere, and it never has been, stuck in a perpetual tug of war over who has the rights to release it. And the worry is that while old sods like me will always remember Black and White, there are generations of gamers who have never played it themselves, or even seen it on YouTube or Twitch. When these people talk about the biggest games of the early 2000s, Black and White isn't in the conversation. So if we're going to tell the story of Black and White, we'll need to not only hunt down some of the people who worked on it, but also figure out why it is that this game is still unavailable to play 2 decades later.
On this episode of NoClip Greatest Hits, how exactly did Black and White come to be? Why is it we can't play it anywhere now? And is there anything we can do to bring it back?
I can remember we started the game and we started the company in my house, and I can remember us sitting around a table and we had three designs actually. I say designs, so that there were like 3 sheets of paper. One of them was about being stranded on the island. One of them was about breaking out from a prison. and the other one was black and white. And then we all voted on which design we should do, and the vote came out to black and white.
That's a very democratic way of running a studio.
Yeah, it's a stupid idea. It's a crazy idea.
Peter, myself, Tim Rance, and a guy called Steve Jackson, who's one of the founders of Games Workshop. We were the four founders. The studio was originally going to be called Red Eye. In fact, for a while it was going to be called Starfish as well, but then somebody said, yeah, what about chocolate starfish? You don't want to be called that. So, and it ended up as Lionhead, which a lot of people know the story. That was my hamster, Lionhead.
Wouldn't it be cool to have a game where you taught the difference in good and evil, and that you had this massive world? And, you know, it was kind of like, it was like someone, like a schoolboy, had written it down on the back of a piece of paper during school break about their ideal game. When we first thought of the game idea, we wanted a 3D landscape which we could zoom out into the cloud view down there. I mean, you know, I'd ask him, you know, could we have a landscape? And Jean-Claude was going, yes, yes, yes. It was only until after we started, we realized he actually owned another coder that would specialize in doing all the creature stuff. You know, the creature had to grow, and the creature had to morph, and the creature had to change size. Roberts walked in the room, and he was a motorcycle, and I'd love to show you what I did. You know, no one really took him serious at the door. He had this leather jacket on, and the name of the company he worked for was on the back of his jacket. And we employed him, and he was absolutely amazing. And then who did all the animations, himself.
So many, the creatures, all the different creatures had all their own the characters. It's all done by mostly one guy, Eric. Insane amounts of work.
But the scope of the project was huge. The first major obstacle was the artificial intelligence. But this was the era of 3D desktop pets, so to impress the PC gaming market,
time was astounding, really, because one of the things everything that you did, you had to do yourself. There was no middleware really to speak of.
We had a guy called Richard Evans doing the creature AI, and it was, you know, he's now working at DeepMind. He's a smart guy. He was a smart guy way back then.
He was someone, I don't think he'd done much in the games industry, but he was a Cambridge double first graduate. What you've got to realize is back in, 1999, AI as a science was in decline, really. What Richard did, which was so incredible, firstly, he applied real AI to the creature. Its mind was driven by desires. The creature had the desire to eat something, and then those desires were fulfilled by the player. Where previously in games, I think a lot of games called AI kind of pathfinding, or route finding, or navigation, but this was a real learning system. And he invented all that stuff and coded it himself.
The kind of things he was doing, which you possibly wouldn't realize, but the kind of AI you had with the creature, which, we kind of demoed and we kind of talked about, but if you had the creature picking up one of your villagers and eating them, you could scold them and tell them not to, but you were able to kind of go down to like, I don't eat female villagers. That was amazing stuff.
Another vision Peter had for the game was to remove as much of the interface elements as possible. Spreadsheets are all well and good when you're managing a theme park, but to make the player feel like a powerful, all-seeing god, they didn't want players digging through menus for data points. A real god can kill or create with the slightest move of hand, and so too it would be in Black and White.
Yeah, it's a huge design challenge, and also one which hurt us and caused us unbelievable angst. it was just me, I think, saying, look, aren't we bored with playing games where essentially the window into the world gets smaller and smaller because the bits round the screen need to be so big, and what that does is distract from the beauty of the game that you're making. That was, an insanely ambitious thing to. It's very simple for me to say. I can say it in 30 seconds, but the consequences of that were extremely tough, because all the time, how are we going to show the creature's health? How are we going to show what's going on in the world? And the answer was, well, we've got to show it on the creature, what the creature's health is, which is can't be a bar. He's got to look tired, and that caused an enormous amount of work.
Black and White is an odd duck, part real-time strategy, part god game, part physics puzzle. And while each level had a broad goal that you had to achieve through converting and influencing villagers, much of your time was spent in scenarios, specific missions where you would fulfill the desires of your worshippers.
So once you had all the tech, then there was kind of building the levels in the world. So all those scripts and scenes were done and then redone and then redone.
Not keen on sinking, so we're all sitting here thinking, cause we built it too big and we've run out of wood.
The guys say, building the boat, they're really annoying guys. It's rubbish. We need some meat as well.
Oh, we're not boring if that's all you eat. We need some flavour, so do us all a little favour, cause we ain't going nowhere till we get some meat.
It's just very annoying. And but Russell Shaw, he wrote that song, and he said, "Oh, Mark, can you come in?" So I've got, let's sing this up. So we both sang that song, and he just wrote that really quickly, and then sort of these annoying little characters around the campfire just wanting more and more. But if you do it, of course, you get to the final level and they've established a little colony for you.
If there's one thing about Peter Molyneux that people remember, it's that he's pretty good at hyping up his games. In fact, he may be too good. Later in his career, Peter's loose-lipped enthusiasm would give him a negative reputation, but in the late 90s, journalists and gamers, particularly those in the UK, fawned over every word he said. Expectations for Lionhead's first game would already be pretty high, but in trying to stoke interest around this do-or-die project, Peter and the team inadvertently put themselves under a lot more pressure.
We made, I think, a really bad mistake. And that was, we decided to rent our own little room at E3. Not for any commercial reason. I think, if I'm honest, which you can be after 20 years, I guess, if I'm honest, we just wanted to go to LA and, go to E3 because we were all fanatic gamers. And we had done this little tiny demo. I mean, it was about, I think it was about a 45-second demo, and there was about 3 or 4 screenshots. And the demo was, it wasn't a creature you were dealing with, it was a giant.
Peter is amazing at doing demos, and most of his demonstration demo at E3 was on a piece of paper, just kind of sketching it out, and these giant creatures. And
we started showing people, and because of who I was back then, I think journalists were just curious. But after the first day, the queues outside our tiny little white room went all the way around for people waiting in to come in and sing the demo. That was a disaster, because the whole, everyone's attention then was on us. The game wasn't really formed at that point. And really the hardest thing was taking all these interesting bits of technology that we were working on and wrapping them into a game that made sense and that was alluring, while the whole world was literally on our back, waiting for us to finish the game. I mean, to the point where, you know, I was coming back through customs, and one of the customs officers pulled me aside and searched my luggage and said, "Oh, by the way, when's Black and White going to be released?" I mean, it was you know, it was an unbelievable thing, and that, you know, that pressure when we didn't have an actual game that fitted together in any way was unbelievable.
This is the other story of Black and White, an incredibly long period of crunch. With so much riding on Lionhead's first game, so much expectation from players, and a team of very smart people attempting to innovate in several different directions, the development on Black and White quickly became too much. The game was delayed several times, but the team rarely got a break.
There was a number of points where we thought we were nearly finished. In fact, the Christmas before our studio Christmas dinner, we were supposed to be going alpha on that day, or beta, or one of the key milestones. And our Christmas party was already set up. We were about to all go off to it, and we had a problem. And so we had to get the caterer to say, "Can you bring all that food to the office and we'll eat it here?" And so that was a really sad Christmas meal for us all, but we're just eating at our desks, so trying to work out what the problem was.
I think we did cut. I mean, what ended up happening with the Black and White team, I mean, it was the most amazing team I've ever worked with. What ended up happening is that we ended up working, I think we worked every day for a minimum of 16 hours a day for 9 months.
I had a son and a daughter at that time. I still do, but I've got another daughter. But at that time, they were really young. So I remember I'd often finish work, go home, put them to bed, so I could see them, and then come back to the office and work. It was. I mean, it seems inconceivable in today's world that we did that, but we did, and you know, the amount of work we had to do, because there was so much pressure from everybody, every direction, was incredible.
After years of grueling development, Black and White was released to critical and commercial success, and the studio immediately expanded to better suit the needs of their projects. Lionhead now had two teams, one working on the oft-forgotten business sim The Movies, and the other on Black and White 2. Black and White 2 was a favourite among fans, even if it leans slightly more conventional, with a focus on real-time strategy. Black and White was now a powerful IP, but its unique design made it a challenge to adapt. A PSP and DS version of the game that focused on creature training was cancelled, and Peter said there was even maybe a PlayStation version planned at some point, but it didn't get very far. We also got wind of a possible Black and White 3 that had been pitched by Frontier Developments under the name Project Calypso, but that seemingly didn't get very far either. None of these spin-offs are playable, but tragically the same is also true of the two main games. Black and White has never been available for purchase on digital stores, meaning that unless you have a boxed copy of the game and a computer running an old version of Windows, there was no way of playing the game without jumping through a bunch of technical hoops. Thankfully, a passionate group of fans have been patching the game to work on modern operating systems, even allowing players to enjoy the game in 16:9 at higher resolutions. But why is this the case? Peter told me that the rights lie between EA, who originally published the game, and Microsoft, who bought Lionhead, mostly for the Fable franchise, back in 2006. So why, after all these years, has neither of them put it out? EA recently released the Command & Conquer games in a remastered collection.
We did a documentary on that, by the way.
So why not Black and White? To find out for sure, I reached out to the folks at GOG, CD Projekt's DRM-free storefront, which is a team of lawyers and business people who attempt to unearth abandoned games.
Oh, we did a documentary on that one too, yeah, back in 2018. Yeah, GOG documentary, check it out. Yeah, we've made a lot.
If anyone knew why these games were stuck in limbo, it would be them. So what's the deal with Black and White then? Is it, who has it? We've heard it could be easily be Microsoft because of the, you know, Lionhead stuff, could be EA because of the publishing stuff. Who do you think owns the rights?
I think this, in case of Black and White, it is pretty easy because we also got a chance to reach out to Peter, and he was kind enough to give us his version of events, and also all of the leads that we managed to come up with. It points that the distribution rights are still with EA, and the IP right and the game code rights, they are with Microsoft. And this is pretty, well, this is both simple and extremely tricky, because as you can imagine, it takes two to tango.
Yeah, so like justifying the amount of like legal shenanigans some of these companies have to go through is probably part of it as well, right?
I would say that this is really the most challenging part, and it really boils down to the opportunity cost for whoever we are talking to about that, right? If the money is right, the chances grow that they will look into it. But some of the games that we are like seriously dreaming to bring back, we know that they won't be the best, the highest revenue generators. You know, our business partners, they are looking at it as painful as it is, they are looking at it the same way. Is it gonna bring me money, or is it just gonna make me spend a lot of time and occupy my legal team with looking into it, while at the same time I could be doing something more profitable for us? You know, from my perspective, and like from my personal experience working at GOG, I think it would be easier for Microsoft to negotiate some sort of publishing deal with EA and basically get back the rights to publish the game, because then, you know, they have the code, they have the right to the IP. I think that would be like the natural order or events. But you know, my guess is as good as mine here, frankly speaking.
Yeah, and it's probably hard for you to talk about these when you're trying to also negotiate these exact deals.
I'm really trying hard, because obviously I would love to tell you everything that we did so far, but you know, there is some confidentiality here that I need to abide, and I can't tell you. All that I can tell you is that we are really trying our best, and we are talking to both parties. And that's all that I can tell you.
If you'll allow me to read between the lines here a little bit, it seems like this problem isn't too complicated.
EA owns the publishing rights, and while Black and White has a small and passionate community, it's perhaps not big enough for EA to prioritize. And you could argue that with the game unavailable to play in any form right now, that audience is getting smaller every day. But where there's a will, there's a way, and if Microsoft wanted to bring back Black and White, they could probably find that will. There's just one problem. Right now, Microsoft is involved in perhaps the biggest video game acquisition in the history of our industry, so it's fair to assume that their legal department is overloaded with work as they finalize the Activision deal. So what does this mean? Is Black and White destined to be abandonware? When future generations talk about the most influential PC games of the 2000s, will they continue to omit Black and White? Is it destined to be erased from our collective memory?
Ultimately, the only people who can really answer that question are EA and Microsoft, and save for an overwhelming groundswell of enthusiasm from PC gamers, I'm not really sure there's much we can do.
We talk to publishers and studios a lot, so we're certainly going to keep mentioning it, and maybe if this video gets like 10 million views in a week, we could probably move that needle. But realistically, these ones sometimes take time, often the right person in the company who's willing to go to bat for it. In any case, the legacy of Black and White can be felt all around the games industry, in the survival of Lionhead and the creation of Fable, in the dozens of developers who went on to create their own studios. Alex Evans and Mark Healy would found Media Molecule and the Little Big Planet franchise. Jonty Barnes would produce Halo 3 and Destiny. Others have gone on to enjoy careers at Supermassive, Guerrilla, and Rockstar. By the time development wrapped on Black and White, the team was no bigger than 15 people. Even by 2001 standards, the fact that they managed to make this game is a miracle in its own right. And for all the criticism Peter has enjoyed for hyping up these projects and being the frontman of a larger development effort, Black and White delivered on its promises, thanks to the blood, sweat and tears of an incredibly talented team. You know, when you look at that team in particular, I think, like you said, pound for pound, it's just remarkable the people who are there and where they've ended up and the careers that they've had since and the studios they've founded. How does that make you feel when you step back and look at
I mean, incredibly honored to have worked with such incredible people. I mean, they were, you know, I can get very emotional. And we had, in the summer, we had a reunion party for all of the ex-Bullfrog, Lionhead and 22 Cans people. And there were about 400 people there. I spent the whole time crying because, you know, my heart just filled up with pride that we had done such incredible things.
In the mid-19th century, in the northeastern region of the United States, there was a new pastime that people could not get enough of: picnics. While picnics had been a French pastime for over a century, Americans did not begin to indulge in the practice until the early 1800s, and then it was almost exclusively for the upper class. By the mid-19th century, though, people of all means were packing a basket, finding a picturesque location, and sitting on a blanket to enjoy a meal. Maybe somebody would bring a guitar and play some tunes. Maybe some couples would sneak off for some alone time. Maybe some guy in a boat would row by to watch. Everyone loves a picnic. And for those living near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one of the most popular picnic locations was Kenny's Grove, a beautiful section of a farm owned by a man named Anthony Kenny. Located southeast of Pittsburgh in the Mifflin Township, Kenny's Grove was a popular picnic location with a beautiful view of the Monongahela River Valley. The area would become so popular in the latter half of the 19th century that in 1898, the Monongahela Street Railways Company sought to create a picnic park at the end of their Mifflin streetcar line. The company leased land from the Kenny family and renamed the picnic area to Kennywood Park. This type of trolley park was common throughout the United States, and they were typically created to increase railway profits, especially on the weekends. As with many trolley parks, Kennywood Park would not remain a picnic park forever. In 1898, just a year after leasing the land, Monongahela added a dance pavilion, the casino building restaurant, and Kennywood's first ride, a carousel. The following year, a bandstand was constructed, and the year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride, named the Old Mill. The Old Mill was not a unique ride to Kennywood, but rather an entire category of amusement park ride. Old Mills are slow-moving boat rides, with no steep inclines or declines. The water in many of these rides are moved, as the name suggests, by a mill. Old Mills were best known for their significant indoor stretches that were most often in pitch-black darkness. This led many couples to take advantage of the dark portions for romance-related activity, leading to the Old Mill getting its more recognizable name, the Tunnel of Love. These seemed to sprout up all over the place in the late 19th and early 20th century, in World's Fairs, state fairs, trolley parks, and amusement parks, and their reputation soon became a marketing ploy, with more and more old mills receiving branding of a romantic or sexual nature. The Old Mill at Kennywood was one of the first Old Mill rides, and although it was never branded specifically as a tunnel of love, local couples found that it worked just the same. Kennywood's Old Mill would receive several themes and overlays during its first few years of operation. It was first themed to the Fairyland floats, then to the canals of Venice, and later to the Panama Canal, which at the time was an extremely topical theme as the actual Panama Canal had just debuted. After the Panama Canal theme, the Old Mill became the Rapids Gorge and then the Fairyland floats again, before returning to its classic name, the Old Mill. In 1922, the ride underwent a refurbishment and received a new facade to appear more like a New England mill, and had its ride system overhauled and enlarged. Arguably the biggest change to the Old Mill in its early years would come after the ride caught on fire and burned to the ground, being rebuilt for the 1926 season and receiving new theming with comic supplement characters, including Happy Hooligan, the Katzenjammer Kids, and Jiggs and Maggie. In 1936, the Old Mill was redecorated again with 8 new theatrically lit pictures. Another major refurbishment to the ride occurred in 1940. During this season, the Old Mill received a renovation with new animations. The refurbishment featured 7 well-known characters from comic strips and cartoons, including Blondie, Popeye, the Lone Ranger, the Little King, Tarzan, Gulliver, and Little Henry. In 1957, the Old Mill was themed to a trip around the world. The comic characters were replaced with scenes of Hawaii, a kangaroo in Australia, a tiger in Asia, an elephant in Africa, and even Santa Claus in the North Pole. The loading area was also given an animatronic band of monkeys that would play music for guests in the queue, which was apparently auctioned off just 1 month before I started writing this video, although it sold for $2,300, which is more than I've ever spent on an animatronic monkey band. For the 1974 season, the Old Mill would receive its most significant thematic overhaul to date, becoming Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. This re-theme sent riders through an Old West ghost town, with comical and frightening scenes of skeletons placed throughout the ride. Some of these figures were animated, and sound effects were added to a few sections. This is the first version of the attraction that has been well documented, and it showcases the creative placement of the show scenes throughout the ride track. The Old Mill's middle section consists of 3 circles. In the center of these, outdoor show scenes were constructed, with parts of the tunnel being removed and replaced with fencing so guests could look outside. There are also 4 show buildings where dark ride scenes have been placed. Despite the creative theming of Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway, the Old Mill continued to be known for one thing. Kennywood's director of community and government relations put it best, explaining, quote, "It didn't matter what the theme was. Anyone who rode that ride in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were not on that ride to look at the scenes."
It's a place for cuddling and to sort of make out canoodle. You're a little bit nervous about getting on the Old Mill with the girl the first time because you might end up getting slapped, but you also might end up getting, a snuggle.
In 1984, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette did a feature on the ride's reputation of romance. When interviewed, 15-year-old Missy Stash said, quote, "Everyone goes in there and really goes at it. You should see. Some of the boats come out and there's nobody in them." 61-year-old Ellen Ammon, recalling her Old Mill trips from the 1930s, remembered that the boys would bring string onto the ride. In the dark portions, they would brush the string along the necks of girls to convince them that there were spiders and water snakes in the tunnels, in an effort to hold them close through their terror. Another common occurrence was seeing couples buttoning up their shirts while exiting the attraction. An uptick in romantic activity in the Old Mill was met with an increase in supervision from the park. Kennywood employees would be stationed at various points throughout the ride, armed with a flashlight and a disapproving stare. They would rarely intervene if the activity was nothing more than a kiss, but for anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off. At one point in the 1960s, Kennywood employees were given a plastic bat and were instructed that if they saw the naked buttocks of any rider, they were to smack them with the bat. This was very effective and almost always prompted the embarrassed couples to quickly redress themselves for the remainder of the journey. This solution was actually quite popular in Old Mills, as this photo from a different Tunnel of Love proves. Kennywood would later install cameras and a PA system so that employees could tell riders to stop their behavior without having to assault them in the dark. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway understandably dropped the alliterative name in 1992, reverting back to the Old Mill but keeping the rest of the theming. As the Old Mill entered the 2000s, officially celebrating its 100th birthday, Kennywood was weighing the pros and cons of the ride. Due to its age and design, the attraction required a lot of maintenance and took up a significant amount of land at the park. Kennywood is well known for constantly building new attractions and creating new experiences to push locals to come back each season, so it was not out of the question to tear down the old mill and replace it with something more modern and thrilling. However, the management at Kennywood also cares deeply for the history of its park, and few, if any, wanted to see the park's oldest attraction torn down. So 100 years after its opening and 30 years after its last major refurbishment, a refresh of the old mill was on everyone's minds. Kennywood wanted to find a way to keep the historic ride in the park, but update it to appeal to modern audiences. And the answer to this would come in the form of a powerful cat, named Garfield. Garfield is a comic strip written by cartoonist Jim Davis that debuted in 1976. The eponymous orange tabby cat needs no introduction. The general public is well aware of his love of lasagna, hatred of Mondays, and his trademark laziness. Garfield, along with his dorky owner John, John's naive dog Odie, and a cast of other recurring characters, quickly found their ways into the comic sections of newspapers across the country. By 1982, the strip was appearing in over 1,000 newspapers. Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose in popularity, Garfield would spawn an unprecedented amount of merchandise and media, including toys, books, video games, TV specials, and much more. Despite Garfield being a household name and his face being on everything from tea kettles to lava lamps, he was noticeably absent in amusement parks. It seemed that every major park chain had a classic cartoon character as a mascot. Disney had Mickey Mouse and Friends, Universal had Woody Woodpecker, Cedar Fair had the Peanuts Gang, and Six Flags had the Looney Tunes. Garfield's omission from the medium was not lost on his creator. In 1988, when asked if Garfield would enter the theme park business, Davis said, quote, "I wouldn't touch it. Never." And that's the history of Garfield and theme parks. Wait, 8 years later he changed his mind. Wonder why. In 1996, plans were announced for a 535-acre theme park to be located in Davis's home state of Indiana, near Indianapolis in Hendricks County. The project was named the Heartland Festival Entertainment Complex, and at the heart of the park would be Garfield's universe, a land dedicated to the character. This would include a character carousel, Arbuckle's picnic coaster, a ride called Garfield's Extreme Adventure, an Odie tongue slide, Irma's Diner, and Mama Leone's restaurant, which would serve, of course, lasagna. The park was planned to open in 1997 and was a joint effort between a Michigan development company and Davis's company, Paws Inc. The cost of the project was estimated to be $120 million. By all accounts, Davis was significantly involved in the park's design, even going so far as to have a special Garfield theme park planning room and even conceptualizing the more mundane aspects of the project, such as the garbage cans and restrooms. On top of the design contractors, Davis reached out to other amusement park operators to consult on the project during its early stages. This was when Davis first reached out to the Kennywood Entertainment Company, which owned 5 small parks in and around Pennsylvania, including Kennywood in West Mifflin. A year after the announcement, the opening date was pushed back to 1998. Despite significant utilities and groundwork being completed, the project struggled to find the remainder of its funding. The following year, the park rebranded to Garfield's Adventure America and scaled back on its plans, opting to construct and debut the Garfield area first, with the opening now planned for 1999. By this point, a significant number of Hendricks County residents opposed the project, even forming a group called Citizens Opposing Amusement Park, or COPE. The theme park was pushed back another year with a projected opening of 2000. In December of 1999, Kennywood officials attended the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Convention and Trade Show. It is here that they learned that Garfield was available to license. It seemed that while Garfield's Adventure America was in a state of limbo, Davis was looking to integrate the character elsewhere, at least temporarily, and Kennywood Entertainment was reportedly one of his top choices, specifically the historic Kennywood Park as well as lake compounds in Connecticut. Kim Campbell, a spokesperson for Paws Inc., explained, quote, "Jim liked the long histories of both parks, the family-friendly atmosphere, and the fact that they were picnic areas. Jim said the parks were a perfect fit for Garfield, who never met a picnic he didn't like. You didn't think that picnic stuff was gonna come back, did ya?" An agreement was made between Kennywood and Paws Inc. for a 1-year licensing deal to have Garfield and Odie become the mascots of both Kennywood and Lake Compounds. This is despite the fact that Kennywood and Lake Compounds already had mascots. Kennywood had Kenny the Kangaroo, and Lake Compounds had Kyle the Crocodile. Both parks assured fans that Garfield and Odie would stand alongside the legacy characters and would not be replacing them. This integration in the Northeastern Park seemed to conflict with the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America in Indiana. However, it was revealed that the developers of the Indiana park only had the exclusive rights to the character within a 150-mile radius, and that Jim Davis and Paws Inc. had never financially invested in the park. The developers assured the public and their investors that Garfield's integration at Kennywood and Lake Compounce would not detract from the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America. But at this point, many were convinced that the park would never be built. Meanwhile, at the Kennywood parks, Garfield and Odie were fitting right in, taking photos with guests, selling merchandise, and appearing in advertisements. The integration was successful enough that Kennywood and Paws Inc. extended their agreement, further cementing Garfield's presence in the parks. Kennywood's Kittyland would receive more Garfield theming, and in 2002, the first Garfield ride opened at Kennywood, named Garfield's Pounce Bounce, a kitty bounce tower made to look like a block of cheese, covered in mice, and adorned with a Garfield statue. As Garfield continued to increase his presence at Kennywood, the park in Indiana was finally canceled. The developer had been sued by one of its contractors for lack of payment, and not long after this, it was revealed that the park owed $166,000 in back taxes. The park was soon foreclosed on, and the development company filed for bankruptcy. By 2003, the project was dead, and the county was redistricting the land where the park would have sat. Despite the failure of the park, Davis was still passionate about Garfield's presence in theme parks, and since he and his company already had a successful relationship with Kennywood, it only made sense to go all in on the Pennsylvania park. It was time for Garfield to get his own dark ride. It was at this point that the history of the Old Mill and the history of Garfield collided. Davis and Paws Inc. wanted a Garfield dark ride, and Kennywood wanted to retheme the Old Mill. The timing was perfect, and even better, Kennywood already had a designer in mind. Larry Kirshner, the owner of the haunted house design firm Halloween Productions, had recently installed an attraction at Kennywood, telling park management that if there ever came an opportunity to design a dark ride, Kirshner and Halloween Productions wanted in. Kirshner recalled wanting to design a dark ride so bad that he would almost do it for free. When the Garfield Old Mill retheme was discussed, Kennywood reached out to Kirshner, who happily accepted the job. Kirshner's plans for the attraction included animatronics and 3D effects, and his background in haunted houses would lead him to pitch a Garfield ride with horror and comedy aspects, not dissimilar to the Old Mill's Hard-Headed Harold theming. However, Kirshner's plans were too ambitious. He recalled, quote, "We wanted to make it look like a billboard smashes open and there's a Frankenstein food character, and then we squirt them all with water. I wanted to do other CGI effects so it wasn't so static and so the characters were interacting with them." Obviously, big effects like this were difficult to achieve in the retheme's limited budget, but the team ran into another issue entirely. Kennywood officials explained to Kirshner and Halloween Productions that, quote, "We can't make it too great because too many people would want to ride it. It has a pretty limited capacity since it's a boat ride." Pete McEnany, the general manager of Kennywood Entertainment, remembered, quote, "One of the things we had to do was not make it too spectacular because it doesn't have a high capacity. So with a small budget and an explicit directive to make the ride no better than good, the team marched forward." Kirshner imagined guests riding through the Old Mill as though they were riding through a Garfield book. The premise for the ride was that Garfield was having a nightmare, which would give the team an excuse to incorporate horror elements and retain some of the dark portions. One point of contention in the ride's history was the involvement of Jim Davis and Paws Inc. While Davis certainly wanted the ride to be built and approved it, there was a dispute as to how involved he was in the creative process. McEnany recalled that Davis wrote the script for the ride and drew the concept art, but Kirshner recalled, quote, "We did 20 or 30 drawings. He didn't do anything. I never talked to Jim Davis. The biggest thing was he or someone gave us some Garfield books and then we had to figure out which story we wanted to tell." Despite the obstacles, Kirshner and Halloween Productions were able to pull off a substantial retheme to the Old Mill, resulting in the most elaborate overlay in the ride's 103-year-old history. How this version would be received by the public, though, was still uncertain. On May 1st, 2004, Kennywood opened for the season with a brand new attraction, Garfield's Nightmare. The retheme to the Old Mill was dedicated with a small ceremony, at which Garfield and Odie took their first ride. Kenny the Kangaroo was also in attendance, although he could not fit into the boat with the other characters. Guests entered the attraction under the large signage, twisting around an outdoor queue with the familiar Old Mill show building intact. With a small adjustment, in the window of the mill house, a frightened Garfield could be seen inside as the shutters opened and closed. While waiting in line, riders viewed TV screens that explained the history of the ride and featured clips of Garfield. As guests entered the loading area, they were surprisingly handed 3D glasses to wear on the attraction. After riders loaded into their boat, they would take a left turn, passing a guard station revealing that the ride was covered in cameras. Reportedly, this was intentionally put in plain sight as another deterrent for romantic activity. As guests climbed a short lift hill, they heard a mysterious booming voice.
This is the most frightening adventure you will ever be on. Unless you have cheese. I like cheese. So give me some cheese and I'll...
Enjoy your ride.
After a right turn, guests went down a passageway covered in glowing advertisements for PepsiCo products, which was unsurprisingly Kennywood's food and drink vendor. This was also the first of many blacklight scenes, and the walls were splattered with fluorescent material, which was definitely added by Halloween Productions during the refurbishment and was not the result of 103 years of bad aim. This is also where the 3D glasses came into play. Rather than being a stereoscopic 3D effect in which two images are made into one to simulate depth, Garfield's Nightmare used chroma depth, which diffracts colors through a holographic film. This results in certain colors popping into the foreground while others are pushed into the background. The warm colors, red, orange, and yellow, are the ones pulled forward, while blue, indigo, and violet are pushed back. This effect works best with bright primary and secondary colors, which inadvertently gave the ride a distinct color scheme. The chroma depth effect is commonly used in haunted houses, and Kirshner and his team are industry leaders in the style. A benefit of the style is that unlike stereoscopic 3D, riders could view the ride without glasses, and would not have the ghosting effect seen when watching a polarized or anaglyph 3D setup without glasses. A nice, possible coincidence was that Garfield was famously orange, so the character would always pop to the foreground, while the background and other characters in the ride would be painted with blue or green colors. If you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can find cheap chroma depth glasses online and watch a POV of the ride with the brightness turned all the way up. It's just like the real thing. After the product placement tunnel, riders encounter their first Garfield strip, which depicts Garfield falling asleep after a big meal, thus beginning his nightmare. The strips appearing in the ride were previously released Garfield strips and not created specifically for the attraction. After this, guests enter the first scene, in which Garfield's messy house begins to come alive, with the door swinging open and shut. Garfield's voice plays overhead, repeating,
I never met an ice cream truck I didn't like.
Another strip depicted Garfield depressed that he couldn't catch the ice cream truck. In the next scene, the ice cream truck finally appears, but in a twist, the truck, driven by ice cream cones, is chasing after Garfield. Another strip depicted Garfield scaring the mailman, a running gag in the comics. The next scene shows the mailman smiling as an angry dog opens and closes its jaws. The next strip features another running gag from the comics, in which Garfield torments spiders. Predictably, the next scene is of a large spider tormenting Garfield. This pattern continues with another running gag, Garfield eating a fish in a fishbowl, followed by a scene of a fish eating Garfield. The most terrifying part of the ride thus far is arguably this chair. While not explicitly referenced in the ride, another running gag from the comic strip is Garfield using John's chair as a scratching post, and it appears that this chair, while not getting direct revenge on Garfield, is having a great time watching. The next scene shows Garfield's vet Liz holding a giant needle, with Garfield tied up by a rope, held by an Igor-type character. The needle would blow a puff of air onto riders. Another strip depicts Garfield attacking the pizza delivery man, and the next scene shows the pizza delivery man and evil pizza boxes attacking Garfield. The next strip and scene is a break from form. The strip depicts Garfield mentioning that he's going to the kitchen, with a depressed-looking John saying nothing. The next scene is one of the most difficult to decipher. On the right side of the boat, the appliances in the kitchen have come to life in menacing fashion, while boxes of lasagna have formed a kick line on the table. On the left side of the boat, a terrified Garfield is surrounded by an evil-looking John and a monstrous Odie, who appears to have torn off his long tongue and wrapped it around his body like a coat. There is also a zombie hot dog monster strapped to a table wearing sunglasses. The final strip and scene shows John asking Garfield to catch mice, which Garfield refuses to do. In the comic strip, Garfield will eat just about anything besides mice. Despite this, in Garfield's Nightmare, the mice still want revenge on him, cooking up a cat stew. As the ride nears its end, the characters that were tormenting Garfield moments ago are now lined up, smiling as the boat passes. Garfield's voice instructs guests that a photo op is coming up.
Oh yeah, got a photo opportunity coming up. Doesn't get any better than that.
The mouse from the beginning of the ride instructs guests to smile as a large camera is clearly placed so that guests may pose for the picture. As guests reach the end of the ride, a final strip appears on the wall. Garfield says, quote, "What a great ride. It was kinda scary, but it's over now," while the creatures from the ride follow close behind. This appears to be the only Garfield strip created specifically for the attraction. Garfield's Nightmare was drastically different than the old mill Kennywood regulars were used to, and any significant change would have its detractors. However, Garfield's Nightmare almost immediately developed a cult of hatred among parkgoers, with many citing its cheap effects, product placement, and overall bizarre nature. It was too scary for many children, and too Garfield for many adults. For longtime Kennywood fans, it felt like a betrayal of the historic old mill. But in all fairness, they probably just weren't around for the 1920s version that featured Jiggs and Maggie, the Garfield and Odie of the 20s. As far as a Garfield ride goes, it successfully featured many classic characters and famous scenarios from the comics, and the original art that Kirshner and his team created for the ride looked like it was pulled straight out of a Garfield strip. Despite the low budget, the attraction featured solid gags and some terrifying imagery. But who cares what Kennywood regulars, Garfield fans, or even children think? The real demographic that matters is the one that gave the old mill its century-long reputation: young couples. In a Pittsburgh Post-Gazette report before the ride's opening, Kennywood officials assured fans that, quote, "We haven't messed with what made the old mill, which the Gazette took to mean that, quote, couples will still be able to find a suitable spot along the way to, exchange pleasantries. This persistent mentioning in official media of the ride's reputation as a love tunnel sent me down a rabbit hole that I could not have anticipated. Full disclosure for anyone that is not aware, every amusement park ride you have ever been on or will ever go on has been the setting for some funny business. Whether it's at your local amusement park or at Walt Disney World, if you can be seated within arm's reach of another person, someone has found a way to do something on that ride. I talk about amusement park rides all the time, and I never mention this, because it's never notable. It's just a given. However, in all of my research, I have never come across a ride in which major publications, journalists, have reported consistently, constantly, on a ride's reputation like the old mill at Kennywood. I found a newspaper article from 1934 talking about how the ride is a great spot for couples, and the 1984 article in which couples were interviewed about their romantic activity pushed me over the edge. Not what I meant. After hearing mention that sometimes boats would pull into the station with no one inside, I knew that I had to go deeper. Dang it, look, if you're just interested in the physical history of amusement park rides, and you don't care about the culture attached to the old mill, I'd recommend skipping to this time code. For those remaining, there was a significant amount of documentation as to how Kennywood attempted to police young lovers on the ride, but little was known on how these riders were able to accomplish some of the feats that they were boasting about. Were these legends true, or were they fiction? In the name of research, I tweeted the following: have you or someone you know ever made out or made love in the Old Mill Dark Ride at Kennywood Amusement Park? If so, please email your story to imadeloveintheoldmill@defunctland.com. I followed up this tweet clarifying that I didn't want details of the activity, I wanted to know where in the ride people jumped out. And either no one saw this reply or they didn't care, because I did receive many emails, and most of them contained graphic detailing of activities that took place in the old mill. To borrow a bit of Pittsburghese, yins are nasty. Of the 56 messages I received, only 3 were obviously fake, and the vast majority contained details far too specific to be made up, mentioning school trips or special events that I verified were accurate. I'm not going to share any of these and assert that they are 100% true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness. Feel free to pause and read at your own pace. In the end, the email submissions did provide a few interesting insights. First, smart couples would come in packs, try to space out their boat departures as best they could from other riders, and then run their hands on either side of the boat to slow their motion, thus extending the ride and their time in the dark. Second, there are at least 2 people who claim to know someone that was conceived on this ride. Maybe it's you. Third, most surprising, the Garfield overlay did not deter many people from treating the old mill as the same tunnel of love previous generations had enjoyed. In fact, the majority of my emails were about acts of passion that took place in the neon-lit tunnels of Garfield's Nightmare. Some people noted that the Garfield theming diminished the aura of romance, while others admitted that they believe it added to it. Some even purposefully sought it out. Maybe ironically, maybe not. As one emailer so eloquently put it, quote, Garfield knows all of our sins. Perhaps the greatest sin, though, was the lack of upkeep and proper maintenance that Garfield's Nightmare experienced. Within just a few years, the screens in the queue were removed, and many of the effects in the ride stopped working. The audio cues were off or missing, and the video of the mouse at the beginning sometimes wouldn't play. The neon paint started to fade, diminishing any effect the 3D glasses had. The 3D glasses themselves would often not be handed to the ride. trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects. Oddly, the upkeep of the ride was so poor that the whites of the eyes of the characters in the blown-up comic strips were either faded or removed, resulting in them appearing permanently blackened. All of this somewhat added to the Kennywood would open for the season, and Garfield's Nightmare would open with it. In 2007, and John going to an amusement park named Kittywood, which appeared to be a parody of Kennywood. After 2008, Garfield and Odie were phased out as Kennywood mascots and stopped appearing in advertisements. Kenny the Kangaroo reclaimed his throne in West Mifflin and even got a sidekick, Thomas the Tank Engine and the Pittsburgh Steelers into attractions at the park. And the new properties fit into Kennywood much more effortlessly than Garfield ever did. Despite Garfield and Odie no longer appearing in the park, Garfield's Nightmare continued to operate, year after year, with no end in sight. This was until 2019, when news broke that Paws Inc. was being acquired by Viacom, and the rights to Garfield would be utilized by Viacom subsidiary Nickelodeon. This also put Viacom in charge of the character's licensing. Viacom immediately began tightening the brand's image, and the company told Kennywood that if they wished to continue to operate Garfield's Nightmare, the licensing fee would be increased significantly. This pressured Kennywood into removing the Garfield's Nightmare theming from the old mill, and no one at the park put up much of a fight to save the ride. Garfield's Nightmare had operated for 16 seasons, and for many, that was 16 too many. This is not to say that the attraction had no fans, as in those 16 years of operation, an entire generation of Kennywood visitors had experienced the ride as their one and only version of the old mill. In March of 2020, Kennywood's YouTube account posted a video titled The History of the Old Mill at Kennywood. The video started as a Ken Burns-style theme park documentary in a similar vein to other YouTube channels that I'm completely blanking on. However, halfway through the video, it was revealed that this was not just a retrospective of the old mill, but it was also an announcement.
We're going to be bringing back the old mill as so many of you have requested and restoring the ride to the retro Western theme.
The news was celebrated by fans who cheered, "The nightmare is over." And the Pittsburgh City Paper's headline read, "I hope they serve lasagna in heaven." During the off-season, the ride was gutted and completely rethemed. Unfortunately, all of the props from Garfield's Nightmare with a direct tie to the Garfield brand were destroyed at the demand of Viacom, in order to prevent them from being sold or ending up on the black market. To ensure compliance, Kennywood had to film employees completely destroying the Garfield props. The opening of the ride would be delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but when it debuted for guests in July of 2020, when Kennywood opened for a shortened summer season, it was met with positive reviews. The familiar Old West ghost town theme was welcomed back into the historic ride. Despite the massive overhaul, the new theming utilized multiple props and effects from Garfield's Nightmare. The new Old Mill also had multiple tributes to Kennywood history, including references to previous Old Mill iterations. For instance, the appearance of a character named Harold, referencing Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. The scenes also featured multiple orange tabby cats throughout the ride, and a tombstone in a graveyard read, "G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna." The Old Mill at Kennywood is the world's oldest operating Old Mill attraction, and this is not by coincidence. Kennywood is a historic park whose employees and visitors care deeply for its history. While Garfield's Nightmare was not necessarily a beloved attraction, the retheme played an important part in extending the life of this historic ride. While some might remember Garfield's Nightmare for its neon paint and surreal visuals, like any Old Mill retheme, most Kennywood guests will remember the attraction for something else. While most of the emails I received detailed explicit and often disgusting acts of passion that took place on the Old Mill, my takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground for the good of the general public. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The romantic activities that happened within the walls of the Old Mill, as humorous and crass as they could be, reminded me of something that I've always believed. Theme and amusement parks are special environments, where some of our strongest memories are formed, whether that's thrill, imagination, or even love. Hearing people of many different generations share how this one ride impacted them was surprisingly moving. To hear stories of young angst, the nerves of going on the ride with someone you had a crush on, the scariness of having your first kiss, and even missed opportunities, lost loves. For one rider who grew up in a small town, the dark tunnels of the attraction were the first place he felt safe kissing his boyfriend. For a married couple, a trip on the Old Mill made them laugh and feel like they were in high school again. When the messages weren't overtly erotic, they were actually beautiful, and a good reminder of why I love talking about these parks. They are memorable and exciting places where it's as much about riding the attractions as it is who you are riding with. And sometimes the most memorable experience one can have is getting a kiss while riding a boat through a dark tunnel. And sometimes it's getting a kiss while riding a boat in front of a neon Garfield.
by the old mill stream where I first met you, with your eyes of blue, dressed in gingham too. It was there I knew that you loved me true. You were 16, my village queen, by the old mill stream.
Look, I can't think of another way to say this. A lot of you were gay in the Garfield Dark Ride.
And learning are the primary goals of all Enrichment Center activities. Serious injuries may occur for your...
In the latest episode of Devs React to Speedruns, several of the Portal devs got to take a look at what speedrunners have been doing to their game over the last 14 years. After the recording, Garrett, Jeep, and Eric from Valve understandably had a lot of questions, so Speedrunner Can't Even jumped in to answer everything he could. We hope you enjoy.
Yeah, that was insane. How long did it take to figure out the bulk of that stuff to get to the point where you could do it under 10 minutes?
Well, in a very real way, it took about 14 years to figure all that out.
Oh, man.
It's a very collaborative effort, and everything you see in that video kind of builds on the knowledge that the speedrunning community as a whole has been building up for the past 14 years.
So is there anything left to discover?
Yeah, there's undoubtedly things left to discover, but unfortunately, by the nature of it, we don't know what there is left in the game. We think we're getting close to how fast you can go, but there never seems to be an end.
Well, just from a speedrunning, like, philosophical standpoint, when do you give up and you're like, well, we've wrung all the speed we're going to wring out of that, since you don't actually know that there might be some other undiscovered trick?
Well, individually, you give up when you find something else to do or when you just get bored. But the great thing about speedrunning is it is truly a community effort, and the community as a whole basically never gives up, never stops playing, because some people may leave or do something else, but then new people join, and it's just constant, essentially. There may be highs and lows, but it's constant figuring out how to break the game more.
That's cool.
Yeah, so how does the save load thing work? Can you explain that in a little more detail?
Right, that is actually, that is pretty much the most broken thing in both of these categories. This is the thing that short papers have been written on. There has been probably multiple hundreds of thousands of words have been written about the implications of the save loading. So what it is it's called save glitch. And I'm going to try to explain it as quickly as I can. But what it does is the gameplay programmers, I'm assuming that you're familiar with Portal environments, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. What save glitch does is it allows you to trick the game into thinking that you are inside of a Portal environment when you are outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the way it's coded, if you are like go far away from your portal while you're in a Portal environment, apparently the game doesn't bother to check for any collision with like walls when you're far away from the portal. So that's why, because that's why I can go through all the walls. And that is also the source of a lot of the crazy shots you saw in the first speedrun where it looked like I was just shooting around everywhere, kind of for fun. Those were very, very intensely pre-calculated shots. And I was not actually shooting from where I was standing. There's an interesting thing you can do with save glitch where if you stand behind your save glitch portal, I guess the game kind of thinks you're going through the portal and puts your portal gun almost on the other side of that portal. It transforms your portal gun, but not your player. So your portal gun is just in a basically arbitrary location that is dependent on your portals. And so you can shoot portals in rooms that you are not sitting in. And when you shoot the portals, the position of your portal gun also moves. So you can basically shoot a bunch of portals in a row and the position of your portal gun keeps changing, and you can shoot to the end of a lot of chambers like that.
That's why you would shoot multiple times in a row, because each time you moved your portal, your mirrored position across the other side of the portal would be a different place. So when you shot again, you'd actually be shooting from a different position.
Correct. And also another thing with inbounds is that we have a rule that none of the portals can go out of bounds. So all of those crazy buck wild shots were landing inbounds.
Nice.
Yeah, not on the outside like you saw in the second one.
That is incredible. Time or something in a game. It just looked, it just looked random. Man, that's so. How early in like the history of Portal speedrunning did people figure that part out?
I don't know the exact estimate. 2009 to 2013 that was figured out in detail. Still things that are completely unknown about how it works. But we've
like, they're going to speedrun it. It was. Wait, what the hell? I'm in the wrong portal environment.
Fall through the floor, basically. If you don't know exactly what you're doing and know which floors.
Probably Dave. It was there's 75% chance it's someone on this call. No. Well, no, you could. Did Wolpa check some code?
A little bit. Unless it got fixed in Squirrel code, I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
I did find the story of making the elevators move. That was really interesting because of the sunk cost fallacy. Just like it kept breaking.
Swapped out the models. We had to change them in every single level and make sure they matched up in every single level. Yeah.
And that's actually a little bit useful because it means you can walk out of them before they open.
Yeah. So that means and you've got to do this decoration with names, and it's entirely possible that we just
minor bug, all things considered. Sure, most people wouldn't even notice.
Yeah, it blows my mind that I mean, I'm sure Garrett and Jeep remember it, did it even more than I did, but we lived with Portal so intensely for so long. And just to think that somebody else, like after we kind of expelled it, that somebody else sort of took over. And because I imagine you had to play Portal as much as we did to get this good at doing the speed running. Like it's just strange to think of like a second group of people coming in and living with it like that. But cool.
I know a lot of usually at least like 1,500 to 2,000 hours of just playing the game for top level runners, and all of the theory that goes behind all of the crazy things that you just saw in Portal 1 is backed up by people. All of these Portal shenanigans and the saving and loading much better than I do.
Yeah, when you're going in and out of portals, a lot of stuff can go wrong with the physics engine based on your proximity to these things. As you can imagine, you get stuck a lot.
The other main thing is that the player is an axis-aligned bounding box moving through the world. And so when you put portals on an angled wall or on like wall-to-ceiling transition, when you go through the portal, that orientation and it snaps that orientation of the axis-aligned box position until it found somewhere that it thought was good. And that basically it solved a lot of stuck bugs. And I'm sure you can abuse it in crazy ways where you just end up like popping out into somewhere where you're not supposed to be.
My only other question, I can Google this too, but maybe you know off the top of your head, what's the speed run world record on Portal 2?
Portal 2, the world record is 57 minutes and 57 seconds.
Oh, so significantly longer.
Yeah. I mean, the game is a lot longer.
True.
But then also it's a lot less broken than Portal 1. It's a much more sane speedrun.
Yeah. I'm going to go watch. Actually, you have piqued my interest. I'm going to go watch some of these things. I'm actually more interested now in the theory crafting videos about. I just want to hear people talk.
Well, a lot of
about
those videos are pretty underground, but I can link you the one that I talked about afterwards if you want.
Yeah, sure. That'd be great.
Well, thanks for speedrunning our game. That was really fun to watch.
That was great.
Yeah, well, thanks for making the game. Speedrunning is really fun to both do it and to kind of figure out all the stuff. You guys really nailed it on the head when you said it's like its own puzzle game within the puzzle game.
Yeah, we're flattered by the effort that you guys have put into that. It's thrilling to watch. I feel almost a kinship. Like we think we spent a lot of years and a lot of time thinking about the kind of stuff, and you guys have taken a lot of that and ran with it.
Yeah, it brings back a lot of memories too. Just seeing like all the levels. Like I don't know. Whenever I see an area, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember when I was working on this and what I was doing at the time, what I was listening to at the time. It's really cool just seeing everything again. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks a lot.
The trouble with zombies is that they keep coming back. Shoot them, maim them, doesn't matter. Unless you destroy the head, they'll just keep coming. The Living Dead saturate cinema, television, and games. A cultural phenomenon that seems impossible to stop. An unholy congregation with limitless appetite. It's not a matter of if they'll get you, but when. So, how did zombies become a mainstay of pop culture? What games ensured their massive popularity today? And when will this never-ending trend finally die? The Living Dead first emerge in folkloric tales out of African culture. Powerful voodoo magic capable of raising corpses as undead servants. Such tall tales made it to American shores during the interwar occupation of Haiti, quickly finding cultural fascination. Talking pictures hit their stride around this time and ushered in a new era of horror. Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Mummy.
Zombie, the Living Dead.
The first feature-length zombie film was made in such a mold. White Zombie in 1932. Its treatment of the living dead is far removed from modern expectations. Essentially, a new twist on vampire legend, with the Voodoo Master's thralls serving as an obedient workforce rather than a brain-craving mob. Early zombies were tales of possession. The horror derived from loss of control. Comely white women swayed by the unchristian values of voodoo. Often repeated, this formula eventually became stale, and the more optimistic science fiction stole the limelight by the 1950s. Save for a few B-movies, the zombie fad was over. No rest for the dead, however. Almost as soon as they were consigned to the crypt, a new era dawned under the direction of George A. Romero.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
In 1968, Night of the Living Dead rewrote the rules, revived the genre, and influenced every zombie that emerged thereafter. The cobwebs of classic horror were dusted off, and the shackles of voodoo were shed. Instead, a full-blown zombie apocalypse. A thoughtless horde, unrelenting, unexplained, yet believable. This was coupled with a bleak, nihilistic tone, with no real heroes, nor a happy ending. A risky proposition, but it worked. It was the most profitable horror film of its era, and as audiences queued up, so too did Romero's imitators. Most were awful, subtlety stripped away in favor of exploiting visceral thrills, gore, rotting flesh, and buckets of blood. Not everyone has the stomach for it, of course, and by the mid-1980s, Hollywood horror had gone in another, more gothic direction. Once again, zombies returned to their grave, but the dawn of a new art form had already begun. The arrival of the home microcomputer democratized game development and allowed the imagination of hobbyist programmers to roam free. It was only a matter of time before someone made a game about zombies. The very first is difficult to pin down. An obscure origin amidst a primordial soup of type-in basic and amateur games which never saw distribution. Perhaps the first commercial release is Zombies for the ZX81. Derived from an earlier basic game called Chase, the idea is to lure a crowd of zombies into potholes. Their behavior simple, but their numbers rife, clearly influenced by Romero's slow, stupid mobs. Early machines struggled with numerous enemies, with each vying for CPU time and occupying vital RAM. The rendition of convincing undead mobs was some distance off. Despite these limitations, 1984's Zombie Zombie was a solid attempt at an isometric city-based zombie apocalypse. Armed with an air cannon and helicopter, instead of direct violence, the goal was to lure the undead off high buildings. At this point, the concept of a zombie game was ill-defined. They normally found themselves part of a spooky ensemble cast, rubbing shoulders with vampires, mummies, ghosts and goblins. The late 80s were an era of excess, not suited to subtlety. Action films, guns, and increasingly gory action. As 16-bit machines took hold and graphics became more realistic, games could start to mirror the lurid scenes of horror. Arcade titles like Beastbusters had endless parades of zombies to shoot. With huge sprites, unprecedented levels of on-screen violence, and exploding body parts. Blood-soaked coin-ops of this era would be key inspiration for early first-person shooters. Indeed, Wolfenstein, Doom and Quake all feature zombie-like opponents, and jibbing aplenty. There is a certain irony in all this. Once designed to deliberately offend Christian values, now ersatz human targets that could bleed, be dismembered and slaughtered by the dozen. But it's alright. They're just zombies. However, horror can be more sophisticated than a splash of red pixels. With deft pacing, tone and atmosphere, you can exploit the psychological aspects of fear. To be effective, the shoot-'em-up had to be discarded, and the player left disempowered. Combat should be scary, and every bullet should matter. Survival horror begins with games like Capcom's Sweet Home, an RPG not afraid to punish the player, with limited resources and character permadeath. Infogrames' Alone in the Dark was another stab at domestic horror, this time taking an action-oriented, cinematic approach. The world was 3D to an extent. To limit polygon count, static backgrounds were used. Fixed camera angles and awkward voyeuristic composition imparting a sense of dread. The elements for the perfect survival horror game were starting to fall into place, and zombies would prove just the glue to hold them all together. The mid-90s saw a return in focus towards console gaming, and an identity shift towards a new adult audience. The Sony PlayStation was making moves, and boasted a lineup of attractive titles like Wipeout, Tekken, Tomb Raider, and Resident Evil. It did for games what Romero did for film. Resident Evil threw out the cliches of reheated zombie horror, distilled its essence, and became a new prototype for future games to follow. An unlikely origin too, considering zombies were never particularly popular in Japan. Widespread cremation and reverence for the dead largely excludes walking corpses. Titled Biohazard in its native market, instead of mystical force or voodoo magic, the zombies are a deliberate act of terror. A mutagenic bioweapon called the T-virus. A spontaneous idea that was likely influenced by the 1995 sarin gas attacks in Tokyo. Resident Evil marks the maturation of video game horror. From the time you encounter the first zombie to the ultimate escape, the tension was held in ways no game had ever done before. Its enemies were varied. Rather than a shambling, homogeneous horde, the introduction of multiple monster types prevented players from ever becoming complacent. Innovative enough to forgive its slightly awkward controls and camp dialogue, it spurred a golden era of survival horror.
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
You're right. Barry, thanks for saving my life.
The PlayStation era is defined by such games. Silent Hill, Parasite Eve, Dino Crisis, Fatal Frame. Knowing a good thing when they see it, Sega took zombies to the arcades, adapting the light gun action of Virtua Cop into horror shoot-'em-up, The House of the Dead. It wasn't quite as nuanced as Resident Evil, with a less serious style and a pace on rails. But when you have full polygonal graphics and non-stop action blaring from its impressive cabinet, atmosphere is less important. Western games also took inspiration. The darkened corridors of Doom 3 and its choice between firearm or flashlight, or the limited ammo and multiple zombie types introduced during Ravenholm in Half-Life 2. Most of all, Resident Evil proved that zombies could be cool again, and that you don't always have to stick to the rules. By the time of the PlayStation 2, 3D performance had become more confident. Twin-stick control the norm, and action-oriented games dominant. Capcom had muddied their own market with countless spin-offs, and what was originally refreshing became cliché. Survival horror had had a good run, I suppose. And as military, sci-fi, and crime-themed games took hold, it looked like, once again, zombies had expired. The new millennium was quick to shatter any optimism. The war on terror, a culture of fear, magnified by 24-hour meat. But this time, the debt was repaid. Released in 2002, 28 Days Later was a surprising success, fusing classic Romero with a twist of inspiration from Resident Evil. Its zombies were different, too. A blood-borne virus that quickly infects, turning the slightest scratch into a tragedy. Genuinely scary, a new approach that reinvigorated a dying genre. A trickle of zombie games turned into a flood. Where? A new possibility. Capcom remained at the forefront of zombie games, with the success of Resident Evil 4 and its shift towards more action-oriented gameplay franchise, Dead Rising. A sandbox game filled to the brim with zombies. Its sprawling mall taken from Romero's Dawn of the Dead, of a full-blown zombie apocalypse. An affection for free roam gameplay would define the generation, and Rockstar were the kings of the category. Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare is a standout for DLC of the era, and a rare sighting of the lesser-spotted zombie western. Call of Juarez developers Techland made a similar leap with Dead Island, its trailer promising emotive drama amidst a tropical setting. What was delivered proved slightly disappointing. Dying Light would better realize the concept. Park running is often necessary to escape doom. Zombies aren't always so somber. Sometimes they're seen with a sense of humor. The more light-hearted efforts tend to exploit the campness of B-movie horror, and what they lose in visceral impact, they gain in comedy. Plants vs. Zombies is a franchise firmly tongue-in-cheek, with an unlikely botanical matchup. The static plants suit the tower defense gameplay, and while motivated by brains, the zombies end up eating a vegetarian diet, an intrinsic irony of its all-out garden warfare. Zombie survival serves cooperative play perfectly, and the increasing popularity of online multiplayer meant that a union was inevitable. Left 4 Dead arrived in 2008. a cinematic 4-player journey through zombie-infested levels, punctuated by safe houses. It evokes classic horror while taking notes from newer sources. Fast zombies and special infected types. Valve's usual polish and extensive playtesting helped set the bar for 4-player co-op. And its dynamic reshaping of game intensity under an AI director meant that even seasoned players might be left surprised. The perennially popular Call of Duty was in full swing by this point, and while its primary draw was as a military shooter, World at War would venture into the crossover realm of zombie horror and war. Originally added as an afterthought, a reward for completing the campaign, Nazi zombies would prove one of the most compelling features of Treyarch's entries to the franchise. With escalating waves of challenge, 4-player character co-op, and surprisingly complex Easter eggs, the zombie aspect went from strength to strength, with a string of DLC and sequels. Similar is the spin-off from Sniper Elite, Nazi Zombie Army, now a horror co-op trilogy. Shooting reanimated fascists is reward enough, but Sniper Elite illustrates the destruction of grey decaying organs with gratuitous slow motion and X-ray vision. Between undead mobs and survivor factions, it's in a massive scale of multiplayer where zombies can really stretch their legs. The survival sandbox. Indie games are a cornerstone here. Perhaps small teams without a publisher are more willingly seduced by already popular themes, where larger budgets might not bank on the continued success of an already long-lived trend. An early browser-based example is Urban Dead. Not much to look at, but within its simple elements lie a surprising complexity. The chaotic influence of so many players coalesce into a living undead city. Independent games excel at simplicity, and the elementary blocks of Minecraft are an origin point. First designed with survival in mind, base building by day and a zombie onslaught by night. Its block-by-block approach is arguably more successful as a Lego simulator, but the limitless freedom to build and roam is compelling. Larger, more detailed worlds are tempered by technology, and while consoles lay stagnant late generation, the PC's potential took the lead. DayZ started as a mod for Milsim Arma 2, and from its outset, its goal was to portray a zombie outbreak as realistically as possible. With supplies scattered across its massive map, and a host of variables to manage: hunger, thirst, temperature, blood pressure. Staying alive requires careful management of parallel demands. Throw in a hand in. Minecraft and DayZ are both definitive survival sandbox games, and have each inspired many imitators. It's a genre that indulges both player creativity and a competitive side, but they do underpin the common themes. A breakdown of society. Such settings run rich with drama. Running parallel to the popular TV series, it's an exercise in episodic storytelling. After all, the most interesting stories focus on the survivor's struggle. Safety isn't the predictable, ponderous fate that claws at the window. From the fast, dark danger of modern horror, to the classic Romero formula, the kitsch charm of B-movies, or the mystic origins of voodoo. Zombies, willingness to defy definition and break the rules. For instance, these so-called Zeds from Killing Floor are not zombies, but failed experiments instead. Dead Space's necromorphs are extraterrestrial in origin, a pathogen that co-opts corpse via a fungal vector. Infectious, spread via bites and prompting aggressive behavior. Zombie prescriptivists might discount these examples, but the undead influence is clear, and if it looks like a zombie and walks like a zombie, well, their presence in games, films, nor television show any signs of abatement. The trouble with zombies is that they keep coming back. Thank you for watching, and until next time, farewell.
Hello and welcome to Greatest Hits, the brand new show from NoClip where we dive into the history of some of your favorite games. And we mean your favorite games because the titles we cover on this show are voted on and selected by our patrons. And this episode they've sent us on quite the wild ride.
I'll have to admit it, when Roller Coaster Tycoon won our first poll, I was pretty surprised. What is it about a theme park management series that resonated with so many people 20 years after its heyday? Well, it's a good thing that's the entire point of this show. To not only talk to the people who made these classic games, but to explore their legacy, to figure out what it is about these games we consider classic and what our love for them tells us about video games today.
This series has spawned a half dozen sequels, bunches of expansion packs, and more than a few spiritual successors. But when people are talking about their love of Roller Coaster Tycoon, generally they're referring to the first two games. These two games programmed by a single guy. These days he's pretty hard to find. That is, of course, unless you own a boxed copy of the originals.
Tycoon designer Chris Sawyer all but left the games industry after the release of the third game, and by modern media standards he's almost impossible to get a hold of. But if we're to tell the story of this game, we also need to figure out who kept the torch lit since Chris's departure almost 20 years ago. The developers evolving the genre, the communities keeping the game alive, and the YouTubers creating brand new Roller Coaster Tycoon fans today.
Why do people still care about Roller Coaster Tycoon? What effect has this series had on the games we play today? And can we get Chris Sawyer to turn on his webcam? A lot of questions, and the clock is ticking. Welcome to NoClip Greatest Hits.
Okay, a brief history lesson for those of you out of the loop. This won't be long, but it's a bit twisty, so please keep your limbs inside the car at all times. The original Roller Coaster Tycoon was first released in 1999, programmed by Chris Sawyer with graphics by Simon Foster and music and sound by veteran composer Alistair Brimble. Chris and Simon had previously worked on Transport Tycoon together, an isometric transport management game set against the backdrop of 20th century expansionism. The story goes they worked remotely, sending floppy disks through the Royal Mail on a daily basis. The game was a critical and commercial success, and Chris used the profits to take a well-earned break. The Scottish developer travelled around Europe and across the Atlantic to North America, visiting theme parks during his journey and quickly developing a love for riding roller coasters, so when it came time to create his new game, a new idea was on the tip of his tongue. And while the original title of White Knuckle would eventually be dropped in favour of continuing the Tycoon brand, he was true to his vision, creating a game that satisfied both the management pleasures of his transport game and the joyful creativity of designing looping, diving roller coasters. In Roller Coaster Tycoon, you build and manage theme parks, placing rides, paths, concession stands, and toilets. And while there are non-roller coaster amusements available, the bulk of the game's creativity comes from making custom roller coasters from a variety of styles. The goal of the game is to attract visitors to your park by creating the most exciting roller coasters possible. Many players will tell you that the pleasure of Roller Coaster Tycoon comes from the craft of park building, organizing paths, placing rides where you want them, adding flowers and flair, and constructing increasingly imaginative coasters. The first game sold a staggering 6 million units by the time its sequel came out. RCT2, largely considered to be the pinnacle of the series, added dozens of improvements over the first game, leaning into the creativity of the community to give players more options with rides, buildings, and scenery. By the time it was released in late 2002, the strategy genre was ready to leave 2D. And while Chris Sawyer did do some consultancy work on the third game, Atari handed development over to Frontier Developments for Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. The story gets a little bit messier after that. Don't worry, we'll check in on it later. But what's important now is that you know when people talk about their love for RCT, generally they're talking about those first 2 games in the series, written in assembly by Chris Sawyer with timeless graphics by Simon Foster. So what if I told you that despite all the sequels, all the spin-offs and spiritual successors, there are thousands of people today who are still playing those original games, and millions with a YouTube channel.
Hello everyone and welcome to another video. Today we will be answering the question that asks, why do tired guests drown slower than fully energized guests? RST was huge in the Netherlands. When I was dad burning it onto a different CD for another classmate, I think one of the main reasons why it's popular is that it has an incredibly low entry barrier. I mean, anyone who's never played any kind of game like that and you can build a roller coaster. You don't have to build it yourself. There are plenty of good pre-builds and most of them aren't too big, so you can plot them in almost any park and it just works. But then when you get better at it, there are a lot of options, so it doesn't get played out very quickly. I got a few comments every now and then for people saying, I don't even play the game, I just watch the videos. Or people saying, I played this game 15 years ago and it's interesting to see how it works in depth, even though I don't play the game anymore. Also a lot of comments saying people picked up the game again, but also still quite a few people that are actively playing, I uploaded a video about why certain mazes are nearly impossible. Meant watching that one first.
But he brought up an interesting point, which is that the game I played growing up on my Amiga was Theme Park, which is similar in some ways to Roller Coaster Tycoon.
That skill cap, right. And I would not have reached it either if it wasn't for a lot of older people in the community. This is so much to do and a very low skill ceiling. And another thing which I think is very important.
There are many things a game needs to be in order for it to become a classic. Games. There's no better example of this endurance than New Element. For almost 20 years, this website has been highlighting outstanding visual design in custom roller coasters of their community competition is currently running. So it's all the more impressive that the graphics for RCT 1 and 2 were created entirely by one person, Simon Foster. He used 3D Studio Max to create thousands of 3D renders, which he would then manually export and send to Chris on rough grids. Once you factored in all the animations, the 4 isometric angles, and the different number of people that may be riding on the coaster, one roller coaster car could take as many as 6,000. Looked incredible in its day without adversely impacting performance. This was absolute assembly. Chris Sawyer ensured that even at the absolute limit of park sizes, Roller Coaster Tycoon ran well and rarely suffered from computational errors. But even the most tightly written code cannot avoid the passage of time, and for many years the original 2 Roller Coaster Tycoon games were unplayable on modern machines. So how exactly is Marcel playing RCT2 in 2021?
I can't imagine making my videos without Open Roller Coaster Tycoon. For example, it's got windowed mode and HD resolutions, which is really useful. But other than that, a lot more hotkeys. You can speed up the game for when you, need to test a long coaster or, have your guests spread out in the park. You don't need to wait around a lot. There are just so many quality of life improvements. There are way too many to list. But they make the original game.
The original Roller Coaster Tycoon was written by a single programmer, Chris Sawyer, but the person keeping the original Roller Coaster Tycoon alive today does so with the help of a global team. Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is a free program which modifies the original game's installer to work on modern OSs, including several operating system families the original never supported. So every 2 months we're going to have the patrons vote for a new episode of this show. Channel's working as well to see if we can contact them that way, but so far, it's been a couple of weeks, we've heard nothing back. So while our attempts to contact Chris Sawyer were still going unanswered, we decided to reach out to the only other person who knows the code as well as him. It came much earlier.
I mean, I got the first game, Roller Coaster Tycoon, I was probably 7 at the time. You know, I'd played other park games. I think I played Theme Park in the past, but what interested me did, and the graphics looked really good. They still look good today because they're all pre-rendered, because that was available before the game was released. So one of the other games I played was Transport Tycoon, which is the previous game Chris Sawyer made before he made Roller Coaster Tycoon. And I remember I think it was about 2005, I found OpenTDD for the first time and was impressed at what they achieved and how it was at the time. And I thought, this is great. Roller Coaster Tycoon should have the same thing. We got it working on other platforms like macOS and Linux quite early. And then I think the community are quite excited about being able to improved guest AI, because quite often the guests, they get systems, directions, they got maps, yet they still can't seem to find where they want to go.
Your job is like half game designer, half like game preservationist, and it doesn't take away from what the original was or is.
Yeah, we're very cautious about adding too many new features. A lot of people like to request things that make it a bit easier, or in other ways, things that we think are a bit of a cheat, I suppose, where it tells you how much you should price the rides and various things like that. And we're not sure whether that should belong in the base game. However, we know that some people do want that. And to sort of please everyone, we've decided, well, why don't we make
project? Not only is he a massive fan of the original games, but remarkably his day job as a software. He's eager not to take all the credit for this work though, as like any successful open source project, OpenRCT2 has benefited from a passionate community of developers who have a deep love.
100 different people have contributed to the source code in different ways. People translating the game to numerous different languages. We've got some people trying to create new art for the game, and some people are just there to test the game or do documentation.
When some said it was the management, others talked about coaster design or park layout. For some it was a relaxing sandbox experience or just a shot of nostalgia. But Ted told me that in recent surveys they had noticed an influx of younger players into Roller Coaster Tycoon, folks who weren't even born when it came out. So I asked him, why does he think people are still playing this game? What makes Roller Coaster Tycoon such a hit?
Well, I think a lot of people, they haven't played it in a long time. They played it when they were younger and they see the game again, they realise they can play it. But I think for a lot of other people, it's a toy. It's like Lego, and that you can't get old of it. There's always different things, new things that you can think of building. It's not too complex. It's very uniform. You're talking about isometric grid, everything's tile or block based, a bit like Lego and Minecraft. It's easy to place things exactly where you want. Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, it's all about the progression. Playing each part gets bigger and you research more new rides and you have to meet objectives, and then you can tick off those objectives, you can complete the game. Whereas Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is your sandbox mode where you create whatever you want. One thing that stands out, and you can get this from the game, is that Chris Sawyer is clearly obsessed with roller coasters and theme parks, and he knows, he's read a lot about them, and that is in the game. The detail, the different types of roller coasters, the different pieces that make up a roller coaster, it's all in the game. It's very technical, and you have to be very technical with how you build them. You can't build anything you want, you have to stick to the rules. You have to make sure that the lateral G isn't too high, people don't get too sick, also that they're not too boring either. And likewise, you can't have a theme park with just really scary rides, you have to have a balance between everything. And the game is very good at encouraging that. I don't think it's crazy that it was written in assembly. I think lots of games back then were written in assembly, and certainly lots of games written for game consoles were written in assembly. But it must have given it an edge in performance, because I think it's one of those games where you think it works on any computer. When you think, yes, you got a park, you got 2,000 individual people do pathfinding, logic, You got all the roller coasters, and they've got all the animation. The graphics are very simple, palette based, 8-bit. There weren't many simple physics, and I think that's what allowed the game to have that high performance on any machine.
For one reason or another, decided to focus on a new game, Locomotion, a spiritual. They in turn hired Frontier Developments, who had done the Xbox port of the original and both expansion packs of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, to create a sequel. Sawyer would do a small amount of consulting on the project. The result was Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, and it would be a significant technical leap for the franchise. The first 3D version of the game with a free camera, day and night cycles, and significant additions to customer behavior. It would go on to sell more than 10 million copies and review well, but like a lot of early 3D games, many fans of the series failed to connect emotionally with Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. The game was well designed, but for many, much of the magic of those originals was... Original Roller Coaster Tycoon games had a beautiful simplicity to them, at least the story, games about designing roller coaster parks. Those first two games play and look pretty similar and have a lot of nostalgia with them. But after Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, stuff started to get a little bit messy, a little bit more complicated. And not just in the games themselves, but also the politics that surrounded them. The relationship between Atari and Frontier soured in the years after Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, resulting in a complex and largely private set of legal battles over the rights and usage of the threequels code and intellectual property. Between this and Atari's general financial woes, the franchise would disappear for the best part of a decade, and it's here that you can start to feel sorry for series fans. Roller Coaster Tycoon did eventually return in 2012 with the confusingly titled Roller Coaster Tycoon 3D, a 3DS exclusive which used assets from Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 but with a more classic isometric-like perspective. And this knife was twisted further by 2014's Roller Coaster Tycoon 4 Mobile, a freemium phone game that was critically panned, in part due to its aggressive microtransactions. Rather confusingly, Roller Coaster Tycoon 4 Mobile was followed by Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 Mobile, a Frontier-developed mobile version of the game, which by and large was actually pretty decent, though obviously not the Roller Coaster Tycoon game that many fans of the series had been praying for. Okay, you still following along? This is where it gets a bit more confusing. 2016 saw the release of multiple RCT products and the return of Chris Sawyer, though perhaps not in the exact way fans of the series were praying for. Roller Coaster Tycoon Classic was a mobile release in the style of the original games, created by Chris Sawyer and a team that he'd worked on in an earlier mobile release for Transport Tycoon. It was generally well received. The second RCT game that year was Roller Coaster Tycoon World, a new 3D entry that bounced from studio to studio and enjoyed a tumultuous early access stint before it was officially launched one day before Frontier's new roller coaster game, Planet Coaster. Planet Coaster reviewed well, while Roller Coaster Tycoon World was about as bad a nightmare fans of the series could have possibly imagined. Buggy, unfinished, and not very fun. It was critically panned. A mobile port of World quickly followed under the title Roller Coaster Tycoon Touch, followed then by Roller Coaster Tycoon Joyride, an on-rails shooter for PlayStation VR, and Roller Coaster Tycoon Story, a mobile match-em game. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention Roller Coaster Tycoon Adventures, an equity crowdfunded port of Roller Coaster Tycoon Touch for the Nintendo Switch, which later came out on PC as an Epic Games Store exclusive, which I guess makes that a PC port of a Switch port of a mobile port of the worst Roller Coaster Tycoon game. Beginning to feel sorry for Roller Coaster Tycoon fans. From the fans' perspective, it does seem that under Atari's stewardship, the Roller Coaster Tycoon franchise has become a bit of a cash cow. But it hasn't been all bad news for fans of the genre, as outside of the Tycoon franchise, there are two games that have attempted to pick up the baton. Planet Coaster by Frontier Developments is the spiritual successor to Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. It was their return to the genre on PC, having attempted to do so on console twice with Thrillville and Scream Ride. Planet Coaster launched to critical acclaim in 2016, enjoyed frequent content updates and DLC, and is reported to have sold over 2.5 million copies to date. We successfully made contact with Frontier and attempted to get some spokespeople on to talk to us, perhaps David Brabham, who worked on RCT3 and knows Chris, or even some of the folks who worked on Planet Coaster, but sadly they stopped communicating at a certain stage, and honestly it's not hard to understand why. The Roller Coaster Tycoon brand has an element of chaos attached to it, and in Planet Coaster, Frontier had managed to create a fresh start, one that through significant work and support had generated its own passionate community. Perhaps this is also why we failed to get Chris Sawyer on board. In many ways he's been hands off with the IP over the past few years, and with all those old lawsuits one could forgive him for being cautious over what he says and to whom. His most recent interview was conducted by my old colleague in the UK games press, Wesley Ian Poole over at Eurogamer, and even that was conducted via email through the company that represents him. Not exactly a prime candidate for the type of off-the-cuff video interviews that we like to do. So while Planet Coaster may be the tycoon game of choice for many players and a worthy spiritual successor to Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, what about fans of those original Chris Sawyer games, RCT 1 and 2? Surely somebody out there can make a spiritual successor to those. I mean, maybe a small team, one who does all the programming and one who does all the art, and maybe one of them can answer their fucking emails. I don't know. I can dream, right? Right?
I grew up next to Europa Park, which is one of the largest theme parks in the world. So I always was kind of interested in how a park like that operates and all the technology that goes into the rides.
I took some pictures when I was out there with Sebastian, and it was great to see like how these roller coasters work up close.
My name is Sebastian, and I'm the lead programmer for Parkitect.
My name is Garrett. I am the, I guess, art director and co-designer of Parkitect. Parkitect is a theme park building game in the line of the classic theme park building games, such as Theme Park and Roller Coaster Tycoon, with more of an emphasis on management specific to like decorations and resources in a theme park. There's still all of the building and customization, but we wanted to get a little bit more into the behind the scenes of a theme park when it comes to what people want to see and how the back end is managed. So in the game, you're not just building the park of your dreams, you're also having to manage the backstage and everything that goes on there.
The focus is not just on the guests that visit the park, but also on the employees that run the park. So you have stuff like staff buildings and training rooms that you have to build. It's kind of like in a real theme park, so guests don't enjoy seeing these parts of the park. So you have to build decorations and stuff to hide the behind-the-scenes parts of the park from your guests.
Parkitect seems to have succeeded where so many theme park games have failed, in keeping things simple on the surface but adding depth where it matters. While Parkitect may boast a cute and cartoonish aesthetic, under the hood there's a lot of simulation work going on here. For instance, each visitor's line of sight is calculated, and so their experience at the park is positively or negatively impacted based on how much of the backstage park maintenance stuff they can see. An innovative idea which actually incentivizes players to add flair and scenery to their parks.
A lot of game companies are very into the idea of innovation, especially when it comes to market value and things like that. And it's very hard to innovate this kind of game, not only for technical reasons, but also just gameplay reasons. Yeah, there's kind of been a renaissance in sim games, and we kind of got really lucky that we kind of were at the beginning of that wave. And it's been really interesting to see all these different takes on 100 different aspects of the genre. Like you got town builders, you got theme park builders, you got city builders. You know, there's some interesting ones out there like that one where you build a town on the back of a walking creature. Like all these cool, innovative takes on it that I think is just really cool and does push traffic across the genre for people who want more of those experiences, I think.
Do you think there's a difference between the way in which people play a game like Parkitect and a game like Planet Coaster, right? Because thematically they're very similar, but in terms of the gameplay experience, they're, you know, worlds apart in many ways.
Yeah, what we hear from players very often is that they enjoy both games for different reasons, and that's really cool. That two games that are kind of similar can coexist. So for Parkitect, what people are looking for usually is the management part, I would say, and for Planet Coaster, the options for building that you have in that game are just amazing. And it looks really good too, I guess that helps.
Yeah, I've seen some truly amazing dioramas from Planet Coaster, just in pure 3D space and realism. I will say, like, it's community that drives these games, right? For us, community was like the #1 thing. We always knew from the beginning that we had to build a relationship with the community and kind of keep them happy. And I'm not saying like we had to bribe them or anything, but we just had to like moderate it and also keep their expectations in check, because we were very worried about this getting out of hand because there hadn't been a theme park game in a while. So we had the devlog where Sebastian would painstakingly describe a lot of the decisions we had made and a lot of the technical stuff, so people didn't get crazy expectations, because I think trust is important in this kind of endeavor, because we are trying to get them to buy a product we made. And our mod support was important to support after that kind of became a thing way earlier than we imagined, but custom like assets and stuff like that where you can insert your own rides. Because we can't cover everything. It would be impossible for us, and there is 1,001 things people want. I think that's the #1 most important thing in this entire genre. In any simulation game, if it has a creative element to it, is just community. Of course, that's true of most games, but especially for these kinds of games.
Coming to mind when I think about Roller Coaster Tycoon. Since Chris Sawyer all but stepped away from full-time game dev in 2004, the legacy of the original vision has been shepherded by hobbyists who ensured that old fans and new could continue to play this classic, and new innovators who, spurred on by a similar indie spirit and love of roller coasters, created this story. That he's retired from games and is generally a pretty private person. In interviews, Chris Sawyer has mentioned how much focus and work games development took in his younger days, and how even more demanding the world of games creation has gotten since he left. But there's one answer from 2016's Eurogamer interview that really stood out to me, fulfilled with the last version I created myself, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, and I had no interest in working on someone else's vision for future versions of the game. Much better and not to interfere. Roller Coaster Tycoon has moved on a long way since its early days, Chris's gift to this new generation of devs. While many lament his lack of activity, he's also not stood in anyone's way. While I started this episode, I wanted more than anything to talk to Chris, for him, a celebration of the legacy he left behind, and a worldwide community of players who are still gleefully creating roller coasters 20 years later.
It's really cool how supportive the community for these types of games is. 7 years old by this point, and it still has an active community.
I like teaching people stuff or showing off cool stuff I made, and it's just so satisfying to see people, leave nice comments, and also just to watch those numbers go up. I'm a big numbers guy.
Well, what's probably most fascinating is that he in Chris Sawyer's Locomotion, and all three of them have now got open source projects replicating it. How many game studios, can...
In this video, but first, we need to clear something up, because every time I post a half A-Press video, I always have a whole paragraph in the description explaining it, which even starts with, if you're wondering what a half, maybe you guys need an example. So, consider Wing Mario over the rainbow. Not even the whole star, just consider getting to that cannon platform, which, well, if you say 0, that's wrong, because then Mario can't go far enough. If you say 1, well, it's true that Mario can get there with 1, but we can do a little better. We can do it in half an A-Press. To do that, we start the level already holding A, and then we use that A-Press to reach the platform. Now, hold on. Well, TJ, Henry, Yoshi, hear me out. An A-Press actually has 3 parts to it. When A is pressed, when A is held, and when A is released. And together, this forms one complete A-Press. Now, jump. However, sometimes it's sufficient to just use the holding part, which allows Mario to do little kicks, to swim in water, to fall slowly while twirling like this. We merely need to hold A to reach the cannon platform, we need to press A to launch from the first cannon, and we need to press A again to launch from the second cannon. So, how many A-Presses is that total? Well, it appears to be 3, and if we were doing this star in isolation, then yeah, it would be 3. But, in a full game A-Button Challenge run, there are other A-Presses that occur earlier in the run, such as this. You'd round that up to 3, but in a full game run, you'd round it down to 2. So, in conclusion, since that first A-Press counts in some contexts, but add update to where the Scuttlebug was when the collision occurred. So, by strategically luring the Scuttlebug to the edge of its radius and bumping into it, we can effectively transport the Scuttlebug and its home. So, that's what I'm doing here. Note that we can't actually transport a Scuttlebug to outside of its native room. They actually get stuck at the door. I'm sorry, but it's not gonna happen. Also worth noting is that Scuttlebugs will actually disappear if they walk into a wall while too far below their current home, so I do have to be careful to avoid that. It's pretty weird if you've never seen it before, but I'm pretty sure they did it so that if a Scuttlebug jumps into a hole, it wouldn't just walk around down there. Anyway, I'm transporting the Scuttlebug to the corner right below the Watch for Rolling Rock star, because next I do a trick called Scuttlebug raising, and here's how it works. On the left, I show a bird's eye view of the scene, and on the right, I show a view from the side. Now, when Mario leaves the Rolling Rocks room, the Scuttlebug deactivates. That's because the room, and everything in it, are only active when Mario's in the room, or standing in a small region right outside the door, indicated here in yellow. So, if Mario isn't in the Rolling Rocks room, or in the yellow region, then the room will be completely black, and everything in the room will be invisible and won't move. Conveniently, this allows us to raise the Scuttlebug by performing the following steps. First, Mario enters the Scuttlebug's radius. Although the Scuttlebug is invisible and can't move around, it can still turn towards Mario and activate a lunge. Then, Mario leaves the radius and the Scuttlebug returns to facing its home. Next, Mario enters the yellow region to activate the Scuttlebug. The Scuttlebug will perform the lunge that it started, but cleverly, we have Mario exit the yellow region right when the Scuttlebug is at the peak of its trajectory, thereby deactivating it so it won't fall down. And finally, since the Scuttlebug moved past its home, it turns around to face its home once more. Now, we've gotten all the height we could out of the Scuttlebug's current lunge, but that's no problem, because we can just activate another lunge by repeating this procedure. Activate a lunge while the Scuttlebug is deactivated, reactivate the Scuttlebug just for the upwards portion of its trajectory, and then repeat. As simple as that. So that's what I do here, and I have a second screen to show it from the Scuttlebug's perspective. Fortunately, the Scuttlebug's radius isn't a sphere, but a cylinder that extends up and down infinitely. So really, no matter how high the Scuttlebug gets, we can continue to enter its area to activate its lunges and move it upwards. There's no limit to how high we can raise it. Now, it's worth noting that I only activate the Scuttlebug while I'm not inside its radius, so the Scuttlebug will always lunge towards its home and not towards Mario. This causes the Scuttlebug to effectively travel straight up above its home, but alternatively, I could have activated the Scuttlebug while inside of its radius, and in that case, the Scuttlebug would always lunge towards Mario instead of towards its home. So it would actually make its way towards the door and then travel straight up from there. That method's actually a little faster because we wouldn't have to wait for the Scuttlebug to turn back towards its home before each activation. However, it wouldn't work for what we're doing because we need the Scuttlebug to be right next to that corner. In fact, the top of that corner has a special property which we call a misalignment. Basically, in the game's code, there's a discrepancy between the way the game handles collision checking with floors versus walls. This results in a 1x1 unit area where Mario can get under the floor without being pushed away by the walls. And if Mario's less than 79 units under a floor, he'll snap right up onto it. So that'll be important later for getting up there. Anyway, now it's time to use a trick called hyperspeed walking, and here's how it works. You probably already know that there are some slopes in the game that are too steep to stand on. Mario just slides off of them. But did you know that you actually can stand on these slopes if they're submerged in shallow water? In fact, the underwater portion of these slopes has a special property if you try running, but in most circumstances, this would cause us to end up in the water before building up any real speed. We can get a little more speed by running nearly parallel to the slope but ever so slightly uphill, but eventually the slope runs out, or we move too fast to round a corner. But there are some ways to have Mario walk while staying in place. For it isn't perpendicular to the slope, then we end up sliding down into the water. That's because walls are really just rectangles that push Mario out perpendicularly. So, then the wall will push that position out, and then Mario ends up having a net movement along the wall, so ultimately, he'll end up moving into the water. So, is all hope lost? Well no, because Tyler Caney figured out that we could actually make use of the gate. You see, the bottom of the gate is a ceiling, and the game doesn't like putting Mario too close to the area right under a ceiling because it doesn't think he fits. So, if we have Mario move backwards into the ceiling, the game will choose not to move him, so if our speed moved past the gate. So what do? We turn to redirect our speed out of bounds. Notice that we now have enough speed so that our intended next position is past the wall and out of bounds, and since the game doesn't like placing Mario out of bounds, unlike the ceiling, out of bounds goes on forever, so we can essentially build up as much out of bounds to build up the rest. Now, you're probably wondering what I'm gonna need all this speed for. To talk about parallel universes. And if you thought my other tangents were complicated, just go short when the game uses it to test for collision with floor triangles. In other words, mark between negative 32,768 and positive 32,767 inclusive. Position used for floor detection is always inside of this box. So if Mario's in that box, then his actual position and the position used for floor detection are the same, albeit maybe I ask you this. Here's the course. So if Mario is standing way over here where there's here, the answer is yes. As far as the game sees it, Mario is in fact above land over here because the game actually checks for land over here. So, for all intents and purposes, there is essentially land over here, a copy of the original map, and this is what we call a parallel universe, or a PU. And this applies to every one of these boxes, so there's actually a grid of nearly infinite PUs. Here is a to-scale diagram of the PU grid. As you can see, the PUs are actually pretty far apart, but I'll be taking some creative liberties and drawing them closer together for the sake of clearer visuals. Now, PUs aren't as glamorous as you might think. The graphics are only found on the original map, so the PUs are completely invisible. Furthermore, PUs have no objects, like elevators or item blocks, no enemies, no items, like coins or stars, and not even any walls, so really, it's pretty barren. Furthermore, the N64 console will actually crash if you go to a PU and let the camera follow you, but luckily, we can avoid that crash by fixing the camera in place on the original map before leaving it, though that does make it even harder to tell what's going on in the PUs. So, as you just saw, you can travel to a PU if you have enough speed, but it's not as simple as you might think. If you have just enough speed to reach the PU one over, it won't actually work. That's because the game actually checks if Mario is above land at each quarter step of his movement. That means the simplest PU movement is moving over 4 PUs at once. That way, each quarter step is above land and therefore valid. For simplicity, we call this quadruple PU distance 1 QPU. Now, up until this point, I've been glossing over a very important detail, which I now need to clear up. What if I told you the distance Mario moves isn't necessarily equal to his speed? For example, look how fast Mario moves at 31 speed on this flat slope. and now compare it to how fast he moves at the same speed on this steeper slope. In both cases, he has about the same speed, but clearly he's moving at different rates. That's because the distance Mario moves is only a portion of his actual speed, and this portion depends on the slope of the ground. The steeper the slope, the smaller this portion is. Note that it only depends on the steepness, not whether Mario's facing uphill, downhill, or sideways on the hill. In these visuals, blue will represent Mario's actual speed, and green will represent the portion of it that he moves, which we call Mario's de facto speed. So in these three pictures, Mario has the same speed, but he has different de facto speeds since he's standing on slopes with different steepnesses. So, if we want to move 1 QPU, it's not sufficient to have QPU speed. We need QPU de facto speed, which often means our actual speed will need to be greater than 1 QPU to compensate. So to reiterate, we need to increase our speed until our de facto speed syncs up with 1 QPU, and the speed needed to do this is called the sinking speed. So in this diagram, the blue arrow represents the sinking speed. When we have that speed, the quarter steps of the de facto speed sync up with the PUs, and we can move. Now, what I'm showing here is just the lowest, or first sinking speed, aka the speed to move exactly 1 QPU. If we increase our speed, eventually our de facto speed would sync up again when it covers a distance of 2 QPU, and so we'd be able to move at that speed, which is 2 times as fast as before. So in general, any multiple of the lowest sinking speed is itself a sinking speed, and will cover multiple QPU at once. So remember, every slope has a different set of sinking speeds, and this can make routing tricky. For example, in the video where I do PU movement to reach the secret aquarium, I had to traverse several different slopes. First, this slope that I used for hyperspeed walking, then this slope at the edge of the water, then the flat ground of the castle foyer, then the castle stairs, which is really a steep ramp, and then the flat ground of the upstairs. And note that the stairs you see there are actual stairs and not a ramp, so they're just flat ground. Here is a graph showing the sinking speeds for each of these slopes, and so these are the speeds I need in order to have PU movement while standing on each of these slopes. Naturally, the steeper slopes have greater sinking speeds. Now keep in mind that I can only build up speed while I'm on the hyperspeed walking slope. Once I leave it, I can't generate any more speed, so my speed will only decrease from there. So to successfully perform this PU route, I better have generated enough speed to meet each slope's sinking speed in turn. For example, let's say I build up enough speed to reach the first possible sinking speed, and I use that to go to the next slope. Then I could let my speed drop until I reach this slope's sinking speed, go to the next slope, let my speed drop again until I reach this slope's sinking speed, go to the next slope, but then I have a bit of a problem. I have less than the required sinking speed and no way to gain any more. So is this route just impossible? Well no, because these are just these slopes' first sinking speeds, but remember, any multiple of these will work as well. So now let's factor in each slope's second sinking speed as well. These speeds allow Mario to move 2 QPU at once instead of 1. So now, if I instead build up enough speed to reach the second sinking speed of that first slope, then I'll actually have enough speed to meet each sinking speed in turn and complete the route. And if that didn't work, we could have considered each slope's third sinking speed and so on until we did get it to work. However, which sinking speed we need to reach initially is kind of a big deal, because reaching that first sinking speed takes about 12 hours, and reaching that second sinking speed takes about 25 hours. So if there's a way to use a lower sinking speed initially, then that's a 12-hour save. So, how much speed will we need to generate for the Watch for Rolling Rocks star? Well, keep in mind that even with access to unlimited horizontal speed, we don't have any improved vertical mobility. So to get to the top of the course, we need to travel up slopes and ride up elevators. So this will be the basic route. Start on the hyperspeed walking slope, navigate along the path up from the lake, ride up this elevator, ride up this other elevator, make our way onto the amazing emergency exit platform, which is the highest point we can reach, and then launch to the Watch for Rolling Rocks platform. By itself, that still won't be enough height, but the scuttlebug we positioned will provide the extra bounce we need. So this is the graph of the sinking speeds of these slopes. Unfortunately, we run into a bit of an issue with the path up from the lake. That area is actually made up of dozens of floor triangles that each have different slopes. But that didn't stop me. After careful observation and scrutiny, I isolated 6 triangles which I named T1 through T6. These triangles have strictly decreasing steepnesses, so we can meet each of their sinking speeds in turn. Additionally, their heights span the entire vertical distance we need to cover to go from bottom to top, without leaving any gaps in between. So, by using the slopes of those 6 triangles, we can complete the blueprint for our route, allowing us to utilize the first sinking speed of that initial slope, so building up speed only takes 12 hours instead of 25. Now, we're almost ready to go back to the video, but there's just some final points I want to make. For example, you don't need to have exactly the sinking speed to traverse PUs. If you have slightly less than the sinking speed, you'll move relatively forwards in the map. If you have slightly more than the sinking speed, you'll move relatively backwards in the map. And the further you deviate from the sinking speed, the greater this relative movement will be. Additionally, if you adjust your angle slightly away from the cardinal direction, you can move relatively sideways. But keep in mind that even the smallest possible angle deviation will be magnified over the QPU distance, and thus, Mario will be sent multiple feet to the side. Now, based off what I've told you, you might think you can only travel multiples of 4 PUs at a time, but that's not actually true. For example, if one of your quarter steps is out of bounds or over a ceiling, then that quarter step will be invalid, and since Mario moves up to but not including the first invalid quarter step, he can in fact end up stopping prematurely at one of the quarter steps. Separately, if you change slopes during a quarter step, your de facto speed will change and you'll alter the distance of the next quarter step, and so most likely it will no longer sync up with a PU and you'll end up stopping on the new slope. Finally, for simplicity, the set of PUs that are multiples of 4 away we call the QPU grid, and if Mario's on the QPU grid, then we say he's QPU aligned. Remember, moving a multiple of 4 PUs is easy, but moving a different amount requires special conditions like out of bounds or changing slopes. So, if you're QPU aligned, it's easy to stay that way, and if you're QPU misaligned, it's easy to stay that way as well. Now, if you become QPU misaligned, you'll need to correct that in order to return to the main map. But that can be difficult if you're not near out of bounds and your sequence of slope changes is predetermined. So, managing your QPU alignment is one of the many challenges of planning a PU route. Okay, so now we're finally ready to resume the main video and watch the PU movement. Just kidding, first I need to explain what these screens are. These extra screens will help you follow along during the PU movement. The standard view is just the view that the game shows, but since I fixed the camera on the main map to prevent the game from crashing, this screen won't tell you very much. The relative view shows where I am in each PU. This is what it would look like if I let the camera follow Mario around, and if PUs weren't invisible. The relative map also shows where I am in each PU, but from an overhead perspective. And finally, the PU map shows where I am in the PU grid. Okay, so now let's really start. So, as I explained earlier, I navigate up the path from the lake using the 6 triangles I isolated, and I've marked them in the relative map so you can follow along. So basically, I get onto a triangle, let my speed drop until I'm around the sinking speed for that triangle slope, then navigate uphill on the triangle, and then move to the next triangle. Using what I taught you, you should be able to follow along with my movement. For example, I'm able to move relatively backwards because I have slightly more than the sinking speed. Whenever I move sideways, it's because I'm slightly angled away from the cardinal direction. And every time I move from triangle to triangle, my QPU alignment changes. But cleverly, I planned it in such a way that they'd all cancel out by the end and I'd end up QPU aligned. So right now, I'm on the 6th triangle, so I do a little zigzag to bring me back towards the main map, as you can see on the PU map screen. Remember, I need to return to the main map in order to access the elevator, since there are no objects in PUs. As you may have noticed right there, the elevator didn't register me until I started kicking, and that's actually the reason why I've been holding A this entire time. By holding A, I can press B to do these little kicks. Without these kicks, I go through the elevator, but with the kicks, I can ride it up to gain precious height. Okay, so now we're closing in on the end. The final movement I do will be a kick onto the amazing emergency exit platform, then turn and launch myself towards the scuttlebug. That movement will bring me 10 PU to the right and 3 PU down, but since I want to end up on the main map, I reverse that displacement and so position myself 3 PU up and 10 PU left. While doing that, I simultaneously position myself in the correct relative part of the map to make the movement work. Okay, now don't blink. And there we go. By bouncing on the Scuttlerbug and ground pounding in the misalignment, I achieved just enough height to get onto the Rolling Rocks platform. Here, I show an abridged version of the Scuttlebug raising, in case earlier's viewing was too choppy to follow. As you can see, the Scuttlebug moves back and forth above its home. At the end, you can see I do 2 special raisings purely to move him sideways and closer to the corner, since he ended up being too far away for the bounce to work. And here I show an alternate angle of the final PU movement. The Scuttlebug actually became active once I entered the PU version of this room, so I really only had a handful of frames to get over here before he fell too far. And there you have it. Watch for Rolling Rocks done in 0.5 A-presses. Man, I did not expect this video to become 25 minutes long when I started commentating, but I guess there was just that much to explain. Hopefully, you were able to follow along with my explanations and visuals, learn something new, and had an enjoyable experience. So, thanks for watching.
Now, may I ask what you're wearing on your face there? Looks like you look like a mummy.
I wear this so the wind doesn't touch me.
Oh, you got sensitive skin, huh?
Mm-hmm. So what's your favorite public knowledge sentence?
Probably gotta be something like, you know, a river always flows downstream.
Mine is probably the fact that I am in no danger. Basically, I made my character have no skin. Like, I'll take this off really quick and just show you. So I'm basically gonna be trying to hide that as long as I possibly can. That I ran into a horde of zombies and they ripped my skin off. They like ate my skin. Oh Lord.
Excuse me there.
Hello?
You look like you are having a hard time getting over the fence.
Yeah.
You know,
you hear that,
if you only just believed a little harder, you could try a little harder.
Ah! Okay, I'll try.
Behind you.
1 second. I'm gonna get over there to you. Oh God.
Although you might look like it's a good thing to come over
I really tried believing
you might
there.
not want to be here.
I gotta go.
I might be more dangerous than the zomboids.
Are you? Would you just tell me if you're nice or not?
I'm going to start my car and honk the horn really loud. You better get out of here.
That sounds like a mean thing to do. Uh-oh. Oh no. Guys, it's getting kind of... Ooh. Yummy. That's dinner. Hey! Hey! Who is that?
Hello?
Hey,
What the hell?
where are you headed?
Hey, heading out to the lake. I dropped some people off there. I gotta go back.
To the what?
The lake?
Wait, I'm trying to get to the lake. Can you take me?
Are you for real? Yeah, you can get in, man. Let me unlock this cart. Hold on.
Thank
Here you go,
goodness.
get in, man.
Thank you. Can I have this toilet paper?
There's toilet paper? I didn't even know that. I stole this cart from somebody.
Can I have these cigarettes?
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I gotta smoke real quick. You don't mind, right?
No, of course not. Can I have these alcohol
cool.
wipes?
Sure.
Thank you. Can I have this wallet?
I don't know whose wallet that is. You can take it.
Okay.
I dropped off some German dude and a skeleton.
What?
They were nice people.
A skeleton?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can
I've
I
seen
have
some
this
wacky shit
tissue?
recently. You already asked me that.
I'll just take it.
I don't know you. What's your name?
Eddie.
Yeah? Eddie?
Eddie Dermis.
What's that last name from? Is that like French?
I don't know. Can I have this
You
car?
can find a new car. I don't think you can drive this. How old are you?
I don't know.
What the f you mean you don't know? Aren't you like...
I don't know.
You have dementia? Where's your caretaker?
Let me check my wallet here. Wait, it says my name is Richard Nixon.
That's not your wallet. That's the wallet that was inside of my glove compartment.
Oh.
Is this where we need to go? I don't know where the hell we are.
Yeah, this is my stop.
This is your stop. Alright, well, you want me to help you, brother? Hey, man. Hey, look, I'll come with you. You seem like you're gonna die if you go out there. You know what I'm
No.
saying?
I'm okay.
What do you mean? Are you sure? I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, you seem kind of feeble, you know?
No. Watch.
Do you have something to defend yourself? Like a little, like a gun, like a... Hey,
See, I'm fine. I'm taking care of myself.
I think he just bit you.
No. Is he dead yet?
I don't think so.
There, I
Now he's
did
dead.
it.
I think I did that. Hey, you may want to get a move on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, let's get a move on. Come on.
I'm supposed to meet my friends.
But where? I think you went to. Okay. Bridge.
What?
They crossed the bridge.
Who? Who crossed the bridge?
The guys I dropped off earlier. You
I
said you
don't
were
know
looking for
them.
somebody. Huh?
What were their names?
I don't know. One was German. One was we just called Skeleton.
I don't know those guys. I don't. We're going to the old folks con.
Oh yeah, he said he was looking for the lake for the Loch Ness monster, and he was going for the old people convention.
Oh really? Fine.
He was.
Can I have these glasses?
The popcorn.
Oh wow. Look up
Do you
here.
have like a condition? Why do you got a mask on?
I'm okay.
What do you mean this?
Why are you asking questions about me?
Take your mask off.
You have to promise not to skin
Coward.
off.
Yep, I knew it. I knew it. The
You're
moment
not
you told me
supposed
you
to
were looking
tell
for your
anybody. You
friends.
said you wouldn't.
You better put those clothes back on. You don't want nobody seeing you. I knew you were lying to me. Acting all old and shit. How old are you, like 12?
Yeah.
Alright, man. Now you gotta listen to me. You wanna find your friends?
Yeah.
You wanna find your old people? We gotta cross that bridge.
Okay.
So where's this old people's convention? Do you know? I have no idea what the hell they're talking about.
Me either.
What? Well, you're the one who's going to it.
Yeah. It's
So
around
then how do
here.
you know? Around where?
In this general area. Die. Are they dead?
Yeah, they're dead.
I'm scared.
It's alright, man. Stay close with me. Come on. Seems like somebody's been through here. Maybe your friends.
Yeah, maybe. I'm lost.
Oh, what do you mean you're lost? You said you're going to the
I
old
don't know where.
people's
I don't know where I am.
Well, come follow me. Come on. Can't get you lost.
Water.
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 Water. Oh God, be careful! Don't fight that. Come on, you old man. Come on. We don't need to fight none of this. Let's get into this
Thirsty.
building. Come on.
Really thirsty. Oh, someone's in here. Hello?
Oh God, yeah. Hey, we gotta get out of
Hello?
here. We gotta get out of here.
Do you need help? Oh, I've gotta go.
Yeah, get over here. Come on. Oh God, all right. Let's keep moving.
The woods. We can seek
You know
shelter.
where we're going?
Yeah, the old con's this way.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
How sure are you?
Crystal.
I don't know. Can you be crystal sure? I don't know if that's possible.
More of them. We need a flashlight.
A what?
Flashlight.
The hell's that?
You know, flashlight?
I'm not a fascist. Okay.
No, flashlight.
Yeah, I'm not a commie.
Kill him. Kill him.
I can't.
Talking to the zombie.
Oh, are you kidding me right now?
Kill
What are
him.
you talking to the zombie?
Kill him.
I'm f***ing leaving you. I'm going home. At the old people's convention.
What? Why would you say that? Oh, say can you see? I'm sleepy. Hello? Who's over there? Hey! Who's there? Who's in that car? Is that my friend? Hello?
Oh, hello. Get
Oh,
in.
it's you. Are you gonna try to kill me?
Just get in.
Okay.
If you want to live for a little bit longer.
Where are we going?
I'm looking to set up the town hall again. Make this place how it used to be.
Are you that serial killer from earlier?
What do you mean?
I don't know. There was a guy on the other side of a fence that said, don't come over here because I'm a serial killer or something.
Oh, I think I may have said something like that. Are you the person on the other side of the fence?
Yeah, I couldn't climb it.
Okay. Right. It's all coming back to me.
Can I have this comb?
Yes, you can take the comb.
Can I have this perfume?
No.
Okay.
Say, what's your name?
Eddie, what's your name?
Eddie.
Whoa.
Nice to meet you, Eddie.
Nice to meet you, Eddie.
No, my name's not Eddie.
What is it?
You see, I guess where I'm from, we don't really have names, but we are all Eyes, so you can call me Eyes.
Eyes. What a beautiful name.
I've been going around honking my horn to try to get them away from here.
Oh.
That's how I found you.
Yeah.
Here we are.
This place is neat. Wow.
Okay. I've got duffel bags and supplies in the back.
You know this guy? No answer, so I'm gonna kick his head in.
No, I don't know anyone here.
Okay.
Kick all of their heads in.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What was that sound? That sounded like a biting sound.
Oh my god.
What's wrong,
I
Eyes?
lost my hat.
It's on the ground, I can see it.
One moment. Let's go inside. We can eat in there. You keep them off me.
I can't, I'm too weak, we've got to run.
Eddie, do your job, Eddie.
I can't do that.
Join if you can't do your job.
I'm too weak, I'm 89. I'm not a fighter. Takes me a long time to kill a guy.
Eddie, how about this? How about you open the window?
Okay.
Let's not right now though. Let's wait a second.
Let's go take them this way. What's your favorite flavor juice?
I only drink water.
Oh.
Juice is for sinners.
There we go. But I don't think we should go in there yet.
I'm not feeling so good, Eddie.
What's wrong?
Everything hurts.
That happens when you get older.
Let's bring them up here. Good thinking. Eddie?
Yes?
You okay?
Is that a trick question?
No. Wow, I am tired.
Me too. I need my nap.
Ooh, I need a lot.
This wears me out more than bingo night.
You used to go to bingo?
Yeah, come here.
I opened the front door. We can go through the front. I've got all my food and stuff in these duffel bags.
Okay, I'll come back that way then.
I'm very badly injured. Eddie, if I have a lot of things that need to be taken care of.
I could die at any moment too. I'm pretty old.
Would you like to put me in your will?
Sure. We can put each other in each other's will.
Good here, and it'll be legally sound.
Eddie!
I don't know.
Well, listen. One of those things bit me. They got most of my skin.
Oh, dear God. I won't. Oh my God. Eddie. Eddie, oh my God. You get inside, okay? I think my wounds are.
Anyone, okay? I don't want nobody to worry.
The only one I tell.
I'm gonna go look upstairs. I need a food.
You need food? Let's go downstairs. I have a whole bunch of food in my duffel bag.
Okay, can I live it? What are we gonna do about her?
I don't know. He's first.
Wait, I've got one.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
What? Next time, now you're gonna tell me you don't believe in the Holy Eye?
Of course I do.
You aren't wearing your ritualistic green mask. I don't believe you.
Where do I get one?
I get mine from Spirit Halloween. We can find you one too.
I'll keep my oranges peeled. We need a door. We need a door.
Here, come eat. It's
Okay.
more important to eat than to have a door.
Okay.
There's a lot of food here.
Thank you, Eyes.
Actually, there's just one can of tomato sauce, so that's it.
I don't like tomatoes. Thanks, Eyes. I can't wait to learn more about your cool... Wow.
Then, we can round up all the survivors. Bring them here.
This is the break room. For when we're done praying. Oh, zombie! Oh, it's you.
No, it's me. Don't worry.
Oh.
I know from the back the ponytail might look like I don't care about my appearance, but I actually tame that ponytail every day.
Okay. Good.
Eddie?
Yes?
Eddie, I think it's about time that I let you in on a little bit of a church secret.
What is it, Master?
Come. Close the door. These words may not fall on irresponsible ears. I need you to purchase a knife collection from me. These are the best German knives that anyone can get. Okay, and I have a lot of them. I have a lot of them in a warehouse over yonder, about 5 or so blocks that way. And then if you'll buy some off of me in exchange for canned food, I'll let you then sell them to other people.
That sounds like a deal. I could get
Okay,
rich
I'll
doing
start you
something
off with-
like this.
Exactly. We'll have so much food. And then you'll be able to do the same with other people. And then they'll be selling your knives for you. You see, it only works this way. I have all the knives right now, so I have all the power.
I'm in. How do I get started?
Okay, we'll have to go into the warehouse and get all the knives. But then, once we have them all, we can start selling them.
Deal. Where's the warehouse?
Let's get set up here, and then we'll make a trek out to the warehouse.
Okay, I'm gonna try to barricade some windows.
Oh, what the hell was that? Doing okay out there?
I'm winded. I gotta take a break.
Hey, you're not working. You said you were barricading the window.
I'm sorry, my skin hurts really bad.
Okay, I'll let it slide this one time, but remember, we're a team and we all have to work.
You're right. Let me know if you find any silk clothing or something with a high thread count.
Hello? Anybody out there?
Hello?
Hello? Oh,
Who's there?
It's me, Nurse Guppy. Guppy Gilmore.
Guppy?
Do you happen to be an old person?
Why?
Because I made a solemn oath to protect old people till my dying breath.
Yes, I'm old.
Well, thank the heavens. I'm gonna get you out of here, sir. Don't you worry.
But I like it here. Meet me at the church.
Eddie, are you hard at work? Where are you, Eddie?
I'm coming.
Are you working,
Is
Eddie?
that somebody else?
Who's this?
This is my boss.
Hey, who are you?
Are you the one who's been talking to me?
Listen, I'm not his boss. I'm more of a spiritual guidance.
I love your shirt.
Eddie, what are you
Purple
doing back
looks
there?
so good on you.
Oh, I think this is the man here that we're talking to, Eddie.
Yeah, I'm over here, bud.
Who's this?
I think that might be Zombo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, they can be saved. Look how peaceful they are.
Hi.
Let's leave this one.
What'd you say your name was, Poppy?
Close. My name's Guppy Gilmore. I'm a nurse, and I'm charged with looking after the elderly who can't look after themselves.
Thank goodness
Oh my
you're
God.
here. I'm elderly and can't look after
Yes.
myself.
This here Eddie is dying.
What a quick it is.
I'm not dying. I'm perfectly fine.
So, hold on. Sir,
Dude,
I'm gonna
don't
have to
hurt an
ask you to
innocent
leave the
soul.
premises.
Don't hurt the innocent.
Are you here for Old Con? Oh my...
That's just a glass cleaner. What are you doing? No.
We had him working on the
If he had to clean
glass.
the glass, he'd be wearing his overalls. That was a classic case of misdirection zombie.
Can I have this?
You can have it.
He was
Sure.
doing good work.
Thank you. I'm gonna put him in
Your
my
all-seeing
trunk of my
eye sees
car.
that.
Oh, you meant the whole
You will.
dang body, huh? Now, who are you again? You don't look that elderly.
I'm not elderly. My name is Eyes.
He tells
But
me
we're
what to
all
do.
Eyes.
You better not be taking advantage of the elderly folk, or I'm gonna hit you like I did that zombie.
Ow!
I'm not. I'm helping.
You okay,
Get
sir?
back to work, Eddie. You're hurting because you're not working.
You're right. I'm hurting because I'm not working. Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, do I have permission to step on your head? Okay.
That's very good. I always ask permission. All right, sir. Let's get you inside.
I'm looting
Oh.
this building.
Yeah, let me take a look at you. I'm a nurse.
Don't
Let
touch
make sure
me.
you're okay.
You shouldn't look at me.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm a professional.
I was not bitten. I was
Good.
not
Eddie, I think-
bitten.
I think it's
You got
okay to
nothing to worry
share this
about.
one, Eddie. He's not going to hurt us.
I'm gonna ask
would
you to
feel
sit,
it.
though, sir. Okay? Come on over here.
Okay, inside
take a
though
look.
because the wind hurts me.
Here, I got this for you in case I found somebody.
Here, you can borrow
Ice
my
cream.
lighter.
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
Eddie, you're too old for that. It'll hurt
Okay.
you. Don't eat the man's ice cream.
Okay, thank
You
you,
need to eat a
Ice.
banana.
Come on, man.
Here,
Do
have
you
the
have
banana.
any
Gotta take our little
bananas?
joys every once in a while.
Oh, yummy.
Look, it's good.
Ice says I love bananas.
We love bananas.
Ow. It hurts my mouth to open too much, Eyes.
I'm just gonna leave this ice cream right here if someone's been a good boy and wants it.
Eyes,
Yes, Eddie.
could you get my radio for me?
Yes, I'll go get it. No telling secrets while I'm gone.
No.
There you go. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna check you real quick, sir, okay?
No!
He's fine without being checked.
Eyes, can I talk to you over here really quick?
Yes, 1 second. I'm putting on Nox radio for you.
Thank you. Wait, actually, Benjamin, can you wait outside for a second? I'm about to talk about something really scary and I don't want to freak you out.
Am I Benjamin?
I don't know.
His name's Guppy, Eddie.
I'll wait out here.
Shut the door. Eyes, I'm not ready to show him.
You don't have to show him. Just let me check you over, okay?
Okay.
I know he's a professional, but I can just do it just as well. Besides, I know what you're dealing with. He doesn't. You are okay.
I'll be
Quit
fine.
whining.
Rub some dirt on it.
Keep listening to the radio, Eddie.
Okay.
Stay happy. We need you happy.
I'm happy. Thank you, Eyes.
Okay, I'll go get him.
Hey there, sir. How you
Hey,
doing?
Barry.
Guppy.
Guppy.
That's okay. You call me whatever you want.
My name's Eddie.
Eddie, good to meet you, Eddie.
You too.
What's your story?
Well, wait, why?
I don't know. I figure we should get to know each other if we're gonna be surviving.
I'm down for Old Con.
When the heck is an old con?
Lots of like-minded old people go meet up to go see each other, talk about things.
Like what?
Bingo.
Yeah, that sounds pretty fun.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait.
What happened, old con?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Is this it? Or where's it supposed to be?
Oh, I don't know. I'm waiting to meet some fellow old people so they can tell me. I'm not good with directions.
Yeah, don't you worry.
I think I see it.
What? See what?
Old Con.
Outside the window?
99 cents a pound. I'll be right back.
Eddie,
okay.
Don't go over there. There's a lot of zombies over there, Eddie.
But it's on sale. Eyes.
Maybe try sneaking. You ever just sneak?
Yeah.
Oh no. Here we go.
Hello, ma'am. Could I get a pound of oranges? Ah!
Guppy, watch out!
Bernard!
Ah! My knees!
I'm going home. I'm going home. Why did I come over here?
This is awful. This is an awful idea. Eddie, you'll be punished later tonight.
I know. Guppy?
I'm over here, sir. Are you okay?
I'm okay, are you?
Yeah, I'm just fine. In fact, I got you a treat.
Ah.
What do you think about this?
Oh. Yum.
I want you make sure you chew it, okay? Don't swallow, because it. Oh, brother.
When I misbehave, Eyes touches my skin.
What now?
Hey, Eyes.
What are you two talking about? No secrets are you telling, right?
No, I wasn't telling him anything.
Good.
I need to sit down, my skin hurts. Do you have any silk clothing?
Silk clothing?
I've got a rash. My skin hurts really bad.
I'll see what I can do. Let me see. I got I don't think I got anything for you, unfortunately. Looks like it's like a little book club.
Yeah, what are you reading?
I'm reading Sneaking 101.
I'm reading Sneaking 102.
Already on 102? Look at you.
Mm-hmm.
You're a quick learner, Mr. Eddie. Now, may I ask what you're wearing on your face there? Looks like you look like a mummy.
I wear this so the wind doesn't touch me.
Oh, you got sensitive skin, huh?
Mm-hmm. So what's your favorite public knowledge sentence?
Probably gotta be something like, you know, a river always flows downstream.
Mine is probably... The fact that I am in no danger.
That's good. Say, Eddie, do you like crossword puzzles?
Yes! Yes!
I brought you a couple crossword puzzles.
Yay! Are you scared of eyes?
I don't really know eyes, but you said he touches you when you...
Yeah, he pokes my skin.
He pokes your skin, and that hurts?
Mm-hmm. I've got sensitive skin.
Did you tell him you didn't like that?
I haven't really told him.
Okay, well maybe try it next time. Maybe he don't know his problem. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
No.
Okay then.
Eddie, it's almost 6 o'clock.
Okay, let's go.
Come
What
up to
does
the
6
bathroom.
o'clock mean?
You stay here, Guppy. Eddie was bad earlier today, and he'll be receiving some punishment.
How was your day, Eyes?
I had a good day, but after dealing with you at the farmer's market, it kind of ruined my day. I'm gonna be honest.
I know.
Get out of there. Don't hide. Okay, you know the drill. Let's just do the chest today.
Okay.
One for that zombie that you took towards the base. 2 for the zombie that punched me in the face.
Is that all? Okay, thank you.
Come down when you need to.
Okay.
Oh hey.
Guppy?
Yes? Eyes?
I told you to stay here.
You just told me to, mind my own business, and I have been. I just walking around, take a look at the place.
What would have happened if you'd stumbled upon our secret meeting? That would have been pretty bad.
You tell me what would have happened.
You see, you're not part of the church. Therefore, I cannot punish you in the same way.
What church would that be, Eyes?
The Church of the All-Seeing Eye, Guppy.
Listen to me and listen close. Anybody that's messing with the greatest generation on Earth is messing with Guppy. You better leave that poor old man alone.
Leave him alone? What do you mean? If I left him alone, he would die. I'm helping
Not anymore. He got me now.
No, you don't know what he needs.
And what does he need? Getting poked in the chest?
There's things that Eddie's not comfortable telling you, okay? How about
Like
you mind your own business sometimes?
Like what?
Why don't you ask him for yourself, okay? Put him on the spot. See how he likes it.
Very well, I think I will. Eddie.
You're not going to like what you find out, Guppy.
Eddie. Eddie? Eddie! I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Why did you come up here when I was in the bathroom?
I thought you needed help.
Why would I need help?
I heard what sounded like screaming.
Yeah, that was because he poked me in the chest twice.
Eddie, we gotta have a talk. What was
About
that
what?
in there? What did I just...
You didn't
what
see
did I just
anything, I don't think. I think your glasses might have slipped down off your nose a little and you were peering over the top.
Eddie, I don't know what your deal is, and maybe one day you'll feel comfortable telling me.
Maybe a trick of
you
the
can tell me
light.
anything.
It was really dark in there.
Yep, you're right, Eddie. I didn't see a thing. It was really dark.
Listen.
And
don't tell anybody. It's my secret. A bunch of zombies bit all my skin off. I don't know how.
Really? You already got eaten, but you're still kicking?
They just ate the skin. You want to know something? The skin's the largest organ on them. It really hurts to do anything.
Yeah, that sounds like a world of pain.
Soft
bandages?
clothing, maybe.
So what, like the okay?
Thank you, Barry.
It's Guppy.
don't want to do that again. You want to come a little closer?
It's happening again and again today. What? Oh boy, you little.
Oh, Christ. Move away.
Hey, how about giving a girl a little room to breathe? Me. What?
What the?
What are you doing? You've got to leave right now, okay, please? Oh, damn. Oh, this is 100% Egyptian cotton. Not good. You saw what happened. It didn't happen by itself, that's for sure. Maybe you had something to do with it.
Look who we have. Face. You did this.
Don't move. Do not even flinch.
Hey, what? He's heading to the church. Roger that.
Solo la luna mi fa compagnia. Tutto vale provare a dimenticare il mio
Impossible to ignore. And with newly appointed head designer Sebastian Sato at the helm, tonight's show should prove no exception. Sato, who has been hailed as one of the boldest young designers of his generation, surprised the fashion world earlier this year when he accepted the position as head designer for Sanguine, a house you...
Ciao, Father.
Jesus
you were
is the
hiding from
greatest.
me, you old scoundrel. Maybe I'll even give you Caruso's house. That would be good, wouldn't it?
Father, your silence insults me.
I'll do this with or...
Target down. Now head towards an exit.
You can't do push-ups. I mean, Bodyguard 01, he can do some damn push-ups. See how I do this? Hey, why are you sneaking around? What have you been doing? Look at these traps. Look at these traps. Look at these triceps. Oh, yeah. Triceps. Triceps. Yeah. This is how I do your mother. This is how I do your mom.
You look like a tough type. You
Well, hello. If it isn't my next ex-husband, Jackie Carrington. Make yourself comfortable.
Be there in 5.
I don't think kids are gonna buy you as Santa Claus. More like Creepy Claus.
Hey, wait a minute.
You're not allowed to be here. Please.
I need help. It's horrible.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, that's right. You get the hell out of here if you know what's good for you.
If I wanted to look at your garbage, I'd empty your trash can over my front.
Whoa. Oh my god.
PD cop Dexy was talking about. Ugh, useless! Why was it just playing? Who are you?
That's not the right question.
The Highmores. Whatever they're paying you, I will double it, okay?
It doesn't work that way. Not here.
Sir, you were trespassing. Hey, you were gonna follow me.
Jeez, you drunk?
Looking good, sir. Please keep moving. No.
Wait, do we have to spam
Papa,
it?
There's a demon in your closet right now, and he saw you eat that edible, and he's coming for you. If that, I'm sorry if that affects your performance.
Don't do that to my teammate!
This was all broadcasted live in my Twitch stream. I stream on twitch.tv/sput nearly every day. What do we think? 25? Is 25 fair?
25, yeah.
Okay. With bonus? Of course.
I get boo.
You picked 4 people. We don't have 4.
We have Papa. Who wants to be my wife? Who wants to be my toad wife?
Wait, no, God.
Who's player 2? Hey, get back down there, Papa. Papa, traditionally, our guest would
Why
play
is it
Birdo,
every game
but
that you
Birdo's not
pick,
here.
I'm losing characters I play.
Is that
I
true?
lost Dry Bones, then I lost Donkey Kong. What's next?
Who are you now? Are you still deciding?
You're a Wario kind of guy.
It's true, I'm Luigi.
You pick Luigi? You're so basic.
Who the fuck picks Luigi? Make do. They're like bad
They
guys.
were, yeah.
I hate your stupid ass.
All right, Pello. You have to read this.
Wait, who says Wario?
You did.
Wait, but we don't know what the. Oh no! You skipped the fucking board explanation.
That's a lady's ass.
I am Toad. Thinly
God, I
is
can't reach my
Luigi.
leg.
Hey, Luigi.
Papa is Toadette, and Charbog is Boo.
Get out of Final Fantasy.
Who is this son motherfucker? Is he in any other Mario game? Or sorry,
Yeah.
Mario game? What's the
Yeah.
lore on that guy?
He was in Mario Sunshine.
He had a hot dog.
No, he's not. I played Mario Sunshine.
A what dog?
A what dog?
Roll this 7. Oh my god.
This really is Mario Party, isn't
That
it?
dude had a
Wait,
hot
we forgot
dog.
to make drinks.
I don't think
I think that's you that forgot.
I'll be right back.
This is a joke.
He's not even prepared for his own
ass thing.
You hear how hard, how eager he was to skip this? Remember when I said, "Oh yeah"?
Oh my god, I know.
I inhaled some monster and I feel kind of funny. And then he's like, "We can skip this if you want."
He's like, I choked on monster. Oh, do you want to postpone? Do you want to leave?
Yeah, is he trying to get rid of me or he really doesn't want to be here? What's he got going on?
He's like, yeah, you know, we could stop at 15 turns. You know, I can go.
About it for some reason.
You know, this is a duo minigame and we lost, but I could just go play GTA.
God, this guy makes me sick to my tummy.
Holy shit! Would you quit yapping? I'm here.
Oh god.
What? Don't oh god me, man.
Who fucking lied to me? I was.
Where's
I've been wearing those red and blue tinted 3D glasses because Spud
I
told
don't-
me this game's 3D.
What are you talking about?
Wait, what is happening?
I'm challenging you for your stars, baby.
Me?
Oh, you're the guy with the nutsack on his.
Ground pound. What are we ground pounding?
Mistakes, Papa.
The
I'm here to
founding
win.
fathers.
That is a nutsack on your face, but I respect that.
Dude,
No!
my brain.
Horrible work. I hate bourbon. I hate all alcohol. Drink it faster, you don't have to taste it. You are so ass.
Fuck!
Oh!
Turn
What is
one
all he did?
lead. Okay, are you ready for the explanation?
Yes, as long as nobody skips it.
To buy the Chain Chomp, and when you run past someone, you get 1 star from them. So you're supposed to run each other over with Chain Chomps, is how this map
What
works.
are you talking about? Just put up the instructions.
That's not for this minigame, dickhead. That's for, like, the map.
What
That's
are
the
you
way the map
talking
works.
about?
You buy the fucking Chain Chomp and you run people over and steal stars. That's how you play this map.
Grow up!
All of the cogs will switch direction each time a thwomp crashes into the ground. Pronounce that.
Boom.
Okay,
Did
never
you
mind.
say
Go
through?
back. Let's just continue. Continue.
I'm gonna throw your stupid ass off this fucking thing and
I'm
kill
gonna throw
you.
my stupid ass in a circle. Bomb. Get
You
out of here,
bitch. You fucking.
Ah.
Oh my god. Are we both just okay?
Hurry!
Dude, there's no depth perception.
You want your Bobo spanked.
My Bobo spanked?
Nice checkpoint, Charboard. Jump, skip it, Charboard.
No, just wait for me.
Holy shit, Charborg is so good at this. It's that monster energy he inhaled, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, I think the monster got in my, what are the bronchioles in your lungs? I think
The broccoli.
The what?
I'll stab you if you walk past me.
Okay.
A twister orb?
Whoa. Whoa, woof.
Look at that face.
Woof. What's up, wanna ride? Yes.
We know.
4. Ha, woo! Hold on tight.
Because it's like the fish thing?
All I can say.
Oh, I mean, for obvious reasons, because I had to finish grinding out the, I had to give more
yeah,
pucks
you
for
had
it
to
ever fucking out me like that again.
Word. Is it just...
Hey.
What's up?
Playing Mario Party tonight.
Who are you on the phone with?
Yep.
No, it's except it. Why isn't there any in mine?
Wait, do we have to wait? Like,
There's
can we only do this
fucking
once?
2 in mine!
Wait, can we only do this once? Wait,
mine!
I just realized I was in the
Are
bottom
you
right.
fucking kidding me? I had 1?
Please let me win.
What the fuck? Do you see that shit? It gave me what? Like none came in my fucking corner. Come on, man. Of course, I would have got so many more goo, but not true, man.
Oh shit! Oh.
Oh my god. Oh! Are you kidding me? Wait, that's actually pretty good though.
Not again.
Look out!
Wait, what's happening?
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Oh my god, I've seen the horrors I've seen on this tile.
Oh!
God, you look like a torpedo going.
Guys, there's too much audio noise. Clear comms, guys.
It's like a Death Grip song. I thought you landed on the fucking Bowser space. I was about to laugh at you.
Why would I do that?
I don't know, because you're dumb and stupid. Chubba, you still wear that diaper?
Dude, you don't have to talk about the things you talk about.
Oh my god. There's no way you can hold on to this.
Monkey.
Look at him jumping into the thing!
It's this one.
Wait, whose turn it? Oh.
You fool!
Ah!
I'll show you the real one.
Oh, he's so smart.
You're so fucked up.
Back left, baby.
Wait,
Let's do it. Let's do it, baby.
Did we have to track multiple?
No!
You might not have even now.
Get this wrong, please. Get this wrong.
No, because I know we're a monkey with a cape.
But I don't know where there's a second one.
Bye-bye.
No!
Yeah! Yeah!
Ah, monkey!
Wait, do we have to spam
Papa,
it?
There's a demon in your closet right now, and he saw you eat that edible, and he's coming for you. If that, I'm sorry if that affects your performance.
Don't do that to my teammate!
That sound I'm
What the
Peak
hell?
performance, baby.
But didn't spam.
The demon will fucking
I was
kill me if
literally
I didn't do
pulling
that.
so much faster than you. I don't like this game.
And then got mad at us?
We're all American. We go to McDonald's. You know that joke.
No.
I've never heard that in my life.
You have.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that.
You just made him so mad.
He rips off.
Yeah,
Wait,
baby.
what? That's the nicest monkey I've ever. You're literally not gonna win this shit. You bitch! This is impossible.
Why did you make a little monkey sound?
He chirped like a bird.
I won? I thought I was in the ball.
Who laughed like that?
He sounded like fucking goof.
That's being electrocuted. My mouse short
You're
circuit.
being
Does it show where
electrocuted.
people are on the map?
Why I'm asking.
Dude, I think if I had a Wikipedia article, there would be YouTube,
Death.
and then there would be then there would be the monster incident, and there, it would be like that would be enough.
Is
of
that
an
pronounced on you?
Yeah, that it leaves a mark in my life. Like it starts a new point in my life.
Mine's birth.
Finley, why don't you give us an
Why is
explanation on what
everyone
that is?
saying, "Oh no, oh no, oh no"?
Papa!
No!
Luca!
Save me!
Is no what everyone's no one's saying, and no one's gonna tell me what is Jink.
It's got a little bit of monster coming out. What's going on?
Oh, what's that?
How much monster did you inhale?
I don't know, man. There's a lot in me.
Okay.
What?
You're fucking the broccoli in your lungs. Like the little
The bronchioles, you stupid
whatever,
ass.
dude. I'm sorry, I don't know Dr. Good. Oh, you motherfuckers are going down.
1, 1, 2.
God.
That might. No, that's not gonna get anyone. I fucked myself there.
Oh,
No! No!
oh my god. That shit brutal.
Yeah. So, you both made an enemy?
Papa, I'll work with you, don't worry.
Nice.
But now Charborg's behind us, which is a problem.
Hey, you got 2, never mind, I don't want to work with you.
Oh no.
Who's gonna give me their fucking star?
Gobu, please.
What the?
Why are you beating up Luigi?
Fucking
deserves it. I'm gonna help you.
The fucking bystander, okay? Didn't
Why
do
are
anything.
You threw an orb at him and you're taking his star? What is wrong
just
with you?
culpable.
You're gonna be
What
real
do you
sad
mean?
when you have 1 star at the end of this.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Astro Road Rage.
Yeah, screw you. I don't know what we're doing.
I was reaching for food. Bro.
Did you just little carrot? What was that little crunch?
No! Wait! Left or right?
It was the triggers.
Fuck you!
Oh, you suck. Papa,
Did you hear
coin?
Papa's little crunch?
Yeah, I heard right before he died, I heard a tiny little crunch. Hey, wait.
Ah. Feels good to have 5 stars.
I'm eating peanut butter pretzels. I dropped one.
Ground pound Monty Moles that peek out of pipes. The team with the most points wins. Move,
Papa, I need you to be serious here.
What?
You gotta work with me. Hurry.
Wait, what are we doing?
We got a ground pound.
What?
Robert, we got this shit.
We were brown pat. What do we? What?
You got a ground pound, Tubber. You just fucking jumped.
But I know the instructions. I just
Clearly
fucked up.
not.
I don't think we need to hit any more than we.
Trouble. How did they get 20?
Rolled.
Did you get a gold one?
Rolled.
Yeah, I think I did most of the work.
No, you did not.
I saw Sput fucking up left and right.
You don't even know you're left from right. What's 4 spaces ahead? Snowflake. What is this? Is this the...
Somebody said he was counting his fingers. And
Okay.
that is
All I have to
actually
do
true.
is steal all of Charborg's fucking stars. All I have to do.
I was trying to concentrate because you guys kept talking.
I'm closing my eyes. Someone say when to hit.
Now.
No.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Now.
Okay,
No.
Okay, gotta get a star.
You can't do this to me.
I'm gonna get a star.
You can't do this to me. No.
All right, someone tell me when to hit. My eyes are closed.
Now.
No!
I'll take that.
Oh my.
You took
That'll work.
everything from me.
That'll work.
That's all I had left.
I wish I wore a diaper like Charborg does.
I don't have to get up for anything.
Screw it, I'm peeing my pants.
Okay. I actually really have to piss.
I'm doing it after
Do we
my
wanna-
turn.
Okay, after this turn, pee break.
No, I'm doing it after my turn, and then I'm gonna make it back. How do you call it pee break?
What, you don't pee?
Yo, old school Mario in the background. You see that?
Oh my god, you're right.
I thought you were talking about the fucking bucket.
What are you talking about?
I saw a red bucket and thought he was just calling Mario.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Papa, are you okay?
Are we taking a pee break or not?
We are. After this turn.
Oh my god, I hope you die.
Oh my god, what a fucking roll, Jesus. Why would you
You
buy that?
wasted- why
There's
would you
nobody
waste
near you.
it?
There's nobody near you.
You are just trying to make me mad. Why would you waste your triple roll? Yeah.
PP break.
Yeah. PP break. I'll be right back.
Okay, chat. Chat, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Did you just call me chat?
No, I actually pressed my push dog button when I didn't mean to. Shut the fuck up. Chat, I'll be right back.
I will tinkle time as well.
Spud shit himself 3
God
days
damn it.
ago.
What?
Why would you say that? I mean, it's true, but like, you don't have to say that. You know what I mean? Like,
Guys, you know that there's a tag. You know how you can see your tags of how people find you for stream?
yeah.
Mine is furry now.
Mine was speedrunner.
Don't play Wolf Quest anymore.
Okay, so I'm here. I need to roll a 1.
I think my chat somehow.
I need to roll a 1.
influenced
Listen, man, I have to. I have to.
I'm gonna fucking... I'm gonna make
What?
it there somehow.
No, you're not. So we're 3 ropes. Whoever
Oh my
chooses
fucking
correctly
God.
and swings the platform wins.
An
It's
RNG
just
game.
random. It's
Great.
just random.
I'm
Papa,
so
you love
excited.
these. I mean, I'm red, so like, you know.
Obviously blue.
Why do you get to pick first?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Papa, you made the biggest mistake.
Papa, who goes middle?
Let's fucking go!
Oh no! No! Hey, look at that
You
throw!
dumb
I
bitch.
see it throw.
You dumb bitch. Who the fuck
He
goes
thought
middle?
He had it.
Oh my god, they're all gone. Oh my god! Look out! Wait, I'm in this shit too! You fucked me so bad. I was in the perfect position to ambush Stinley.
Let's go!
Big 4.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Wait, what happened?
Holy shit!
And guess who's in front?
Why would
Now
you do
I just
this?
have to roll a good number.
No. No!
Luigi!
Holy... Oh my god.
Luigi!
Holy
Don't
shit.
do this to me, man!
Oh my god! Okay. Holy
No,
shit.
No, no, no!
No!
How did you do this?
He's been playing it from the start! I Luigi man!
How?
Wait, no, not me too!
How did you fucking do this? Alright, I can still come back from this.
This is the last turn, I think. Chat, I'm not gonna talk for this.
Did you call me Chad again?
Shut the fuck up.
Uh-oh.
Yo, use the stars. Jump across the stars in the middle.
No, that's crazy talk.
Oh!
You fucking bitch! You fucking bitch! Oh my fucking god, you're such a stupid bitch, I hate you! You are dead to me! Do you fucking hear me? You are dead to me!
You got flattened.
Still a 2-star gap.
I hope I get a bonus star.
Minigame star? Okay, that's probably gonna be Charborg. Oh
Whoa, Toadette.
No, that ain't true. That ain't true.
What was
That
that
ain't
one?
true.
I didn't see
Mini
what the
games.
ones were.
This one's gotta be Charborg. Charborg used a shit ton of orbs.
The orb, baby.
The orb, baby. The orb. Okay, yeah, we saw that one coming. We saw that one coming.
Oh, this is me.
I don't know the most question mark spaces. That's probably... this could be anyone.
Come on, let's let it be me.
Let's
Okay,
go!
okay.
Yeah, look at that thing floating in the background. It's gone.
I saw it. I saw it.
Well, gentlemen,
Host advantage.
the back to back
Host
to
advantage.
back fucking champion, the 3-time in a row.
You want us to clap for you because of RNG?
Yeah, I would love you to fucking clap for me right now. I'm a fucking superstar.
Look at that nasty throat.
Yeah, little chubby cheeks.
That room, I fucking, hey. How many doubters?
I hope you die.
How many? What the fuck?
I'm gonna rig one of your light switches so when you flick it, it electrocutes you to death.
What the fuck?
We advanced as the Germans were retreating, and my friend was in the road. I lifted my camera. He was hit.
What's so revealing about Tony Vaccaro's photographs is he was one of them. They trusted him when fighting broke out.
It was hell. I started shooting, and I never stopped.
Hey boys, can you hear me? Oh, that's great to hear, guys. Sorry about my cat caught my tongue in the last one. You know what I mean?
Now this man sounds like I can get a beer with him.
Oh, hey, anyone seen that photo? Ah!
Excuse me.
Hey. Get me, watch out! There's one in there! What do you mean? I'm getting a good shot here. Oh my god! Wait, it's great. The smoke pulling. Wait, just keep it close to the window. I gotta get the shot. One of them is crying. Oh my god! We gotta go! Hey, I have some morphine. How do I apply it? How do I apply morphine? No! You saved me! Where do I go? Oh, Jesus! No!
I'm told
Joe, I hear you crying again. Hey, guys.
Hey, let's pop up a few rounds for the boys back home. Ooh.
Is he dead?
Yep.
Time to get on that machine gun. Cover.
All right, cover.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, with both of them? Yeah. Nice. Hold on, I'm gonna try to get a different angle. Okay. You're doing great. Keep going. You're nailing it. Oh, work it. Can you shoot a little bit more to the right? There you go. You gotta peek those heads out the windows.
Maybe I'll be in the shot too,
hey,
you know?
Give me smiling.
Got you. Hold that.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't aiming at you. Percussion, I like your hat. I said I like your hat. You want to do close? Look up a bit more.
Hey guys, I don't want to shoot, but could you like stop my blood loss?
Oh shit, yeah. Oh my bad.
You get a good shot?
Okay, hold on. All right, I'm gonna prepare for this run. Just gotta drink up a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna get a shot on the way. Ready?
I got you covered.
Go! Can anyone heal me?
He's gonna need a diaper now.
Can anyone heal me?
Stay still. Whoa! Sniper, get down! He's right there.
What happened?
Come around this corner.
I'm going the right way.
Please move. I'm still exposed.
You're not exposed.
Percussion!
Feel better?
I'm feeling better. Hey, I think I got a picture of his location. If we could develop this photo, I think we'll know exactly where he is.
All right.
Oh, look at this
picture. Come on, we gotta stop for this.
We got it. It's a.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is just idyllic.
All right, face front. Down front, Joe. Down front, Joe. Down front.
Jesus! That's a live grenade.
That might kill.
Ow!
Get the picture.
Why'd you throw a grenade?
Just a little shrapnel.
Oh man,
This is a brutal shot right here. Windmill's clear.
Wait. Oh yeah, you got on top of it.
Down, boy.
Oh, you're like a firefighter.
Bit of water and fire.
You look really good there. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Get out that windmill.
Look at that beautiful red smoke.
I did that.
You did a great job. Oh, Joe, it's a little in my face though. Can you blow the wind away?
Whoa.
That's too good.
The tank killed me.
This is going in my cringe compilation.
It's a little embarrassing. A little
Let's get run over by the tank. It doesn't even see me.
Good job.
Watch out.
That thing's gonna.
Oh.
This map is so cool.
It's going. It's good. It's not good.
I think this is one of the new ones.
Oh, he's hungry.
Yeah, it is.
Damn squad, you
Who is that soldier?
I called for everybody.
Sir, no! Oh!
Get down. Be careful.
How do I get in?
Infantry section, you're not allowed to use this.
Oh, come on, guys. Stop being lame.
We got a tank right over here. The perfect answer.
Through the tunnels. Go.
He's coming down. Get ready.
Move in.
Stay low, Ben.
Oh god.
Get on your back. Get on your belly, soldier.
Come on, Lawman. Come on, Lawman. Lawman!
It's just
No! Keep going. You gotta keep going. No, you mean that we can't be stuck. Oh, Jesus! We're down there. No.
Jesus.
I almost shot you. I thought you were a crowd.
Well,
sneaking up on me.
You look like a hero, so I won't put that in the report. Actually, I think I see you pulling your gun on me in this shot.
Really got
Skippy! Skippy! He's dead.
I did that 3 times.
Oh, all right, Commander. Wait, you're still alive? Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I'll get you. I just totally gave up on you. All right, hold on.
All right.
Oh yeah, we have grenades.
All right, guys,
Great idea.
Smoke this shit out of the right side. That means we have to go left.
Yeah.
That's the last mirror.
Oh my God! There's the pin. We're fine.
All right. Make sure you get this. I'm going in. Wait.
Hold on.
Wait. What are you doing?
Oh no! Run! No. Oh, Skippy, I'm so sorry. Oh no.
Listen.
Yeah.
Joe, let me take command. I have the perfect fucking angle of attack on this place. All right.
They're in the hedgerow.
Just follow me.
Okay.
Follow me. Keep low.
Oh my God! Holy shit!
What was that? We reached the rally point. I have TNT. We're gonna pop our smokes now. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go over the top. Everything you got. Frag grenades over the top. Everything you got. Throw it all.
Holy shit! Oh my God!
We killed the tanks.
This is what hell looks like.
Oh.
Holy crap.
Get up there.
My TNT would kill like 6 people.
Oh wait, hold on. I gotta take a picture first. The lighting's too good. Hold on, I'll be there in a second. Now get out of the way. Oh my God, Spud. What the fuck? No. I don't think they're saving him. There's nothing left of him. I'm so thirsty.
You think we can take this German
I'm
MG?
so thirsty. I have to drink. Tell them to wait. Ooh.
All right, let's take a quick drink break. You think we call
Drink
it
your water, drink it.
Are you okay? Oh God, the guy that's supposed to... And then the next mission was during the day. It was scary. So I hid in a shack. It got really scary. We didn't really stand a chance. The flowers, they gave us hope. We wanted to remember the good times. A medic healed me. One of the flowers, there were none. What a shot. How brave. Look at the boys working together. If only we were actually fighting the enemies. The percussion. The first casualties were the Germans. Bed Bananas found a burning truck. He said, take my picture. And so I did. Then we got a truck stuck. Then we tried to get the truck unstuck. And then the truck unstuck itself and crushed our commander, Joe. Goodbye, brave boys. Have a good trip. I don't know what that was supposed to be. Oh, the tank. I remember. Victory is assured. Over the hill, boys. That's it. Our brave boys rushing into the unknown. Charging the enemy.
I want to roll back. Fucking bad. Melchi wanted a tank. Okay.
What are you cooking?
Anything you want, big boy.
I like the sound of that.
Nice and sweaty after my air conditioners start working.
Oh yeah?
Honey, I'm home.
What's going on?
Cooking sausage.
You didn't tell me he was gonna get here this early.
What are you doing here?
I gotta go.
I don't know this man. He's an intruder.
Oh.
I don't understand. Stop. Don't ever come back. Or
goddamn home wrecker.
We just keep it from the window.
Oh shit!
Fucking burn!
Oh, what the fuck? A tongue just came through the door without him saying anything.
Things have taken a shocking turn. I know. How did it come to this?
Funny. Tomato always funny.
What am I witnessing?
Run.
Hey. You wanna play a game?
Oh, fucking hell, dude. You're so stupid looking.
Help me out!
Keep talking.
Please stop bullying me.
Hey, wanna play a game? The joke's on you, you are playing a fucking game.
Uh-oh.
It's another tank.
Young and pale and cries all over. It's a witch.
Oh, come on! Guys! How do your pills taste now? Outright!
It's dirty down there.
Tomato.
Sorry.
I'm afraid I can't return to the ground.
Tomato.
Don't worry, Buck, I'm coming to save you.
Who is that?
Who's that in the sky? It's Jigsaw.
I'm going as fast as I can. I'm going as quick as I can to save you, Buck.
Why are you so slow?
Faster.
Fucking.
I found drugs. We did it, boys. Who needs these?
I do.
Well, then you're gonna have to play a game for him.
Oh, we did the voice. I'm quivering in my boots.
Oh my god. I gotta get off the dead island. Why am I dying?
Hey, do it on beat or you don't get shit.
Find my game, guys. Tomato, I said we should kill Nick.
Fuck yeah, let's do it.
But first of all, can you help me find the part in Rochelle's bio where it says that she's a fucking wizard that can kill rock demons?
What?
Because it's not there, Buck. That's the thing. It's not there. All it says is human female with no magic. Fucking useless.
Oh, shit.
I think Gandalf might be shaking a little bit too much right now.
He is.
Hey, a follow-up to that. Why'd we give him the only gun? And, I think Buck might have been onto something.
Help! Let me in the trunk!
Oh, God.
She's still okay. She's like getting back off into the wilderness. I'll be right back for you. I'm going witch hunting.
Let her go.
You little
Let her
shit.
go.
Where are you going? Into the trash?
Let her go.
She got me. No, I'm okay. Oh, wanna play a fucking game, huh?
She's coming towards me!
Come on! She's my kill. Stay back.
She's getting away.
How are you still going? Holy shit! Oh, you bitch! Oh, you bitch! I don't have any more ammo. I used it all on that witch. Help me! Someone get in the fucking pit! Someone get in the fucking...
Oh my God. Really?
The witch literally killed you after not attacking anyone else.
I never noticed how beautiful your eyes were. I never noticed how beautiful those lips of yours were. Oh, give me a kiss. Hey, Chad, you guys like when boys kiss? Big, rough boys. When they
What are we
kiss.
doing sitting here?
Oh, yeah, they like it. Looks like they like it. Come on, pull those pants down. I'm gonna get your ass out. Bend over that table. Oh, yeah, you know I'm gonna do that. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh.
I'm back. What I miss? What I miss?
Nothing happened.
Guys, what I missed? Chat, fill me in.
Nothing.
Fill me in or I kill them.
You boys ready to go? What the hell are you called? Oh.
Wait, you have a Noam Chomsky?
I've had it this whole time.
Oh.
I don't believe him.
I carried
wonder
it
if-
in here.
He's creating life. He's made gnomes. He can't be trusted. He's a necromancer. Look at those eyes.
I gotta spawn another med kit. Bed, get over here.
Oh, give me.
Oh,
That's
go.
a defib.
Burger Tank.
Silly.
There
Oh.
it is.
Bed, where are you getting all these gnomes? Where are these gnomes coming from?
That's part of the map.
Kraken, I hate this.
There are too many gnomes for this to be coincidence.
That's conjuring. He's creating.
And they're all over the map. They were in the safe room and they were on the roof.
He's creating
We were in the
soulless
department
beings.
store.
Yeah.
He's
okay.
playing God. It's disgusting.
Listen, all right, guys, let's put him on the couch. We'll leave him here.
Fine, let's do that.
Some good
Jesus
lore. Body will like that.
Kid, just
God bless Body.
fucking stay on the couch. Shut up.
Is he gonna be okay?
Who cares? They're fucking weird. These kids are weird. It's unnatural.
You can't get across. No.
Wait, we have to get them across. Come on, quick.
Oh yeah. Fucking chainsaw fresh from the oven. Can you please stop with the fucking nose?
Guys, I'm on the floor below Tomato.
No, get me first.
Please.
Turn lower and help. I need help.
I'm bleeding.
I didn't think you'd make it in time. I owe you one. No! You fucking son of a bitch! Come on! Not the gnomes! Cricket, help! He's drowning me in gnomes!
Fuck you. Oh, whoa, he landed on me!
Need a
Oh my
super
God.
friend.
That was like a top 10 plays moment.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get to saving you.
Somebody
This
help me.
tank's right here.
We got fast motion. Go!
Oh, too fast.
I gotta go.
Hey guys.
Hey. Fuck you, Kraken. I'm out of here. You ain't getting me with that shit.
Don't leave me. Also, they bought a witch.
Come on. You're a dickhead.
It's okay. We're doing good. Oh, look, while we're all in this thing, someone bought a car.
Man, that was funny the 90th time, huh? I wasn't even there, but I knew it was a good laugh. Oh, that's cool. I can't progress now. Guess I'll kill myself. Man, that was a good goof you did.
Where are you?
I'm dead.
Alright, someone bought a propane tank, so you have propane tanks. Basically, if they can trigger these propane tanks in the next 30 seconds before I turn off your god mode, then you'll be free. We'll see if they're able to buy something.
You're keeping Buck's life behind a fucking paywall. That's sick, unusual, and blatant corruption.
Someone bought a defib. That's close. I'm gonna defib. Let's go with Tomato because he's complaining a lot.
Why? I'm still stuck under this fucking car you spawned!
You're hot, baby.
Thanks, but it doesn't change the fact that I think that you're absolute scum right now. And you're gonna need to earn a lot of my trust back.
Alright.
Like, I don't know. This time let me up the ladder. But you're already at it again!
People keep buying the propane. I can't do anything.
I want to explode it. Can I explode it now? This is far enough away, right?
Oh, shit.
Hey, guys, look, I'm Kraken. I have a friend, quote unquote, named Tomato, who's only here so I can pick on him.
Oh, God.
This is the slowest progression we've ever had in the campaign.
It's because we keep fucking betraying each other.
What do you mean, we? You ain't allowed in this room, Kraken, unless you prove that you're part of the Brotherhood.
I don't want to be in that room anyway.
The Brotherhood is like fucking.
God damn!
Tomato, use your chainsaw!
Oh, Kraken, yeah? Yeah? Yeah, Kraken? Look at me! Why don't we stay here?
Because we need to go.
No, we don't. We're too far away. The two of us can't handle all those specials on our own. Look what happened. Both those two went and now they're dead. That's gonna be us if we go out there too.
Look at me!
Okay, but it's hard because there's a bunch of shit coming in the door.
Don't forget me.
Jesus Christ! No.
Someone bought propane.
No.
Propane.
Don't let him in.
No.
Don't let him in.